Ling Lan hadn't even waited for 2 minutes when the instructor said, "Ling Lan, it's your turn." Under the instructor's guidance, Ling Lan touched the portal. Her hand had barely touched the portal when she felt a tremendous sucking force pulling her entire body into it. Of course, this was just what Ling Lan felt. From an outsider's perspective, Ling Lan had only walked through the portal and disappeared. I hope this child can receive his inheritance. This notion suddenly rose up within the young soldier's heart. However, very soon he had received news from the secret monitors that that child had also been rejected and had been sent back to the login point. Even such an exceptionally talented child had been denied. Ling Xiao, exactly what kind of inheritor were you looking for? It couldn't be denied that the young soldier was a little disappointed deep down, for he had really thought highly of that child. Perhaps there would be a chance in the future for him to help that child. The staff who were monitoring in secret had tracked Ling Lan's movements in the virtual world from the very moment she entered the portal. Only when they saw her walk into the library from the login point, where she then proceeded to sit and study, looking as if she had no intention of moving, did the staff ease their monitoring. The young soldier didn't know that these monitors, who were led by him in name, actually had another mission. The higher-ups had instructed that whenever a child named Ling Lan attempted the legacy mission, the child should be monitored closely every step of the way. The moment Ling Lan entered the specialized space of the legacy mission, she actually found little Four tucked away in a corner waiting for her. Surprised, she was just about to ask him what was going on when little Four mysteriously pressed a finger against his lips and made a loud shill, signaling Ling Lan not to speak. Ling Lan glared at Little Four irritably. If he was really trying to be stealthy, would he have made such a loud shushing noise? Still, Ling Lan didn't interrupt Little Four, merely waiting patiently for him to explain. "Boss, someone is monitoring this space." Sure enough, Little Four gave her some momentous news. "What exactly is going on?" asked Ling Lan in confusion. "This space is not yet the real legacy mission space. It is just a transit station that the virtual world has specially set aside for this legacy mission, which is why it can be monitored," explained Little Four. "I've tracked it, and it's connected to the military." Ling Lan frowned. "And you still dare to stay here? Wouldn't the other side discover Little Four and cause them trouble?" Little Four rolled his eyes at Ling Lan, extremely displeased that she didn't trust him. "Who am I? I am the god of the virtual world. They can only see what I want them to see. Like right now, all they can see is an image of you standing in front of that diamond-shaped crystal, investigating it seriously." Little Four was very smug about this. Now who was it who acted as if a great enemy was upon us, telling me to not make a sound? Ling Lan glared coolly at Little Four, instantly smothering his budding self-satisfaction. Sensing that things were veering off track, Little Four immediately adopted an obedient look, eager to please. This made Ling Lan annoyed and amused in equal measure. In the end, Ling Lan could only let it go, turning to focus on a more important question. "About this legacy mission, how much do you know?" Since Little Four had come so early, he should have already gotten some understanding of the situation. But reality wasn't as simple as Ling Lan had assumed. When Little Four heard this question, his entire face fell. With a greatly stricken look, he said dejectedly, "Sorry, boss, I can't get into that place." Little Four pointed to the front where the diamond-shaped crystal was hovering in the air, slowly turning on its axis. "What is it?" "A portal." Ling Lan walked over to the crystal to peer at it curiously. Little Four said gloomily, "It is also a type of portal, but this crystal is some strong person's solidified spiritual essence. I believe that the test space is right inside. Originally, I wanted to go inside to find out more, but I had just gotten close when I was repelled by the spiritual force around the crystal. It almost injured me," said Little Four as he patted his little chest in remembered fear. If he had gotten hurt, his mental faculties would have been disrupted, and it might have been a very long time before he could have appeared in front of Ling Lan again. "Oh, then what should I do?" Hearing Little Four's words, Ling Lan became more cautious. "You just need to touch that crystal." "That's what I saw many of the students do," said Little Four. After they touched the crystal, they disappeared from this virtual world, and then 1 or 2 minutes later, they reappeared in the virtual world again, but they were already back at the login point where we first logged in. Disappeared from the virtual world? Could it be a new space? Ling Lan understood what Little Four was saying. In other words, they hadn't been transported to another area in the virtual world, but had disappeared directly from this virtual world itself. Little Four thought for a moment before saying, I have some incomplete data here. It seems that there is a theory that when a person's strength reaches a certain level, a realm will emerge. And every individual's realm is an independent space. Hearing this, Linglong couldn't help but think of Tao. The essence of Tao can weaken an opponent's abilities. Was it then also a type of realm? Except that this realm was not yet complete? The notion came and went, and Linglong moved on to her next question. Did all those students fail the mission? Of course. Otherwise, the next person wouldn't be able to enter. This legacy mission is really very interesting, only allowing one person to enter at a time. Only when the person inside has failed can the next person go in. Luckily, the testing time is quick. The results are typically out within 2 or 3 minutes. There was even one student who didn't even manage to last 30 seconds before being sent to the login point. How stupid, said Little Four with clear schadenfreude. Perhaps I won't do much better, said Linglong disapprovingly. Who knew what things would be tested inside? No one could guarantee that they would definitely be able to pass. Boss will surely do fine and take down this legacy mission, said Little Four with a pout. In his mind, Linglong was the smartest. Little Four, thank you. Linglong was very touched by Little Four's faith in her. She stroked Little Four's small head, while her mind was working through her next options. With some doubt, Linglong said, Little Four, I want to give up on this mission. You know why? I don't want the military to notice me. It would be fine if she didn't manage to complete it, but if by chance she really managed to complete it, it might result in some negative repercussions for her. Puzzled, Little Four said, Even so, you don't have to give up, right? I can create an illusion. So no matter whether boss succeeds or fails, I can make it look like you're chased out after 3 minutes. Little Four, you can create illusions? Linglong was extremely surprised. But then, she recalled that Little Four could alter human brainwaves. So of course, he could also mimic human brainwaves to make an illusory Linglong appear in the virtual world. However, if I stay inside, it will still be useless when the next person finds that they can't get in, said Linglong with a sigh. That's easy. I'll just make a new space and let the children after that enter that new space. And then, I'll set it so that they'll be sent back to the login point at a random time between 1 to 3 minutes. Little Four didn't see the problem. And what about the contents of the test? After all, quite a few students had already entered the real legacy mission space to take the real test. If by any chance it was discovered that the test contents were different, it would be bad. TCH, boss, you really have too many questions. Wouldn't you already be inside the real test by then? As long as you're inside, when you take the test, I'll be able to find out the test contents then. At that time, I'll just copy it over. Also, if by any chance boss fails and gets thrown out, I won't even have to make a new space anymore. So, boss, just go in and leave everything to Little Four. Little Four couldn't stand it any longer and nudged Linglong impatiently to go in. Although Little Four could give those monitors an illusion, he couldn't just let Linglong continue to just stand still in front of the crystal. That would be suspicious. Linglong finally relaxed. She put her hand onto the crystal floating in the air. For some reason, when she touched the crystal, she felt an indescribable sense of kinship, warming her deeply from the inside. Then, she was enveloped by the warmth of this spiritual energy and was brought to a place shrouded in fog. There was nothing at all in her surroundings other than semi-transparent fog and mist. Just as Linglong was wondering what she should do, the mist suddenly condensed to form a gray figure. This figure was short and small, roughly the height and size of the present Linglong. And then, the little figure started to go through a set of combat arts. Linglong took a close look and found herself speechless. Was this the test? Wasn't this just a little too easy? It turned out that that little figure was going through one of the basic combat arts that all students learned from the academy in grade 1. Scout Basics Combat Arts. Linglong tentatively gave her answer, but found that the little figure was still going through the motions without stopping. So it wasn't testing her for the name of the art? A thought flashed through Linglong's mind, and she struck a pose and begun following the gray figure to go through this set of basic combat arts. However, Linglong started from the very first stance. She wanted to prove her hypothesis. Sure enough, Linglong found that the moment she started, That little figure restarted to follow Ling Lan as she went through the movements. As she had guessed, it was indeed a test of body language. Of course, it wasn't impossible for it to also be a test of combat art names, so Ling Lan decided to cover all her bases to make sure that she would pass safely. Ling Lan called out the name of each move as she performed them, until she and the gray figure were moving completely in sync. When Ling Lan finally finished going through the entire set of combat arts, the gray figure disappeared, leaving Ling Lan standing alone in the space once again. She hadn't been thrown out, so it looked like she had passed this first round of testing. Ling Lan let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she had guessed correctly. That one set of combat arts had taken up roughly 2 to 3 minutes, which meant that most students had failed in the second round. What in the world was this second round testing for which would cause all of the students to fail? Ling Lan's heartbeat became a little erratic just thinking about it. At this moment, the mist once again condensed into a human figure, but the figure this time was no longer a small child, but a bulky adult. This figure proceeded to go through yet another set of combat arts, but this particular set made Ling Lan's facial expression change drastically. Ling-style killing arts. That was one of the Ling family loyalists' specialized combat arts. Why would it appear here in this mission space? Doubt rose in Ling Lan's heart. If it could be said that she wasn't particularly concerned about this legacy mission at the start, now that she had seen this set of killing arts, Ling Lan had no choice but to take it seriously. Ling Lan did not hesitate. She quickly followed the figure's lead to go through every punch and kick of the Ling-style killing arts perfectly. Having grown up practicing these arts in combat training with the Ling family loyalists, Ling Lan had long had it ingrained in her memory. Once Ling Lan had gone through the full set of the killing arts perfectly, the gray figure dissipated once again. At the same time, Ling Lan felt as if the surrounding fog and mist were gradually melting away, and soon, she could clearly see the scenery before her. She was standing on a lush and green lawn. In the distance, there were the highs and lows of mountain ranges, circled by clouds and mist. Nearby, a stream was trickling, and the air was filled with birdsong and the scent of flowers. A lovely and tranquil mountain valley scene had just appeared so abruptly before Ling Lan's eyes. Ling Lan had never seen scenery as beautiful as this, which caused her heart to become unbelievably quiet in an instant. At that moment, a sheet of white paper suddenly descended from the skies, drifting down leisurely to float miraculously at her eye level and unfurled itself. On it was a line of writing. It was a request. This is a beautiful mountain valley, but unfortunately, till now it still has no name. Please give it a nice name now. Ling Lan had just finished scanning these words when an exquisite Chinese writing brush appeared beside the white paper. That's strange. Why would such an ancient thing appear in this modern place? Ling Lan's brows furrowed. Her gaze was fixed on the writing brush. The more she looked at it, the stranger it seemed. This was because the design of the brush actually seemed somewhat familiar to her, but she just couldn't recall where she had seen it before. The academy? Ling Lan silently shook her head, eliminating this possibility. The academy was too advanced. If you told her that there were some things that defied reality there, Ling Lan might still believe you. But for an almost extinct antique such as a Chinese writing brush to appear, there was almost impossible. In that case, the only possibility was her house. When and where would she have seen a writing brush like this one in her house? A writing brush would typically appear in a study room, but the study in the old Ling family mansion belonged to her father. Thus, the writing brushes in there were all bold and simple in design. There was no such elegantly exquisite writing brush there, which was clearly meant for women. For women? The study? Ling Lan suddenly recalled an incident. That was back when she had first started learning how to read and write. She had been dragged into the study by her mom to practice calligraphy. Her mom had said that this was a Ling family tradition. Every descendant of the Ling family must learn how to do it well. Back then, Ling Lan had been miserable. Her tiny fingers hadn't been able to hold any of her father's large writing brushes in the proper grip. In the end, she could only pretend to be clueless and innocent, and just grip the writing brush as if it were a mop. Seeing Ling Lan's put-out expression, Lan Luofeng had been giggling with amusement. However, she also knew then that she had been careless, not having prepared a small writing brush more appropriate for Ling Lan. In the end, in order to let Ling Lan grip the brush correctly, She had taken out a small writing brush that she treasured dearly, lending it to Ling Lan. She had also told Ling Lan with a tender look that this was a love token given to her by her father Ling Xiao. She remembered that she had reflexively complained right then that her dad was really such a cheapskate, while her mum was just too gullible. Lan Luofeng hadn't known whether to laugh or cry, and had knocked her smartly on the head. Still, that little writing brush had really been so pretty and exquisite that Ling Lan had played with it curiously for a good long while that day. But starting from the second day, that delicate little writing brush had once again been secreted away by Lan Luofeng. In its place was an extremely common small writing brush. From then on, Ling Lan had never again seen that love token writing brush. 5 years had passed since then, and Ling Lan had almost entirely forgotten that event as well as that brush. Ling Lan suppressed the emotions roiling within her. Carefully, she picked up the exquisite writing brush before her and twirled it in her palms. A phoenix with its wings outstretched in flight was carved on the shaft of the brush. It was exactly like the one she had seen in the past. Sure enough, this brush was the one from her memory. Could it be that this legacy had something to do with the Ling family? Something to do with her dad? Or perhaps this legacy was from her dad? Ling Lan felt as if she were going mad. Otherwise, why would she even have these kinds of thoughts? Legacy missions could only be issued by someone at the level of an imperial operator or beyond, and anyone at that level would undoubtedly be a terrifying existence, almost a symbol of immortality. How could that short-lived dad of hers fall into this category? But what if it were true? Ling Lan's heart started pounding violently. Right then, another line of writing suddenly appeared on the paper. You still have 1 minute to think. The countdown begins now. 60, 59, 58. FCK. Ling Lan's emotional feelings fled instantly. She started thinking hard on what name she should give to this valley. At this moment, Ling Lan was somewhat regretful that she had gotten distracted by the writing brush and had not used her time wisely to think about this problem. A beautiful valley, an exquisite brush? What exactly is this legacy mission trying to tell me with this imagery? The CPU of Ling Lan's little brain was whirring at full speed, trying to find any hint she could from her surroundings. The writing brush was her mum's love token? In that case, could this lovely valley also have something to do with her mum? Ling Lan began scouring through the conversations she had had with her mom, hoping that she would be able to find some clue there. 43, 42, 41. Time continued to slip away bit by bit. Ling Lan's forehead began to bead up with sweat. God damn it. If only Little Four were here. Boss, looking for me? Little Four's voice suddenly rang out from within her consciousness. Ling Lan was startled. Little Four, you're here? Yup, I've been watching all this time. It's just that I was sealed by an energy force and couldn't talk to you. But when you thought of me just now, that energy just disappeared, replied Little Four. Enough about that for now. There's still about 30 seconds left. Quick, help me think. When I talked with my mum before this, did she ever mention a place like this? Ling Lan was burning with anxiety, throwing out the question hurriedly. That's a bit too broad. Are there any more hints? Little Four also became anxious, and his core processing chip started running in overdrive. Whatever location for my parents' engagement, dating, or proposal, or perhaps a marriage spot or a honeymoon destination, or maybe some country that she has a deep impression of, or even an ideal country to build a home. Ling Lan ran through anything she could think of. All she could do now was gamble. Dating spots. Other than the Ling estates, it was military camps. Your dad is really unromantic, muttered Little Four. How in the world had Mama Lan been wooed by this? Engagement? Proposal? Marriage? Honeymoon? Huh. The family estates? Military camps? Hells, did your dad only know how to run between the family grounds and the military camps? Did he never even consider exploring other places? Little Four was infuriated. No matter how hard he looked, Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng's romance history only went back and forth between military camps and the old Ling family estates. There was nothing at all connected with this beautiful valley before them right now. Then what about dreams? Or ideals? Didn't my mum have any places which she really wanted to visit? Ling Lan saw the number on the paper dropping from double digits into single digits, and couldn't help but yell. I've got it. It's Belief. Mama Lan most wanted to go to Belief. Little Four finally located the place that Lan Luofeng missed the most. At this point, The countdown had already reached 3. Ling Lan didn't hesitate, quickly writing down belief. The moment the final F was written, the countdown timer hit 0. Ling Lan stared blankly at her answer. She honestly had no idea what kind of place belief was, so she didn't know if this answer that Little Four provided was right or not. Whatever the result, she had already tried her best. The words on the paper slowly faded away, including Ling Lan's answer, and the paper turned back into a completely white sheet. Ling Lan took in a deep breath and waited for the final determination of the legacy mission. You pass. 2 words in bold and vigorous cursive writing emerged on the paper. When Ling Lan saw the 2 words, the tension in her heart eased, and she soon started to feel fatigue settling into her body and mind. The intense pressure and anxiety within that short 1 minute had really taken a toll on her mental resources. When the 2 words disappeared once more, new questions appeared. However, these questions were not at all difficult, because they were clearly a type of self-introduction. Name, Ling Lan. Father, Ling Xiao. Mother, Lan Luofeng. Age, 7 years. What is your father like best? The 5th question made Ling Lan pause. She stopped the brush in her hand, thinking back on what Lan Luofeng had said. Baby Ling Lan, do you know what your father likes? Lan Luofeng was hugging Ling Lan, showing her a photo of her and Ling Xiao together, as she asked Ling Lan this. Ling Lan rolled her eyes mentally. If her mom didn't tell her, how would she know? Your father really likes mecha. You could even say that, in his life, besides mecha, there is still only mecha. Mummy was sometimes jealous of his mecha, but your daddy was the coolest when he was piloting his mecha. No one else could compare. Mama Lan was starting to get lost in her fantasies again, her face dreamy with recollection. This made the 1-year-old baby Ling Lan whack Ling Xiao's charming smiling face in the photo with a small hand. You menace, scolded Ling Lan internally. The moment her dad was brought up, her mum would become unsteady. Still, what your dad loved most was me. Did you know that? Your daddy told me once. If he had to choose between me and mecha, he would abandon mecha without question and choose me. At this point in her story, Lan Luofeng blushed. Wait till I meet him again. I will definitely make him throw away his mecha and accompany me forever, like he promised. Ling Lan felt a faint sense of melancholy from these words, loving so deeply that she just could not accept the other's death. Whenever Lan Luofeng mentioned Ling Xiao, she spoke of him as if he were just on a long journey away, as if he hadn't truly departed. Wasn't Mum the one Dad loved the most? This was probably also what her mum wished for. Ling Lan sighed, and behind the question of, what is your father like best, she wrote down Lan Luofeng. However, the next question gave Ling Lan yet another headache. Why were the questions of this legacy mission so bizarre? Your mother's sleeping habit? Ling Lan's face couldn't help but twitch at this question. Without hesitation, she put down grinding her teeth. When Ling Lan stopped writing, a final question appeared on the paper. Do you need to modify your answers? Ling Lan resolutely wrote no. At the final stroke, the brush in Ling Lan's hand instantly turned into black mist and dissipated into the air. The words on the paper also disappeared once again. And then, very quickly, a new line of writing emerged on the paper. Congratulations on advancing to the next round. At the appearance of this line of text, the beautiful valley before Ling Lan's eyes shattered like glass and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a new scene unfolded before Ling Lan's eyes. She was now in some luxurious hall, a hall which Ling Lan could not be more familiar with. It was the hall of the home she had lived in for a full 7 years, the Ling family mansion. Ling Lan's gaze revealed a trace of surprise at this unexpected scene. The cautious Ling Lan did not choose to walk around randomly, but instead stood still where she was. She tapped lightly on her own head as she thought. Was this originally set up this way? Or had the legacy mission extracted this image from her memories to create an impromptu illusion? She needed to figure this out, otherwise she might make a wrong choice in the upcoming round of tests and fail the mission. Although she had already gone further than any of the other children before her, Ling Lan was still unwilling to accept failure down to her very bones. Ling Lan decided that she would first investigate the details of this great hall. If this scenery was the original setting of the legacy mission, then it was very likely related to her father Ling Xiao. If that was the case, This mansion drawn from Ling Xiao's memories would most definitely have some differences in comparison to the current mansion. Her father had already been dead for almost 8 years after all. On the other hand, if this illusion was born from an extraction of her memories, then she shouldn't be able to find any differences in her surroundings. Ling Lan took a careful look around, and very soon, she had found something different. There was an additional woolen army coat on one of the armchairs in the hall, and on the wall behind it, the space beside her parents' wedding photo was empty. It was missing a portrait of herself. Every year, Lan Luofeng would choose one of Ling Lan's newest photos to convert into a portrait and then hang it beside their wedding photo in the Great Hall. The portrait had already been changed 7 times without skipping a year. According to Lan Luofeng, she wanted Ling Xiao to keep watching Ling Lan as she grew up. But in Ling Lan's opinion, Lan Luofeng was clearly just too free and needed to find something to do. Still, to keep her mother happy, Ling Lan was glad to oblige. From this, it looks like this scene is definitely not drawn from my memory. From the time I was born, my picture has always been hung here. Ling Lan's lips quirked up in a small smile. Since she had gotten her answer, her following choices would be much easier. When Ling Lan took her first step, a clear and resounding voice rang out in the hall. Please choose a room as you wish. The test content of every room is different. Some are easy, while some are difficult. The corner of Ling Lan's lips quirked upwards. This was probably a trap. Ever since she had entered this legacy mission, she had not seen any task that depended purely on luck. This was obviously abnormal if it really was as she thought. As if sensing Ling Lan's thoughts, the clear voice continued to say, "This has nothing to do with being fair. Sometimes, luck is also a type of strength." Of course, it didn't change the fact that, whether you liked it or not, this was how it would be. The clear voice had barely faded when the doors of all the rooms facing the hall swung open in unison with crisp sounds. The open doorways seemed to beckon Ling Lan to enter. Isn't this just a misleading trick? Ling Lan already had an answer in her heart. If this were someone who didn't know the Ling family mansion, they would definitely be tricked by this scene before them. This mission had been silently eliminating all candidates who weren't from the Ling family from the very beginning. This was probably why all the children before her hadn't been able to pass. They were all not Ling Lan. Were you waiting for me? Oh, father. By this point, Ling Lan could pretty much confirm that this legacy mission had been created by her father Ling Xiao. Oh, Dad, what kind of person are you really? Ling Lan smiled wryly. She really regretted not having looked up information on Ling Xiao, causing her to be floundering in confusion right now. Ling Lan settled her emotions and then began walking determinedly across the hall. She ignored the stairways curling off to the sides, walking directly to the center of the corridor. There were rooms along both sides of the corridor. Right now, all the room doors were already open. As Ling Lan walked down the hallway, she could see the decorations and contents of the rooms. Some of them were the same as their current counterparts, while others were completely different. Was this how it was in her father's memory? She walked over to stand before a full-length mirror. The mirror was very tall and large, reaching up to 2.5 meters tall and spanning 4 meters wide. Without any hesitation, Ling Lan pushed her palms against the mirror, and something unexpected occurred. The mirror actually broke apart from the middle, folding in on itself in 4 different directions until it finally disappeared to reveal a hidden passage. At the end of the 4-meter-wide passage was a spacious staircase draped with a shaggy white carpet. Ling Lan had just stepped into the passage when the mirror reassembled itself behind her, returning to its original appearance in the blink of an eye. It was once more a flawless full-length mirror, its fine cracks imperceptible to the naked eye. Modern-day technology was already able to achieve this flawless perfection. The Ling family mansion was split into 2 independent areas. The front section was for entertaining guests, though it naturally included a master bedroom for the master, along with studies and other common rooms to fend off spying. Meanwhile, the hidden back area was where the Ling family head truly resided. Besides the Ling family head, this secret was only known to a few old loyal servants who frequently visited the mansion. Therefore, even if other students had passed the previous few rounds by chance, once they got here, they would still be unable to find the correct room. Furthermore, even if someone accidentally touched the mirror, it still wouldn't open. This was because the force necessary to open the mirror corresponded to the position touched. If the position touched was different, the force needed to trigger the mirror to open would also be different. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of someone being phenomenally lucky, being able to pass every round of the test by sheer luck. This sort of person would obviously be someone favored by the heavens, a destined winner in life, the main character of a story. Ling Lan would have no regrets losing the legacy to such a person. It was stupid to try and match an abnormality. Ling Lan slowly walked up the staircase. For some reason, her heart started pounding dramatically and her palms started oozing sweat. Would Ling Xiao, her father in this life, really appear in that room? Ling Lan finally arrived at the study. Her mum Lan Luofeng had once said that this study belonged to Ling Xiao. Flipped around, it meant that Ling Xiao also only existed within that study room. The moment Ling Xiao walked out of that study, Ling Xiao was no longer Ling Xiao, but Lan Luofeng's hubby. Ling Lan had always felt that her mom was rather domineering. She just hid it very deeply. In particular, her soft-touch methods were on a level of its own. Tears especially were one of her sure-win tactics. Many times Ling Lan had surrendered to these methods, and she believed that her father would also have been powerless against them. Thus, Ling Lan chose the study. Since this was a legacy mission set by Ling Xiao, then he would only be able to pass on the legacy when he was truly Ling Xiao. Ling Lan took a deep breath and placed her right hand on the door handle of the room. With a strong push, the door easily swung open, and everything within the study was revealed before her eyes. Abruptly, silent tears fell from Ling Lan's eyes. Behind the study desk, a handsome young man was smiling gently as he looked at her. And that man was her father, Ling Xiao. Only then did Ling Lan notice that, over the span of these 7 years, under Lan Luofeng's daily nagging and bombardment of stories, she had already subconsciously accepted this man before her as her father. It was only because Ling Xiao wasn't physically around that these affectionate emotions had been deeply buried within Ling Lan's heart and had never been discovered by herself. And now, really seeing her father standing before her, Ling Lan could no longer control the emotions in her heart. The tears could not be stopped as she involuntarily began to cry. The current Ling Xiao should be a memory entity from 8 years ago. He was utterly unmoved by Ling Lan's emotional turmoil, only giving her a slight nod before saying, "Being able to get here, you should be my child Ling Lan." However, he quickly scoffed at himself and said, "Well, not definitely. I believe that the military will not let go of this legacy so easily. Perhaps you all really managed to crack this mission. After all, the previous rounds and questions weren't that difficult." With these words, a cold glint suddenly flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Lan abruptly felt a crushing wave of pressure sweep towards her, almost flattening her to the ground. Fortunately, Ling Lan had already been fashioned by the learning space into a little anomaly. She immediately leaked a little essence of Tao to bear the burden of this endless pressure. Still, just this small taste had told Ling Lan that her father was, as expected, very strong. Anyone who could issue a legacy mission was no ordinary person. It seemed that Ling Xiao only wanted to posture a little, and he may also be wary in case the one who passed was really his child. Very quickly, he had retracted the pressure emanating from his body. "If the one inheriting my legacy is not my child, I have only one wish. After you have learned it, look for my child and pass these things on to him." Ling Xiao's words made Ling Lan's tears fall even more fiercely. This legacy had really been left for her by her father. Ling Xiao's attitude gentled abruptly, and he said, "If you want to receive my legacy, there is one more mission you must complete. Find me something I need." With those words, Ling Xiao said nothing further, only looking straight at Ling Lan with a smile. Ling Lan hurriedly wiped away her tears. This wasn't the time for her to mope and be melancholy. She had to finish this mission first. Ling Lan asked carefully, "Could you give a little more detail?" All that answered Ling Lan was still just Ling Xiao's smile. Ling Lan tried a few other things, beating around the bush, but unfortunately, Ling Xiao just smiled at everything. Ling Lan was rather put out by this, a little resentful that her dad had made this legacy mission so complicated. With no other choice, Ling Lan could only observe the study room closely in hopes that she would be able to locate some kind of clue. Sadly, Ling Lan was quickly disappointed. She noticed that this study was almost identical to the study in her memory. Other than Ling Xiao sitting behind the desk, All the decorations and furniture in the room were exactly the same. It was clear to see how much Lan Luofeng had treasured Ling Zhao's study, unwilling to change any bit of it after his death. Ling Lan was frustrated. What should she do? What thing could her old dad need? Ling Lan could only take a closer look at Ling Xiao and hope that she would be able to discern something from his facial expressions and body language. At that moment, Ling Xiao looked as if he were enjoying the show. His jaw was cradled in his left hand, which was leaning artlessly against the arm of the chair. His right hand was tapping lightly on the surface of the desk as he looked at her with a half-smile. Damn it, this heartless old man of hers, actually tormenting his own child so. Ling Lan was full of complaints. Although Ling Lan understood deep down that the Ling Xiao before her now was the Ling Xiao of 8 years ago who knew nothing of the person standing before him now, and that this sort of irritating attitude was definitely not targeted at her specifically, she just couldn't help but feel annoyed. Also, why did he have to keep tapping his fingers? Didn't he know that all that noise would interfere with her thinking process? Wait, tapping noises? Ling Lan suddenly recalled something Lan Luofeng had mentioned before. When her mom had first met her dad, she had been attracted by the noise her dad had made by tapping on a table. It was because of that they had gotten to know each other, and their love story had taken off and became unstoppable. Back then, her mom had been a fresh-faced 16-year-old maiden who had just graduated from a scout academy. As she hadn't been particularly talented and didn't have good potential, she hadn't managed to get into any of the major military schools of the Federation. However, Lan Luofeng had dreamed of being in the military since young, so she had decisively signed up to serve as a foot soldier, finally succeeding in becoming a common starship JMC-1 female trooper. After 3 months of training for new recruits, her mom had been assigned to the starship fleet belonging to her dad, finally becoming the second main ship's JMC. Subsequently, whenever Lan Luofeng had gone out to eat with the other female troopers of the same rank, she would find that no matter where they sat, some mecha fighters would appear by their side. Among them was a young man, who seemed to be their team leader. He appeared especially handsome and powerful, drawing the admiration of many of the female troopers. However, the sense of hierarchy within the military camps was very strong. Even the most average mecha fighter held the military rank of second lieutenant, not to mention one at captain level. Meanwhile, they were merely some common female troopers of the lowest possible rank. They just didn't have the right to initiate conversation with a mecha fighter. They could only fantasize every day that these mecha fighters would one day greet them first. Many girls had been willing to become soldiers, largely for the purpose of reeling in a rich and promising husband. Lan Luofeng was the only girl who didn't think anything of this. She was still very young and hadn't become interested in love yet, which was why she was rather slow when it came to these things. However, even so, Lan Luofeng had also been surprised sometimes, wondering why she would run into that mecha officer so often. No matter where she sat, she would bump into him. Back when she had first heard the story, Ling Lan had known right away that it was because her dad had already started crushing on her mom. That's why he was using this sort of serendipitous meeting method to increase her mom's impression of him. He had really been quite desperate. Just like that, a month had passed by in fits and starts. Then one day, Lan Luofeng had unfortunately ended up alone. The other JMCs in her class had been sent out to carry out various competition missions for the various divisions of the Federation, because the mecha fighter confrontation event had been drawn by the second main ship. Consequently, the second main ship had sent out the main force of their mecha battle squad, and the JMCs in charge of those mecha had to go with them. In the end, only 3 JMCs were left on the second main ship. Every class of JMCs had had to leave a member behind on duty. Lan Luofeng's class had left the youngest member of their class, Lan Luofeng, behind. And so when it was time to eat, Lan Luofeng could only go eat by herself. Just as she had sat down to begin her meal, someone suddenly sat down across from her. It was that young and handsome mecha officer who kept bumping into her whom she still didn't know. Lan Luofeng found it strange that the other would choose to sit at her dining table when there were so many other empty seats and tables around. However, they were in a public canteen. Anyone could freely choose where they wanted to sit. Despite the strangeness, Lan Luofeng didn't think too much about it, and just continued to eat her food. Naturally, Ling Xiao, who had worked so hard to create this opportunity, was unwilling to retreat without attempting anything. Let it be known that for the sake of getting some time alone with Lan Luofeng, he had cracked his head to squeeze out every ounce of ingenuity he had. He had purposely volunteered his unit for the Mecha Confrontation event mission, just so he could send away all those annoying JMCs hanging around. Yet, he had never gotten to know a girl before, so he was at a loss on what to do next. In the end, he had clumsily chosen to attract Lan Luofeng's attention by making noise. So, Ling Xiao had used his fingers to knock on the surface of the table lightly. 3 long, 2 short. Pause. Followed by another 3 long, 2 short. Just like that, he started tapping out a consistent rhythm. At first, Lan Luofeng had found it strange, and then her attention had been captured, curious. When she saw that no one else was looking, she quietly asked Ling Xiao what he was doing with this rhythmic tapping. Smiling, Ling Xiao told Lan Luofeng all the information he had prepared beforehand. Apparently, this kind of knocking was a type of code called the Duomo code. It was a type of secret code shared between a JMC and the mecha fighter they were responsible for. Back during the warring period, there had been an incident where the communications channel connecting a JMC and their mecha had been hacked and deciphered. In the end, the enemy had used the information gained from this hacking to set up an ambush, resulting in the complete destruction of an entire mecha troop. Later, a JMC named Duomo had thought up this method of communication. Using the code he thought up, he had helped his mecha fighter to escape the enemy's ambush again and again, completing their missions successfully to return safely. From then onwards, every JMC would create their own unique Duomo code to prevent a similar situation from happening ever again. As a JMC, Lan Luofeng was naturally very interested in this sort of code. She sincerely requested to learn more about this code, but Ling Xiao seemed rather reluctant to say more. However, under Lan Luofeng's repeated pleading, he finally agreed, making Lan Luofeng feel extremely grateful. Listening to the story up till this point, Ling Lan could only sigh at her mum's naivete. Her dad had obviously been putting on an act to reel her mum in. Still, her mum couldn't be blamed for getting hooked so easily. Her dad had clearly grasped her mum's vital point. Any dutiful JMC with ambition would not be able to resist this temptation. All she could say was that her old man had just been too shameless. Whenever Lan Luofeng told the story, at this point, she would hold her face in her hands and sigh dreamily. She would marvel at the fact that Ling Lan's dad and her were just so meant to be, because, in their following conversations, she had found out that Ling Xiao was also a mecha fighter of the second main ship, and on top of that, he was one of the mecha fighters she was responsible for. But Ling Xiao later told her that he had known she was the one from the very beginning. Her voice had been different from anyone else's, soft and sweet, so very comfortable to listen to. His heart had imprinted on it from the very moment he had first heard her speak. When Lan Luofeng told Ling Lan this, Ling Lan couldn't help but stifle a grin. She just knew that her dad had harbored impure intentions, and it looked like he had a voice kink as well. After spending time alone together, just the two of them, for about half a month, the temperature of their feelings rose quickly. The two of them then agreed to become an exclusive JMC and mecha fighter pair, and together they created a Duomo code that belonged only to them. Of course, this Duomo code hadn't yet found its way to the battlefield when, after the other JMCs returned, it had begun to be used frequently by them in daily life. Because they were afraid the other JMCs would find out about the two of them, it was primarily Lan Luofeng who was shy, who asked her to be the youngest and yet be the first one to get a boyfriend. So every time they wanted to date, Ling Xiao would sit at the table beside Lan Luofeng's during meal times and rap on the table with his fingers. In their code, he would tell her where and when to meet, and regardless of whether Lan Luofeng was free, she would always rap back in their code to tell Ling Xiao if she would meet him or not. At this point of the story, Ling Lan was really speechless. Could this still be considered dating? Why did it seem more like undercover spies trying to meet up? Still, Ling Lan was glad for her mom. Her first love had been so perfect that she had directly gotten married to her dad. It was just unfortunate that her dad had died young. This should be blamed on this current world, full of war and strife, no peace in sight. In order to make her mum happy, Ling Lan had expressed great interest in their Duomo code and said that she wanted to learn it. Hearing this, Lan Luofeng had been overjoyed and had passed everything about this Duomo code belonging to her and Ling Xiao onto Ling Lan. Thinking back on this, Ling Lan began listening closely to Ling Xiao's tapping sounds. 1 long, 2 short, 3 long, 1 short, 2 long, 1 short, for continuous short taps. Ling Xiao's tapping was very systematic. For distinctly different sound sections, representing 4 syllables, pose-pro Kinto, Kinto pose-pro, token propose, it was proposal token 2. Ugh, Dad, how much did you love Mom really? Ling Lan thought back on all the tests she had gone through thus far. They all had something to do with her mother to some extent. Frankly, Ling Lan was wrongly blaming Ling Xiao. Even before Ling Xiao had left for the death tunnel, he had had a premonition that something would go wrong. However, a military order was absolute. He couldn't not go. So, before he had left, he had condensed his spirit energy to create this legacy mission, in hopes that his child would be able to obtain his legacy. Still, he knew very well that the upper ranks of the military were greedy for the way he had managed to advance to legendary operator status. Thus, he had not given the legacy mission directly to Lan Luofeng, but had chosen to submit it to his direct superior instead. He had been afraid that Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan would have gotten into trouble for the treasure they possessed, and be targeted and killed by those avaricious people who would do anything to get their hands on his legacy. However, Ling Xiao had also known that submitting it to his superior might mean that this legacy would never reach the hands of his child either. Thus, he had made further arrangements. He left a message for the old dean of the Central Scout Academy, hoping that once his child Ling Lan entered the Scout Academy, the dean would submit a request to the military on his behalf to get the legacy back. So that the old dean would put his back into it, Ling Xiao had agreed to release this legacy to the entire Central Scout Academy. Any child who could pass his tests would be able to obtain his legacy. Ling Xiao had worked so hard to arrange all this. Naturally, he didn't want anyone else to obtain his legacy. So, when creating the contents of the test, he had used a progressive advancement method, which would slowly eliminate any outsiders. In the first round of tests, he had used the foundational combat arts of the Scout Academy to give the impression that he was judging all the children equally. Although this set of combat arts was pretty much general knowledge, this round could successfully exclude all adults. He had set it to be a mirroring test, not just for testing purposes, but also to immediately chase out anyone whose body size exceeded 1.6 meters, eliminating almost all adults. This had caused all the fighters of the military who attempted the mission to fail in the very first round. Of course, if Ling Lan had grown up before making contact with this legacy mission, she would also have been chased out and wouldn't have been able to obtain the legacy. However, Ling Xiao's legacy was only effective when practiced at age 10 and below. After the age of 13, there was basically no chance of training according to the legacy anymore anyway. Ling Xiao could only hope that Ling Lan would be able to enter the legacy tests before she exceeded the age limit. After ensuring that only children would be able to proceed, Ling Xiao had revealed his true intention from the second round onwards, by using the killing arts of the Ling family loyalists. This move pretty much killed all chances of any other children entering the following rounds of testing. Of course, if the military really wanted to, they could still find a way to get hold of the Ling family loyalists' killing arts and assist other children to enter the third round. Therefore, in the third round, Ling Xiao had chosen to use a secret base only known to him and Lan Luofeng. Only Lan Luofeng would know how that lovely valley came to be. Within the military camp, when did they ever have the chance to go out and see those beautiful sceneries? Even if they had entered the virtual world, they would have been stuck inside the 7th Division's world. In order to make Lan Luofeng happy, Ling Xiao had brought her into his mecha and let create an immersive holograph of that lovely valley scene. In her great delight, Lan Luofeng had playfully named it as the World of Belief. Ling Xiao believed that Lan Luofeng would definitely tell Ling Lan about how they had met and fallen in love, and about his mecha. On the second point, he was mistaken. Lan Luofeng hadn't told Ling Lan about his mecha, since Lan Luofeng believed that it was still a bit too early to tell Ling Lan about things to do with mecha. Fortunately, Lan Luofeng had once revealed that the place she most wanted to visit was the World of Belief, which had been recorded down by Little Four, allowing him to find the correct answer to that earlier question. It had to be said that Ling Lan had passed that test by the skin of her teeth. Still, even if Ling Lan had failed, She could have still gone home to ask Lan Luofeng for the correct answers and attempt the mission again later. Ling Xiao had not restricted the number of times someone could take the tests, for he himself was afraid that his questions were too left field that even Lan Luofeng might have forgotten about some of the answers. Ling Xiao was also afraid that someone would succeed by pure chance, blurting out his mecha's name on a lucky guess. So he had set up another obstacle. If a candidate randomly entered any of the rooms from the main hall, Ling Xiao would let the candidate know the Ling family training methods. If the candidate trained hard with that, he or she would still be able to achieve Imperial Operator level. His father had trained with that set of methods back in those days. It was truly a pretty good training method. In this manner, Ling Xiao would be able to pull the wool over everyone's eyes and continue to wait for his child to enter the mission for testing. Because only his child would know that the Ling family mansion was split between the front and back sections and be able to find the correct room. Of the rooms in the back section, such as the bedrooms and other studies, etc., it wasn't as complicated as Ling Lan had assumed. Ling Xiao only existed within his study. In other words, even if Ling Lan had gone into any of the other rooms, there would be no one there to assign any tasks. Only when she entered the study would she see the holographic image Ling Xiao left behind. But in the end, Ling Xiao had still been uneasy. After all, the military strength was truly formidable. He had no way to guarantee that those loyalists from the Ling family mansion wouldn't betray him and leak the mansion's secrets to the military. So, he finally decided to add one last test. The content of this test was truly a secret belonging only to him and Lan Luofeng. Mind you, Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng's exclusive Duomo code had never been used on the outside before. In other words, this code was only known to the two of them. As such, the only people who would be able to answer this test would be Lan Luofeng and one other, who was naturally the person who had personally learned the Duomo code from Lan Luofeng. Without a doubt, this other person could only be his child. Just as Ling Xiao predicted, Ling Lan used the Duomo code to crack the final test. Having thought of an answer, Ling Lan decisively turned and left the study. She went to the master bedroom and headed straight for the dressing table to find her mom's jewelry box. Inside the jewelry box were some luxurious and exquisite accessories. Ling Lan casually pawed through them, but didn't find what she was looking for. She quickly cast it aside and changed directions. She walked to the singular large bed within the bedroom. Ling Lan was very familiar with this bed. She had been sleeping on it from birth. She had only said goodbye to it after she had been able to speak coherently enough to ask for her own bedroom. During that time, she had found out that Lan Luofeng had a secret compartment to hide her precious things in on this bed. Ling Lan carefully felt along the edges of the bed, touched a spot, and then a small plasma screen suddenly emerged on the smooth headboard of the bed. There was a selection keyboard of 10 number keys displayed on it. Without having to think, Ling Lan directly entered the number code she knew by heart. If Lan Luofeng had never changed it, the code shouldn't be wrong. After entering the code, it didn't take 5 seconds before the screen suddenly popped out, and an approximately 30 centimeters by 50 centimeters drawer appeared just like that before Ling Lan. As expected, this secret compartment had long been here. The compartment was empty, nothing at all within it, except for an extremely exquisite little box. Ling Lan took out the box and opened it. A large, glittering diamond ring appeared before Ling Lan, shining radiantly under the lamplight. It was the wedding ring that her mom had cherished all this while. Ling Lan's lips quirked in a slight smile, knowing she had found her target. She closed the box, and holding it in her hand, she made her way back to Ling Xiao's study. Seeing her return, Ling Xiao asked with a half-smile, "Found what I want?" Ling Lan just opened her right hand and showed Ling Xiao the box. Without saying a word, she peered intently at Ling Xiao. The smile on Ling Xiao's lips grew wider. "This is the thing I want." Ling Lan still said nothing, only opening the box to reveal the large diamond ring inside it. "This is your answer," said Ling Xiao with a raised brow, waiting for Ling Lan's verbal confirmation. "Lan Luofeng's wedding ring." "You gave it to her," replied Ling Lan calmly. Ling Xiao laughed uproariously. Then, his expression was admiring as he said, "Not bad. You actually found the answer. Could you tell me, how exactly did you figure out that this ring was the answer I wanted for this mission?" "I only said that this was a wedding ring. I never said that this was the mission answer." Ling Lan's words stopped Ling Zhao's laughter in its tracks. He froze, stunned by Ling Lan's unexpected response. This time, it was Ling Lan's turn to laugh. Hells, she had finally managed to give her heartless old man a taste of his own medicine. All this while, she had only been helplessly toyed around with by her old man. Ling Zhao's awkwardness only lasted for a moment. He quickly collected himself and said with some amusement, "In that case, why did you bring it here to show me?" "Because you needed to open the door to get the thing you need." Ling Lan took out the ring and waved it at Ling Xiao. "Oh, I really don't know what thing I need other than this ring. I'm very sorry, you failed the mission." Ling Zhao's smile turned cold, and he mercilessly declared Ling Lan's failure. His clearly disappointed expression seemed to tell Ling Lan that she had really been mistaken. This is just a proposal ring, not a proposal token. Although it's only different by one word, what's wrong is wrong, right? Oh, father of mine. Ling Lan mercilessly tore apart Ling Zhao's lie. Stop faking. If I were to really choose this diamond ring as my final answer, then the mission would truly be a failure. Ling Xiao seemed utterly unmoved. He only sighed softly and said, "You've already come so far. If you fail just like this and go back, you'll probably be unable to accept it either. Let's do this. I'll give you one chance. I hope you'll be able to convince me." Ling Lan knew that this was likely a part of her dad's test as well, and so did not bother being polite. She walked directly to stand behind her father and poked him with a finger, saying, "Dad, please move aside for a moment." With an indulgent expression, Ling Xiao stood up, cooperatively giving up the study desk. Since he had already chosen to give the candidate a chance, let him do as he will. Ling Lan brazenly sat down in the chair Ling Xiao had just vacated and pulled out the middle drawer of the study table. She reached into it with an open palm first, to lay her hand flat against the underneath of the desk surface. After waiting for 3 seconds, nothing changed. Ling Lan abruptly realized that within this memory of Ling Zhao's 8 years ago, the Ling family safe hadn't yet been programmed to recognize her fingerprints. Moodily, Ling Lan stood up and said to Ling Xiao, "Lend me your palm." That said, she pulled over her father's palm and placed it against the bottom of the table surface, holding it there for 3 seconds. Then, a soft, almost imperceptible click could be heard coming from a bookcase to the side. Ling Lan walked right up to the 4th bookcase. The bookcase was already filled to bursting with all sorts of paper-based reading material. This sort of ancient reading method was rarely found anymore in this modern generation. Now, in this world, all existing paper-based reading material were old texts inherited from several centuries up to even a millennium ago. Whenever a typical person saw this type of old texts, they would feel respect well out from within. They wouldn't dare to move around the text recklessly, much less even try to touch these precious artifacts. However, Ling Lan's following actions were barbaric. If her actions had been seen by any lovers of old books, she would most certainly be mobbed and critiqued to death. Ling Lan savagely grabbed hold of one particular book and pulled harshly. The book was torn and a round-shaped hole with many facets was revealed. It turned out that Ling Lan had only torn off a protective back cover on the book. Of course, if she hadn't used her father's palm print to unlock the cover first, even if Ling Lan had used all of her strength, she still wouldn't have been able to peel off this protective covering. Ling Lan lined up the diamond side of the ring against that multifaceted round hole, and it fit perfectly. This time, the wait was longer. After about 6 seconds, a clack came from within the bookcase. The book Ling Lan grabbed this time was just right beside the book with a hole. This time, Ling Lan didn't pull, but pushed it forwards. Following that, the entire shelf of books abruptly disappeared, revealing a square safe about 30 cubic centimeters large. Apparently, the diamond ring was only the key to open the safe. However, the diamond ring itself was also a test. If a candidate randomly lucked out during the search and found it, he would be tricked by Ling Zhao's earlier words and really take the diamond ring to be the real answer Ling Xiao wanted. In that scenario, what the candidate would receive in the end would still be that set of Ling family training methods and not Ling Zhao's true legacy. Of course, if this were the real world, Ling Lan wouldn't even have to take the extra step to find the ring. Many times before this, when Lan Luofeng hadn't been around, Ling Lan had let Little Four communicate directly with the AI of the safe, opening it easily that way. However, right now, They were in the mission world, so Ling Lan had no choice but to be a little more careful. She didn't know what the consequences would be if she skipped this step. What if her old man was a stickler for tradition and required everything to follow its proper procedure? If she tried fooling around with any shortcuts in that scenario, she would just be tanking her own chances. Ling Lan decided that it would be better to play it safe. She would rather spend a little more time and make sure this mission was completed properly. Ling Lan skillfully entered the code to open the safe. Lan Luofeng had never changed the passcode, so the code she knew was the same as the one used here. Inside the safe were plenty of antiques, along with many strange and rare odds and ends. They had all been collected by the many generations of Ling family heads, including some cool stuff that Ling Xiao himself had found, such as the exquisite writing brush Ling Lan had once used. Ling Lan desultorily pawed through the items and picked out 3 from the pile. She placed them in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Dad, this is the proposal token you wanted." All 3 of them. All 3 items looked exceedingly common. A white sheet of paper that could be bought from any roadside stall, a chip that couldn't be more common, and a keychain shaped like a mecha. That sheet of white paper was already filled with writing. It held the marriage vows Ling Xiao had written for Lan Luofeng. Every vow on the paper just proved that Ling Xiao was totally henpecked one. The chip was the controlled chip of Ling Xiao's wealth. With this chip alone, Lan Luofeng would be able to forcefully transfer all of Ling Xiao's worldly possessions to someone else's communicator without having to get Ling Xiao's approval. Meanwhile, that keychain was modeled after Ling Xiao's mecha. What this really represented, or if there was any deeper meaning to it, Lan Luofeng had never told Ling Lan. She had only told Ling Lan that of these 3 things, the most valuable was actually this keychain. But now it had become just a souvenir. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 items before him with a complicated expression, but he was clearly moved. However, he very quickly managed to calm his almost overflowing emotions and raised his head to smile blindingly at Ling Lan. "Congratulations, Ling Lan, you've passed. You shall receive Ling Xiao's legacy, my child. I'm so very happy today." Ling Xiao's smile caused Ling Lan to become awestruck. Now she finally understood why her mom would always lose her mind in fantasies whenever she talked about her dad. Her dad's sincere smile was just too stunning. Even in this future world where one could find beautiful men and women everywhere, her dad's looks were definitely still of the godlike legendary level. Ling Xiao made Ling Lan stand before him. At this moment, he was silent. After a long while, a light trace of loss appeared on his expression, and he said, "Honestly, I don't wish for this legacy mission to appear, because its appearance would mean that I'm really gone. If possible, I really want to accompany my wife and be by your side as you grow up. I can't bear to let you both go. My child, I don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. I really wish I could see for myself how you look like, whether you resemble me or your mom." Ling Xiao's loss of composure lasted for only a split second. He soon regained his equilibrium and said self-mockingly, "What's with this sentimentality? Is this the result of the wavering of belief? What a terrible feeling." Ling Xiao recovered his usual smile once more and looked at Ling Lan. The nameless tenderness in his gaze caused Ling Lan's heart to spasm, as all sorts of emotions rose up within her heart. Ling Lan knew very well that Ling Xiao was definitely not looking at her right now. This Ling Xiao was a manifestation of spiritual energy from 8 years ago. Perhaps this affectionate gaze was meant for Lan Luofeng, and maybe included some anticipation for his then unborn child. But for some unknown reason, this scene just tugged at Ling Lan's heartstrings, making her heart ache. She didn't know if it was because she had merged with this body completely, causing her to be unable to control her emotions when faced with this body's biological father. Ling Xiao said, "I believe that my child is the strongest child. I will entrust your mom to you. You must definitely make her happy. I'm an irresponsible husband, and also an irresponsible father. I've failed you both." Ling Lan tried to speak, but Ling Xiao made a stopping motion. "Don't speak. Let me hold on to my fantasy a while longer. You will call me Daddy earnestly, and then say I love you." That said, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said hoarsely, "Isn't that just a useless daydream? An irresponsible person like me. If I get a scolding, it would already be too easy on me. What right do I have to ask you, my child, to call me Daddy too?" Ling Lan's mouth twitched, but she did not call out daddy in the end. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was her dad of this life, and Ling Xiao was extremely familiar to her due to the constant reminiscences of her mom. The address of daddy was really quite difficult for the mentally mature Ling Lan to voice out. Ling Lan could only put the blame on this man across from her. He was just too young, causing her mind to inexplicably rebel against the very idea. Dejection flashed through Ling Xiao's gaze. Those words of his were actually an indirect plea for his child to call him daddy. He didn't dare to ask directly, because he felt he had wronged his child. Sadly, the truth was really just as he had feared. His child truly hated him and was unwilling to call him daddy. This reality made him feel very hurt. The Ling Xiao of 8 years ago had imagined many possibilities of this encounter, and this was one which he had most hoped not to see. Regardless of how dejected Ling Xiao felt, he still began to teach his first lesson. Ling Lan thought that the first lesson would be Ling Xiao's exclusive physical skills or something along those lines. Mind you, the very first lesson she received when she first entered the learning space, and also when she first entered the Central Scout Academy, was physical skills, other than theoretical studies. After all, the basics were the most important. "Are you wondering why we aren't starting with physical skills?" asked the Ling Xiao of 8 years ago, having predicted Ling Lan's puzzlement. Since Ling Xiao was the one to ask, Ling Lan naturally nodded without any hesitation and waited for Ling Xiao to explain. Smiling, Ling Xiao told Ling Lan that the Academy's basic physical skills set was the accumulation of the efforts of countless talents over tens of thousands of years. It was definitely one of the best foundational physical skills set available. So before Ling Lan fully mastered that set of physical skills, he would not teach Ling Lan any other physical skills, including his own exclusive physical skills. Many people, before their basics had been built properly, would already attempt to learn physical skills or spiritual skills of a higher level. This was completely wrong. Think about it. If you try to build a building when your foundations haven't even been settled yet, how would you be able to build a tall building? Ling Xiao was unsure how the other legendary operators had advanced to their level, but Ling Xiao's advancement was closely tied to his foundations. Back then, Ling Xiao had only wanted to prove himself to his father his own way, and so had refused to learn the Ling family's secret physical skills. Instead, he had trained in the Academy's foundational physical skills until he mastered it to its extreme. In the process, he had touched on the most profound meaning of foundational physical skills, which showed him a path to advance to legendary status. "What does it mean to fully master it?" asked Ling Lan, puzzled. She already knew the foundational physical skills by heart. Could it be that she still hadn't been doing it right? When you can execute this set of physical skills without having to think about it, no longer limited to the stances, about then, you will naturally understand, explained Ling Xiao briefly. He didn't want Ling Lan to be impatient. She was still young and had plenty of time. "Now, what I can teach you is how to improve your eyesight and hand speed. These are things that you cannot lack for either combat or operating mecha," said Ling Xiao. "They are both things that require hard work to train, especially finger speed. That needs to be trained beginning from youth, while the bones of the fingers haven't fully grown yet and are still extremely flexible. Only then can you develop your personal limits to its maximum." That said, Ling Xiao suddenly lifted up a palm. A clear and translucent round bead was clamped between two of his fingers, and then all his fingers started to dance, causing the bead to tumble freely amidst the 5 fingers. It started out slow, but the speed gradually became faster and faster. In the end, Ling Lan, who took pride in her eyesight, couldn't even see a shadow of the bead anymore. Ling Xiao's fingers had become mere afterimages in the air, so quick that she couldn't even tell which finger was which. Just as Ling Lan was staring as if in a trance, Ling Xiao suddenly folded his fingers to make a fist. The abrupt shift from movement to stillness disoriented Ling Lan's eyes, making them ache, extremely uncomfortable. "Your vision hasn't reached the level of my hand speed, which is why you feel the strain. Close your eyes and rest for a bit." Ling Lan did as Ling Xiao said, and soon found that her eyes no longer felt stretched and achy. Only then did she open her eyes again. That's where the limit of your eyesight is. You feel it now? From now on, you must train your hand speed. At the same time, you must get your vision up to the level of your hand speed. This requires slow and steady training. "There is no shortcut," said Ling Xiao to Ling Lan. Legacy missions weren't as miraculous as most people thought. There is no way for someone to ascend to the heavens in one step. To succeed, it all still depended on your own effort to earn it. The legacy mission would only show you how to do so more efficiently. That's all. I understand. Ling Lan nodded, heart filled with gratitude for Ling Xiao's mentoring. As he trained her hand speed and vision, Ling Xiao had indirectly been telling Ling Lan that, to become strong, she needed to rely on her own efforts. No one else could do it for her. Just now, was that already your fastest speed? Ling Lan, who was in a great mood, finally displayed the curiosity a 7-year-old child should have. Ling Xiao only smiled silently, but spread out his fingers once more. In his palm was no longer just the one crystal bead from before, but a whole 9 beads. Ling Lan found herself tongue-tied with astonishment. Before she could find her voice to ask, Ling Xiao's fingers started moving once more. The 9 crystal beads collided with each other within his palm, emitting clear and reverberating bell-like sounds. As they collided with one another, the beads started bouncing irregularly. This was the hardest thing to control, because you had to predict where each bead would go. Ling Lan was sure she could control 1 bead with no pressure, 2 if the speed wasn't too fast, but 3 would be tricky. However, Ling Xiao easily controlled all 9 beads, his fingers flying swiftly to block every single one before they could fall, only allowing them to roll around in his palm. Gradually, Ling Xiao's speed became faster and faster, until finally, the sounds of the beads colliding meshed into one solid sound, no gaps between collisions. At this point, Ling Lan could no longer see what was going on in Ling Xiao's hand. Everything was just a blur. Ling Lan thought that this was already the limit, but unexpectedly, something even more astonishing happened. Gradually, Ling Lan couldn't even see the blur of shadows anymore. It was as if Ling Xiao had spread open his palm like a lotus flower, but there was no sign of those beads within it. Ling Lan knew this was a false impression. Ling Xiao's speed had just reached a frightening level, enough to fool the eyes into registering this illusion, defaulting back into the original setting. This was a misperception, an illusion born of sheer, overwhelming speed. Before Ling Lan could regain her senses, she heard several consecutive clacking noises, 9 in total. Following these sounds, Ling Xiao abruptly stopped the motions of his fingers. At this moment, Ling Lan felt a throbbing pain in her eyes, and tears began to spill over from them in a flood. They had been working too hard to try and see a speed too far beyond their limits, and had finally incurred the backlash. It took a while, but Ling Lan finally felt comfortable again. She opened her eyes and saw Ling Xiao standing before her with a smile, his right hand in a loose fist. "I'm all right now," said Ling Lan embarrassedly. She focused her attention on Ling Xiao's right hand. Ling Xiao slowly opened his right palm. In the middle of his palm, the initially solid crystal beads had been turned into a heap of powder. Ling Xiao shook his fingers lightly, and the fine powder scattered, sifting through his fingers to drift slowly to the ground. Under the refraction of the light, the crystal powder sparkled, sending out countless glimmering rays, immersing the two of them in an illusion of a magical realm. Ling Lan wasn't bedazzled by this magical scene. Her expression changed slightly in awareness. Although Ling Lan hadn't been able to see what was going on in Ling Xiao's palm earlier, she could tell that Ling Xiao's fingers hadn't been exerting much pressure. He had just simply been blocking the paths of those crystal beads to prevent them from falling off his palm. But it was precisely this sort of forceless pressure that, under the workings of extreme speed, had shattered the crystal beads from the inside out. It was clear to see just how much destructive power it had. "Looks like you've understood." Ling Xiao was very pleased with Ling Lan's reaction. He had thought that he would have to explain in further detail, but unexpectedly, Ling Lan had actually grasped the deeper meaning already. "Yep, when anything reaches a certain limit, a great energy will be created," said Ling Lan carefully, summarizing her thoughts. Ling Lan was very excited internally, because she had finally met someone she could discuss these things with. In the learning space, her instructors only let her feel things out for herself, never ever telling her much about Tao, causing Ling Lan to feel extremely lost. "That's right. I didn't expect you to notice that point. I call it Sure One, and there isn't just one type of Sure, but many. However, Ling Lan, you must remember not to bite off more than you can chew." More sure is not always better. Ling Xiao glanced coolly at Ling Lan, rapidly cooling down her initially bubbling excitement. Ling Xiao's reminder caused Ling Lan to become thoughtful. After that, Ling Xiao didn't let Ling Lan remain for long in the mission space. He only told her that in future, she could access this place directly to find him by using his spirit crystal with no need to take the test again. Then, Ling Lan was immediately sent back to the login point of the Academy's virtual world. You finally appeared, boss. When Little Four saw Ling Lan, he burst out in tears and pounced on her, clearly upset. Ling Lan reflexively caught hold of Little Four and cautioned him, saying, "You coming out like this, won't it be suspicious?" Little Four sniffled, "It's no problem, boss. This is a special space I created. We can see outside, but they can't see us." "Right. In the mission space, why did you become silent after I arrived at the Ling family mansion?" Ling Lan had thought it strange. If she hadn't been afraid that her dad wouldn't acknowledge it, she would really have liked to just let Little Four open the safe directly. She had originally thought that Little Four would jump out straight away to critique her dad's pedantry, but Little Four had been surprisingly silent and non-reactive. Back then, she had been too caught up with the mission, so although Ling Lan was puzzled, she didn't have the mind to go ask Little Four about it. But now, Ling Lan's curiosity was back. Ling Lan's words caused Little Four to recall his misery, and he started crying once more. Under Ling Lan's consolation, he managed to tell her the reason in between sobs. Apparently, when Ling Lan had entered the study and seen Ling Xiao's smiling face, what greeted Little Four had instead been Ling Xiao's sharp and cold gaze. That piercing gaze had scrambled Little Four's operations, kicking him right out of the legacy space. This was also the reason why Little Four had been unresponsive. He had been kicked out by Ling Xiao at that point. Ling Lan frowned, a little worried. Did this mean that anyone with strong spiritual strength would be able to discover Little Four's existence? Little Four sensed Ling Lan's anxiety for him, and his core chip actually started to heat up. However, this heat was warm and very comfortable, cheering him up immensely. He said then to Ling Lan, "Boss, don't worry. I've met other people before with great mental and spiritual energy, but they never noticed me. Perhaps it was because I entered your dad's legacy space, which is equivalent to entering his spiritual self. That's why he noticed me." Yup, what you say makes sense. Still, please be careful after this. Don't simply go into other people's spiritual self. Let's avoid the risk. Ling Lan felt that what Little Four said made sense, but still cautioned Little Four to be more careful in the virtual world from now on. He shouldn't get too caught up in thinking he was a god. The two of them talked for a little bit longer. During this time, Little Four was multitasking. He was also controlling the fake Ling Lan he had created to walk out of the library and slowly make its way to the login point. Then, he made the fake Ling Lan go through the motions of logging out. Due to expending so much brain power during the legacy mission, Ling Lan was somewhat fatigued. So, she logged out of the virtual world together with Little Four and went off to take a good long rest. Meanwhile, due to Little Four's thorough arrangements, neither the monitoring military nor the other students entering for the test noticed that Ling Lan had already sneakily obtained Ling Xiao's legacy. To create the false impression that the legacy mission was still uncracked, Little Four left the virtual pocket testing space up. Until one day, it disappeared along with Ling Xiao's legacy mission, throwing the military into disarray, unable to figure out what had happened. After Ling Lan received her father's legacy, she began practicing the bead exercise every day with both hands at the same time. Of course, Ling Lan did not practice with those precious crystal beads, but with sturdy steel beads instead. Qi Long and the others, who had been hanging out with Ling Lan all this while, saw Ling Lan forever carrying around 2 steel beads to fiddle with, and was overcome with curiosity. So they asked Ling Lan why she was doing so. Ling Lan felt that this was not any special training method that she needed to keep secret. Ling Xiao himself had said before that this was just a small technique to train up hand speed. The key was whether one had enough determination to keep working on it without giving up. Thus, she generously told them what she was doing and explained what benefits the training would bring. When Qi Long and the others heard this, they immediately had stars in their eyes. Hand speed had always been a troublesome issue for fighters and mecha operators. Even though the Federation had also tried to develop some training methods to increase hand speed, the effectiveness of those methods was limited, yielding only slight improvements. The moment one hit a bottleneck, there would be no more effect from then onwards. The others in the group rushed to follow Ling Lan and train together, and so a trend swept through the Central Scout Academy. Several board students of the second grade Class A, no matter if they were reading, eating, or chatting, would always be seen fiddling with a small steel bead in their hands, rolling it round and round in their palms. Just like that, they trained steadily for several months, and Ling Lan abruptly found that she had not experienced any improvement in an entire month. Every night, using 3 steel beads simultaneously, her training would break down at the 3.0127-minute mark. For a whole month, she struggled and hovered on this time frame, and Ling Lan just knew that she had encountered her first bottleneck. Ling Lan really wanted to break through this bottleneck, so she specially increased the practice time for hand speed. But the more impatient she was, the worse the effect. Ling Lan found that after several consecutive days of forceful extended training, her hand speed actually deteriorated to a certain degree instead. She knew then that she couldn't continue this sort of self-punishing training anymore. Otherwise, not only would there be no effect, she may even cause some unnecessary problem to appear in her 2 hands. Ling Lan decided to rest well for a bit. Besides the missions from the learning space which had never stopped, whether it was in reality or within the virtual world, Ling Lan chose to stop everything. Her typically busy life abruptly became free, causing her to feel a little out of sorts. Seeing his boss's clear discomfort, Little Four thought of a good way to kill time and relax at the same time. He prepared an adult appearance for Ling Lan to use in the virtual network so that she could go explore the virtual world outside and expand her horizons. Little Four's suggestion touched Ling Lan deeply. After all, she had never been to the real virtual world. The virtual world of the Central Scout Academy, at the end of the day, was just a platform for the students to familiarize themselves with the virtual world. Immediate action is better than anticipation. That very afternoon, Ling Lan made Little Four get everything ready, and then she logged into the virtual world, prepared for her first foray into the outside world. Ling Lan entered the login point. It was still the same hall she had first logged into, no changes whatsoever. At first, Ling Lan thought Little Four had forgotten about modifying her appearance, so she said moodily, "Little Four, why didn't you help to change my appearance?" Sigh. A kid was still a kid after all, easily dropping the ball at crucial moments. Speechless, Little Four made a floor-length mirror appear in front of Ling Lan, presenting Ling Lan's current appearance to her. He giggled Ling Lan in embarrassment. It turned out that Ling Lan's appearance had already been changed. When Ling Lan had logged in, Little Four had immediately modified her brainwaves, helping her into her virtual disguise instantaneously. Ling Lan's current form was that of a girl around 16 years old, in the flower of her youth. Her looks bore some resemblance to the Ling Lan of her last life, with a steam-bun face too and a pair of big lively eyes, extremely alert and adorable. This appearance, isn't it just too kawaii 3? She looked like a total lowly 4. Ling Lan felt a little awkward. To be honest, she had already gotten used to her Shota 5 face of this life that leaned more towards the boyish side. This way, no one will ever suspect that you're Ling Lan. Little Four was perplexed. He had gone to so much effort to create a human appearance that was completely different from the current Ling Lan. Why would boss have any complaints? That's true. Ling Lan finally got with the program. If they had fashioned an appearance that had similar qualities to her current self, though the probability of being discovered was still very low, there was always the slight chance she would be discovered. Little Four had really considered everything very thoroughly. Ling Lan didn't hold back her admiration, showering Little Four generously with praise, sending Little Four straight into a happy daze. When he heard Ling Lan request to go to the capital, still hazy with pleasure, Little Four didn't look at the name of the planet, choosing a capital quickly and beginning their transportation. Cough cough, who asked every planet to have a capital. Little Four had just sent Ling Lan off when he noticed the problem. However, Little Four didn't dare to say anything. He had just received Ling Lan's praise. If he revealed his mistake now, wouldn't that just be slapping himself in the face? Besides, Planet Azure's capital was still a capital. His boss hadn't really specified that she wanted to go to the capital of Planet Doha. At this point, Ling Lan had no idea that her current position was already no longer on the planet of Doha where she lived. Instead, She was now on planet Azure, a planet on the fringes of the Federation several hundred thousands of light years away. Ling Lan stood at the transfer point, looking around in shock and surprise at the vintage scene before her. She could almost believe that she had returned to the olden times. I thought that the capital should be even more advanced and futuristic than the city we live in. Who knew it'd be this traditional? Every city's setting is different. The capitals here all have more traditional settings. Little For secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. At least that excuse had sounded somewhat plausible. That's true. But compared to a modern science fiction type setting, I like this better. Ling Lan smiled. The familiar architecture and the familiar surroundings made her feel at ease instantly, sweeping away the tiredness that had been accumulated over several months of high-intensity training. When Little For heard that Ling Lan liked it here, all his nerves and anxiety fled. Now, wasn't this just a fortuitous mistake? Thinking of this, Little For started to become a little smug. As I thought, I'm really the smartest intelligent bioentity. Even when I make a mistake, I make it in such a perfect way. Leaving Little For's private celebration aside, Ling Lan brought Little For along as she toured the entire capital city. Of course, she was only window shopping. For one, this identity didn't have a corresponding central bank account, and so had no way to pay with credits. Although Little For could have found a way to handle it, Ling Lan was of the mind that they should avoid doing unnecessary things to avoid trouble. Most importantly, she was afraid that the central bank would run scans at irregular intervals. If anything was exposed, it would be troublesome for both her and Little For. Secondly, this identity also didn't have any safe dummy mailing address. Was she supposed to get the stores to deliver anything she bought to the Ling family estates? Then what would be the point of going to the trouble of making this fake identity? Ling Lan was just like an imprisoned bird which had been set free. She was full of enthusiasm no matter what she saw. Being able to freely walk the streets and browse was fulfilling a dream of hers which spanned both her lives. In her previous life, she had always been confined to her sickbed. She dreamt every day of having the chance to go out and explore the streets, but unfortunately, till the end, that dream had never been realized. And then, since she had been born in this world, she had always been restricted to her home. And after that, she became restricted to the Scout Academy. Although the virtual world of the Scout Academy also had shops, the items they offered were extremely monotonous, all having something to do with learning. Furthermore, the shops were all too science fiction-y, so Ling Lan just couldn't experience any of the enjoyment of regular shopping there. However, this capital was completely different. The classical buildings, as well as the decorations of the stores, were all very similar to that of the stores in her previous life, giving her the satisfying feeling of flattening a road one. Her mood was endlessly buoyant. If it weren't for the fact that every time she entered a store introduction would pop up right before her eyes, Ling Lan might have believed that she was actually browsing a real street. The capital truly lived up to its status as the capital. Whether it was in terms of fashion, food, activity, or accommodation, the sheer variety was dazzling. Just as Ling Lan was engrossed in her sightseeing, the people around her, who had also been busy with their shopping, suddenly stopped walking, as if receiving some unknown signal. On their faces were expressions of excitement. Some of them even yelled out involuntarily. Very quickly, they changed their personal plans, all of them heading mutually towards the same direction. What's going on? Ling Lan was a little bewildered by this, and hurried to ask Little For. Without delay, Little For immediately began a search. Then, with a surprised expression, he said, "There's actually a mecha combat tournament happening here. And it's a cross-level J6 challenge against a J8. Can this be real?" Ling Lan, who knew almost nothing about the world outside in this life, said dumbly, "J6? J8? What's that?" Little For slapped his forehead. Only now did he remember that he had forgotten to supplement Ling Lan's knowledge on this front. So, he quickly gave a general overview of what mecha combat tournaments were all about. In the virtual world, this mecha combat tournament was actually a type of combat game that was open to all members of the public. Any citizen could participate in the combat game as long as they were 13 years old and above. Meanwhile, the students of the Scout Academy could get rid of the seal of the Scout Academy once they turned 13 and enter the real virtual world. In other words, if they followed the normal schedule, Ling Lan would only be able to come here after she turned 13. Regardless of age, Any newbie who just started the game would be at level J0. They needed to learn how to operate mecha and go through related combat training before unlocking the newbie arena. After earning 100 points, they would successfully move forward into level J1, and after accumulating 1,000 points, they'd enter level J2. Calculating forwards from this, you can just imagine what an astronomical number of points was needed to achieve level J9. Little Four told Ling Lan that very few mecha operators managed to advance to level J9. Of the billions of people in the entire Federation, there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 people who had done it. Of course, there is also a level higher than J9, but those people who could achieve it would not bother with this sort of mecha combat game for the masses. Little Four didn't elaborate much on that, for he felt that these things were still a little too far off for Ling Lan to worry about. It's lucky then that cross-level challenges are allowed. Otherwise, going according to the regular flow, slowly accumulating points bit by bit, who knows how many months and years it would take to enter J9. Ling Lan felt a little dizzy just looking at the countless number of zeros behind that extrapolated number. It's allowed, but the conditions for a cross-level challenge is very strict. If a challenger fails, the punishment may make the person regret it so much that they'd kill themselves, said Little Four in a flat tone. Advantages are not so easily obtained. For a cross-level challenge, winning one fight isn't enough. You would have to consecutively defeat 3 randomly selected high-level opponents over the course of 3 days before your cross-level challenge is considered successful. Only then will you really enter the ranks of that level. But if you lose, the point deduction is extremely harsh. Take that J6 for example. He might very likely lose so many marks that he would fall directly back to level J3, maybe even J2. Little Four explained the rules and punishment related to this cross-level challenge. Well, it still seems worth it. Even if he falls down to J2 or J3, he can just challenge a J7 or J8 next time. As long as he can manage 3 wins sometime. Won't he be right back up? Said Ling Lan, disagreeing. How could it be that easy? Each person only has 3 chances to initiate a cross-level challenge every year. Unless he wins all 3 times. Otherwise, if he loses just once, he would have to start over and accumulate points again. As everyone knows, points are extremely hard to collect in the mecha combat tournaments. It requires a lot of time and matches. More importantly, the so-called cross-level challenges are actually just a cross-1-level challenge. A J2 can only challenge a J4. A J3 can only challenge a J5. So even if he waits a whole year, he still wouldn't be able to return to his original position. Boss, do you still think this kind of cross-level challenge is worth it? Little Four's words stunned Ling Lan. So that's how it is. Then, isn't the cross-level challenge just for show? Probably very few people would choose to try a cross-level challenge, right? It looked like the creator of the game really hated people who took shortcuts, actually posing such imposing restrictions and obstacles. Of course, otherwise the people here wouldn't be so worked up over this current challenge. There might still be many cross-level challenges in the lower levels, but a high-level cross-level challenge is very rarely seen. Especially this type of J6 versus J8 challenge. I've heard that you might not even see one within 100 years. Boss, you're really quite lucky. Little Four reported everything he had learned from his searches to Ling Lan, telling her that this upcoming mecha fight was really very uncommon. Then let's go take a look. Ling Lan's interest was thoroughly piqued by Little Four. They moved along with the crowd towards their destination, a 7-story tall pagoda. Drats, we need to buy tickets. Ling Lan was about to walk through the entrance when a line of text suddenly appeared before her. Her mood fell. Apparently tickets were required to enter. This was also the first time Little Four was entering a battle stadium to watch a mecha fight, so he hadn't known they had needed tickets either. Hearing Ling Lan's words, he said, "Wait one moment," and disappeared. Ling Lan thought that Little Four would be away for some time, but surprisingly, it had only been a few seconds when Little Four returned. He made a victory pose with his hands and said smugly, "Boss, everything's settled." As Little Four was speaking, another person completely covered up in a black windbreaker was just about to buy the ticket number he was interested in when a notification popped up on his communicator. "Sorry, the ticket number you've selected is no longer available. Please make a new selection." Weird, someone was actually faster than me? It's been taken. muttered the person to himself. He had no choice but to choose the seat right next to the one he had wanted. Seeing the words, "Purchase successful" appear, he closed his communicator and walked into the battle stadium. At this moment, Little Four was extremely pleased with himself. He had finally gotten the chance to show off his skills as an omnipotent underling in front of Ling Lan. For a godlike existence like him, sneaking Ling Lan in without a ticket was nothing. No, Little Four was an obedient babe. He would never do this sort of underhanded thing. He was just doing a favor. Yep, doing a favor by showing up to watch. Receiving Little Four's confirmation, Ling Lan walked towards the entrance of the battle stadium once more. This time, the words that appeared before her was no longer a reminder to buy a ticket. Instead, the words were a welcome. "Thank you for your patronage. Your seat number is XX section XX row XX number." Ling Lan sighed in wonder yet again. Little Four was truly very useful. Whether it was in the real world or in the virtual world, she just couldn't get by without Little Four's help. Ling Lan stepped through the gates and felt the scenery twist before eyes. And then, she found herself standing at the entrance to a random passage, rows and rows of seats before her. "Could you please give way?" An icy voice rang out from behind Ling Lan. She quickly turned and saw a man in a windbreaker standing there. What surprised Ling Lan was that the man's face was almost wrapped up completely by the large hood of the windbreaker. Only his lower jaw and slightly quirked thin lips could be seen from within its shadow. Sorry." Ling Lan ducked her head apologetically and hurried to give way. Her head lowered. Ling Lan did not let the other discover her shock. She clenched her fists tightly, annoyed at herself for being careless. Just now, Ling Lan actually hadn't sensed the presence of anyone behind her. This was the first time someone had been able to get close to her without her noticing. If the other had had any bad intentions and ambushed her, she would definitely have been KO'd directly and become deader than dead. And when she had faced the man, a pressing sense of danger had risen from her heart. This was the first time she could actually feel danger emanating from a person's body. The man did not say anything, only nodding at Ling Lan lightly to signify thanks before moving past Ling Lan. It looked like he was also an audience member who had come to watch the match. Ling Lan did not follow after him right away. She was still a little wary of that man and decided that it would be a better idea to keep some distance from him. The man finally walked off into the distance, far enough that Ling Lan could no longer see his silhouette. Then, she heard Little Four say, "Oh crap, that fellow is a hacker. No, he's very likely one of those rumored specters." "Little Four, by specter, do you mean those beings capable of wiping out a person's consciousness in the virtual world?" "Of course. The aura of that person is very similar. It's a type of spiritual mutation that belongs to a specter hacker," confirmed Little Four. Even within the virtual world, Ling Lan could feel cold sweat breaking out on her forehead at these words. No wonder she had sensed so much danger from the man. It turned out that he was a being who could kill someone without a trace. Boo-hoo-hoo. This virtual world was really very dangerous. Even if Ling Lan could KO a person like this 100,000 times over in real life, in the virtual world, she still needed to give these people a wide berth. "Boss, do you want to know that person's real identity? I can go find out." Little Four's eyes were sparkling, as if he had found some great new toy. Ling Lan was just about to agree when she suddenly grew cautious and asked, "How are you planning to find out?" Little Four said excitedly, "Of course by infiltrating the other's spiritual self. Then I'll be able to see the other's true identity." "Not allowed," barked Ling Lan fiercely inside the mind space. Ling Lan had not forgotten about what had happened within her dad's mission space. Little Four had said then that a strong person's spiritual self would be able to discover him, and may even take control of Little Four to harm him. Who knew if this hacker-evolved specter would be able to cause some catastrophic damage to Little Four? Why? Little Four was taken aback by Ling Lan's sharp rebuke. Mind you, even when Ling Lan had been applying domestic violence in the past, she had never before treated him so sternly. That scary expression and tone of voice didn't just shock Little Four, but also hurt him. He wilted, a depressed expression on his face. He started to wonder if Ling Lan didn't like him anymore, treating him this way. "First off, we have no conflict with him. Why poke a sleeping tiger? If we anger him, and he decides to come after us, we'll be in a lot of trouble." Little Four was just about to say that he wasn't at all afraid of that, because he could handle everything just fine, but Ling Lan pressed down on his little shoulder at that moment. She said earnestly, "Most importantly, I don't want you, little four, to be in danger. If anything happened to you, I would regret it for the rest of my life. So, little four, you must promise me. You must protect yourself well, so that you can stay by my side forever and ever, until the day I leave this world." Hearing this little speech by Ling Lan, all of little four's sadness and resentment disappeared. He felt as if his CPU was overloaded. Not just that, his core chip was starting to heat up, becoming hotter and hotter, almost reaching critical levels. He should have been frantic and panicked, and tried to find a way to cool his core chip down rapidly. But, goddammit, he just didn't want to. He even felt that the existence of this heat was truly wondrous. He loved this feeling so much he could die. Ling Lan saw little four's slack and unresponsive face and was afraid he hadn't understood what she had been trying to say. So, with emphasis, she repeated again, "Little four, listen, I forbid you from going off on your own from now on to investigate the spiritual selves of anyone strong or dangerous. As long as the other leaves us alone, we'll leave them alone too. Remember, you must protect yourself. Didn't you want to be my #1 follower? If you don't listen to me, I'll take away your precious #1 follower position." Ling Lan decided that a threat was necessary along with the warning to show just how serious she was about this. At this point, little four had already lost all ability to think, but that grand goal of being the #1 follower had always been a top priority in his heart. So when he heard Ling Lan's warning threat, he hurriedly nodded obediently, giving up any thought of checking out that man. He could lose anything else, but that #1 follower position must not be lost. This was little four's only major ambition ever since he had become aware. In that case, he would let that man go this time. Still, little four finally returned to normal. His CPU was no longer running on overdrive, and his chip was no longer in danger of shorting. He looked towards the direction where the man had vanished and fiercely swung his fist into the air. He was determined to not let that man hurt his boss. Otherwise, even if he had to go against his boss's words, he would still give that man a piece of his mind. After obtaining little four's promise, Ling Lan could finally relax. She waited for a few minutes, then slowly made her way to the designated eating area at the front to look for her seat. It should be said that looking for a seat in the virtual world was extremely easy. The moment she entered the seating area, a chart of the seating layout automatically appeared before her eyes. A red light was blinking on one of the seats on the chart, while a green dot was gradually moving forwards. Yup, that green dot was herself. Very quickly, Ling Lan had followed the chart to find her seat. Once she sat down, the chart before her eyes disappeared, and she regained her usual vision. Ling Lan looked around curiously at the audience around her. A familiar outfit caught her eye, rendering her speechless instantly, curse words pouring out in a torrent inside her mind. Why was she so unlucky, actually meeting up once again with this dangerous fellow? It turned out that Ling Lan's neighboring seat was occupied by that dangerous man with a mutating mentality who was evolving into a specter. However, the man's attitude was not bad. When he saw Ling Lan approaching, he nodded slightly in greeting. Hello." Ling Lan squeezed out a weak smile before turning away moodily. Even so, Ling Lan wasn't really all that scared inside. Although the other was very dangerous, the two of them were just passing strangers with no bad blood between them. It was unlikely that the other would harm her for no reason. Furthermore, although Ling Lan had forbidden Little Four from exploring, she knew that if the other tried to do something bad to her, Little Four would definitely counterattack and protect her from getting injured. In addition, Ling Lan was very confident in her own abilities. As long as she could hold off the other's sneak attack at the start, it wouldn't be that easy to harm her afterwards. She was mostly unrivaled within the Central Scout Academy. Although she was a little weaker within the virtual world, she wasn't so weak that she would be completely helpless against attack. In short, Ling Lan felt prepared no matter what happened. Just like that, Ling Lan regained her equilibrium once more and turned to coolly survey the battle stadium. The battle stadium was large, so large that it was rather frightening. It was a lot like an enlarged version of the basketball stadiums of her previous world, just that the rectangular court in the middle had been changed into a huge circular ring. On all sides were audience stands, packed tightly one level after another. Ling Lan carefully counted and found that there were actually as many as 12 levels from top to bottom. By her estimations, this stadium could hold up to 500,000 audience members. If compared to her previous world, this venue would definitely be considered one of the more massive stadiums. If this building existed in reality, what an enormous structure it would be. Ling Lan sighed. The architecture of the future was heading more and more towards massive sizes, it seemed. Currently, Ling Lan didn't know that this mecha battle stadium that she found so massive was actually just a small venue in this world. Planet Azure was a third-rate planet, so its capital was also considered a third-rate city. It could only have this sort of small mecha battle stadium. The capital of a second-rate planet would be able to possess a medium-sized stadium, which could hold 800,000 people. Meanwhile, a first-rate planet could have a large stadium, which could hold 10 million people. As for the capitals of capital planets like Doha, they could have giant stadiums. These stadiums could hold up to 20 million people. Now that's what you would really call an enormous structure. All we can say is that the current Ling Lan was really a country bumpkin, having seen very little of the real world thus far. It wasn't long before the entire stadium was filled with people, a crowd of heads, all packed together. Soon, the sound of a bell rang out beside their ears. The sound of this bell was very melodious, sounding more like the tinkling of water than a metal bell. Following this sound, warm applause broke out across the whole stadium. At the same time, two mechas slowly descended from the skies, making their way down slowly to land on the ground. One of the mecha was entirely red while the other was a sheet of silver. When Ling Lan focused on any one of the mecha, the image before her eyes would reveal that mecha's basic information. From this, Ling Lan found out that the red mecha was the J6 challenger, while the silver mecha was the J8 recipient of the challenge. The two mecha belonged to two different categories of mecha. The red mecha was a winged transformer-type mecha. Its advantage was optimum flexibility in the air, and it could switch freely between a humanoid shape and a pure aviation model, considered a mecha suited for both land and air. Its right arm was equipped with a beam gun, while its left hand was left empty for general use. The sides of its two legs each held one high-alloy dagger, and below its wings were several high-efficiency guided missiles. Of course, this was just standard regulation equipment. As for whether there were any hidden secret weapons, no one could tell. Concealed weaponry was also a type of strategy in these mecha combat fights, so all mecha would typically have something up their sleeves. Meanwhile, the silver mecha was a land-based humanoid mecha, extremely agile on land. On its back was a radiation gun, which was a specialized anti-aircraft weapon. In the mecha's right hand was a beam saber, and its left hand was similarly empty on standby. All its other equipment were just like the red mecha's, standard regulation weapons. The two mecha faced each other from a distance, both moving their limbs as they liked. They seemed to be warming up. Right then, a strange scene suddenly occurred on the match grounds, causing Ling Lan to yell out in surprise. On the field, the scenery suddenly changed. The normal floorboards swiftly turned into an endless desert. The audience was also whisked away from the stadium into the middle of this desert. Ling Lan could even feel the scorching heat of the sun on her body, as well as the limitless heat reflected by the sand beneath her feet. Ling Lan quickly understood that this must be a type of simulation method, creating a realistic desert environment in an instant. Ling Lan still hadn't shaken herself out of the shock of finding herself in a desert when she was blindsided again. Apparently, the red-winged transformer mecha had switched into aviation mode while the background was changing into this desert. Now, it was zooming off into the distance, directly becoming a small black, before disappearing from sight completely. The silver mecha was equally fast. With a few great bounds, it had also disappeared into the dunes in the distance. How was she supposed to watch the match if she couldn't see the mecha? She asked Little Four, but Little Four was just as clueless. He quickly rushed to search for a solution, but just then, a cold voice abruptly rang out from beside her, almost scaring Ling Lan witless. First time watching a match? Ling Lan turned her head. Sure enough, it was the mysterious man with his hidden eyes, ears, and nose who had spoken. Ling Lan was a little startled. She had obviously sensed that the other was very cold, so why would he take the initiative to speak to her? Still, Ling Lan wasn't so foolish as to refuse someone who was willing to help. Yes, it's my first time watching this kind of match. Focus and say selection in your mind. A menu will appear. The man instructed Ling Lan. Ling Lan did as he said, and a line of text appeared before her eyes. Please choose the viewing angle you want. 1. God view. 2. Challenger view. 3. Defender view. Ling Lan didn't know which viewing angle was better, and so decided it would be wiser to ask an old hand at this. Thus, she unreservedly asked the man beside her, which viewing angle should I choose? If you want to see an exciting match, choose God view. If you want to know how to operate a mecha or ways to counter, you can choose the other two options. The man was not as aloof and hard to get along with as Ling Lan had feared. He patiently responded to Ling Lan's question. Ling Lan thought for a moment. She did not know how to operate mecha at all, so it would be a waste to watch from the other two perspectives. She might as well watch the two mechas fight. Perhaps it would spark some inspiration for her own combat skills. Thus, she decisively chose God view. Thanks. Before making her selection, Ling Lan politely thanked the man beside her. After giving her thanks, Ling Lan no longer paid any attention to the man or his response. All her focus was now on the mecha combat match about to begin. This caused the man beside her to throw a speechless glance at her. Well, that was rather perfunctory. Shouldn't she be more sincere when thanking someone? Ling Lan was oblivious to the internal grumbles of the man beside her. After choosing God view, the image before her eyes shifted instantly, revealing two very different images. One image was focused on the red mecha, while the other showed that the silver mecha had already hidden itself underneath one of the sand dunes. The color of the mecha was gradually changing to match the color of the dune. Ling Lan found this rather interesting, and put her attention on the silver mecha's image, silently saying in her mind to zoom out. Unthinkingly, she had stumbled upon the correct controls. The image zoomed out, showing that the hiding place of the silver mecha was completely invisible from a high bird's-eye view. Using the same method again, Ling Lan zoomed out the image of the red mecha as well. Only then did she find out that the red mecha was actually not that far away from the silver mecha. It was just that the red mecha had been circling around without getting close to the other's hiding spot. Now, the whereabouts of both mecha had been observed. On the lower left corner of the image, there was a number counting down. Ling Lan guessed that this was probably the official start time of the match. The number was now already at 73, so the match would probably start about a minute or so later. Moreover, Ling Lan also noticed that after she chose a viewing angle, it was as if she had entered a separate space. She couldn't feel the presence of anyone around her. It was as if she was the only one watching this battle, all disturbances screened away. Ling Lan was comfortable with this. At least that man with the dangerous presence would not be able to disrupt her from enjoying the mecha fight. Meanwhile, on Little Four's end, not only did he search out all kinds of control systems for mecha fighting games, he also looted all the information about other control systems that could be found within the virtual world. After he returned from his pillaging, Little Four told Ling Lan that this kind of low-level mistake would never happen ever again. Little Four's mood was actually terrible right then. He had never expected that the virtual world would have a game directly implanted inside it, and that every game would have different control systems. This threw him, a virtual god, for a loop, causing him to lose face greatly in front of his boss this time. He still remembered how he had proudly proclaimed himself as the god of the virtual world to his boss once. Who could have expected that there were things a god didn't know? It was such a slap in the face. Ling Lan had no idea Little Four was tying himself up in knots over this. Right now, she was patiently waiting for the countdown to reach 0. Finally, when the clock displayed a string of zeros, the initially circling red mecha abruptly changed directions and flew straight towards the silver mecha's hiding spot. Ling Lan supposed that it was very likely that, to avoid wasting time with hide-and-seek, the system had directly informed the red mecha of its opponent's general position. Ling Lan believed that, for fairness' sake, the system wouldn't give specific coordinates on the other's location to either side. Sure enough, the red mecha's subsequent actions proved this point. In the air, while still about 5 kilometers away from the silver mecha's position, the red mecha suddenly launched a guided missile. The moment the missile was fired, Ling Lan felt ripples pass through the image. Little Four jumped in with an immediate explanation. This is a NEMP-1 missile. It can disrupt the radar scanning of a mecha. It looked like in order to make the audience feel the scene better, The system had added in these visual effects to represent these originally invisible interactions. What is the furthest distance that a mecha's radar scanning can reach? Asked Ling Lan thoughtfully. Depends on the mecha's radar model. A common mecha will typically be able to scan up to 2,000 meters, an intermediate mecha up to 2,500 meters, and an advanced mecha up to 3,000 meters. Of course, there's still special class mecha which can scan up to 4,000 meters. Could the silver mecha be a special class mecha? At J8 level, it's very likely to possess a special class mecha. But for a special class mecha, not only must the mecha operator's operational skill be up to level, the operator must also have gathered a certain amount of meritorious exploits, explained Little Four to Ling Lan as he browsed through the information he had found. Ling Lan nodded. Now she understood why the red mecha had fired the NIMP missile from 5 kilometers away. It was probably afraid the opponent was a special class mecha whose radar was capable of sensing 1,000 meters further than his own mecha. It was a reality that the red mecha couldn't afford to lose, so he couldn't gamble on this possibility. The red mecha had just fired the NIMP missile when it transformed into humanoid shape in midair and slowly descended to land on the ground. Next, the red mecha's color slowly faded to match the color of the desert. This is the chameleon system only equipped on advanced mecha and beyond. It allows a mecha's external color to change according to its environment. Little Four continued to clarify things for Ling Lan. Originally, all this information would be taught to Ling Lan in the Scout Academy before she turned 13. However, since Little Four had let Ling Lan come into contact with the virtual world and mecha fights prematurely, Little Four had no choice but to become the transmitter of knowledge. A ring-shaped object slowly emerged from the shoulder area of the red mecha which had turned into the color of the desert. Then, the object slowly and carefully snuck towards the position of the silver mecha. The ring-shaped object is an IE Type 2 heat detector, the newest model on the market. It's considered a type of retrofit, not an original component of mecha. This model of heat detector can sense heat up to a distance of 1,500 meters. Little Four was quick to react, introducing this new item that had appeared to Ling Lan immediately. Ling Lan nodded silently. Even if the K8 mecha also had an IE-type heat detector equipped, the red mecha would not be disadvantaged. The two mechas had initially been set apart greatly by their long-range sensing capabilities, but with this move by the red mecha, the playing field had been leveled. Of course, if the other side didn't have the newest heat detector equipped, this move would have given the red mecha the upper hand. A well-timed and well-used NIMP missile. It looked like the red mecha had come fully prepared for this cross-level challenge. It hadn't issued the challenge recklessly, and had come armed with meticulous strategy and tactics to handle the J8. It seemed like this match wouldn't be a quick, one-sided battle. If the J8 wasn't careful, an upset might really be possible. Ling Lan felt her enthusiasm surge. Ling Lan wanted to know how the silver mecha would react after facing the loss of its radar. She turned her attention to the silver mecha's side and was promptly shocked still by the other's decision. Apparently, when the silver mecha had seen its radar fizzle out, it had stopped to think. After about 1 minute, the operator chose to submerge the mecha's entire body into the sand dune and shut down the mecha. The scene truly became deathly silent. This action naturally stunned Ling Lan. Even though Ling Lan didn't know much about mecha, she still knew that shutting down a mecha would also remove the defensive shield originally shielding the outside of the mecha. In other words, the defensive ability of the mecha currently would depend solely on the strength of the metal it was made of. If it was coincidentally shot by the opponent's laser gun, it would definitely take heavy damage. Ling Lan knew very well that doing this on the battlefield was pretty much a suicidal act. However, in this one-on-one fight, it worked wonders. This move by the J8 mecha made the J6 mecha's heat detector become utterly useless. In other words, the J8's choice leveled the playing field once again. To discover the other, they could rely on nothing else but their eyes. No external force or gadget could be borrowed. At this point, Ling Lan thought of another question. The mecha is inactivated, losing its defenses. Our human bodies naturally produce heat. Won't that be picked up by the heat detector? Little Four answered, because the protective clothing that mecha operators wear have heat-shielding properties, so the heat detector won't be able to pick up their body heat. Ling Lan understood now. No wonder the J-8 mecha had chosen to shut down without any hesitation. He had this to fall back on. The J-6 mecha, which had already changed color to merge with the desert sand, began to walk across the desert. Ling Lan thought that the weight of the mecha itself would make it very difficult for the mecha to move. But unexpectedly, the mecha walked on the sand as if it were normal flat ground, as if it took no extra effort whatsoever. She took a closer look at the mecha's feet and found that only its sole would sink into the sand, as if its big and heavy body did not exist. Could it be that this virtual world wasn't able to simulate realistic effects? Ling Lan was doubtful. Little Force sensed Ling Lan's puzzlement and hurried to clear it up. It's not like that. These mecha come with their own levitation system, which can decrease the mecha's body weight. Here, the J6 mecha is still not being operated to its maximum capabilities. If a top-notch mecha operator were controlling it, its feet wouldn't sink at all into the yellow sand. Now that would truly be a display of walking on firm ground. So that's how it was. Ling Lan felt as if she had become more knowledgeable. She found that things related to mecha couldn't be viewed through the lens of normal logic. Right now, her interest towards mecha was rising in a vertical line. The long-slumbering mecha dream of hers began to stir and flare up once more. Goddamn it, she really wished she owned a mecha right now. Ling Lan's heart throbbed with excitement and impatience. Boss, if you want mecha, please get over your fear of heights first, whined Little Four with a pout. The main reason he still hadn't given Ling Lan any sort of mecha training till now was that Ling Lan was still afraid of heights. Little Four's words caused even Ling Lan's thick-skinned face to turn red. Although her fear of heights had indeed gotten better under forceful training over this duration of time, she wasn't sure if she was really over it yet. And so, Ling Lan pretended not to have heard anything, looking away from Little Four's accusative stare. She turned her attention back to the images before her. The red mecha carefully approached the silver mecha's position. However, all he knew was the other's general position and not the actual position. So when he found that the heat detector wasn't picking anything up, he stopped moving and began to consider what to do next. By now, the J6 mecha must have probably figured out that the heat detector was useless. The J6 mecha seemed to become a little nervous now. Ling Lan saw that, with every step he took, he would look around warily. After many close brushes, he finally got closer and closer to the sand dune that the J8 was hiding in. Who would discover the other first? The J8 was hidden within the sand dune, making it very difficult for the J6 to discover it. On the other hand, the J8 had shut down his mecha and was in a blinded state. Both sides were not able to see the other. Was this match destined to be a game of hide-and-seek from beginning to end? Right then, Ling Lan saw the J8 mecha move. Some color suddenly appeared on the entirely gray mecha. This is emergency activation. Now it all depends on what mecha it is. The emergency activation time of special class mecha is between 4 to 7 seconds, while in advanced mechas is between 7 to 9 seconds. Little Four also began to feel a bit nervous. This would determine which mecha would gain the initiative. For a heat detector to detect heat and relay its findings back to the mecha's cockpit, there would be a 2-second delay. From this point onwards, this mecha battle would become a match of fighting over time, to see which mecha could react faster and which mecha operator could respond quicker. 2 seconds after the J8 activated, the J6 mecha found that a red heat spot had appeared on the screen connected to its heat detector. The J6 mecha, whose back was to the red spot, spun on one leg to turn around swiftly and aimed precisely at the coordinate position indicated by the flashing red dot. But there was nothing there. Even so, the J6 mecha did not hesitate. It swiftly pressed down on the trigger of the laser beam gun in its hands. Energy from a clip of the gun's energy storage unit was converted into beam rays, and the rays shot out in a torrent towards the sand dune before the mecha. This round of intense firepower actually turned the dune into a pit in an instant, but there were no mecha remains to be found inside. Besides yellow sand, there was just more yellow sand. Emergency activation 5.537 seconds. That J8 mecha is most certainly a special class mecha. Its luck isn't bad, managing to finish activation within 6 seconds, remarked Little Four. If the mecha had finished activating just half a second slower, it would have been impossible for the J8 mecha to evade the J6 mecha's beam gun attack. Not good. The J-6 mecha, which had been attacking the dune, abruptly leapt into the air. In midair, it pointed the laser gun in its hands straight down towards the ground below it and pulled the trigger, sending a wave of energy pouring out once more. At the same time, a beam saber shot out from the sand, heading straight for the J-6, while a sturdy beam shield emerged to block off the J-6's beam attacks. Seeing that its beam gun attacks wouldn't be able to fend off the other, the wings on the J-6's back spread open to reveal 6 high-efficiency guided missiles and fired them immediately. The J-8 mecha had intended to pierce the J-6 mecha with its saber, but seeing the 6 missiles headed towards it, it knew that it wouldn't be able to hold them off with just a beam shield. It quickly reversed directions in midair, and under the combined screeching of the mecha's thrusters, it forcefully pushed its own large frame several hundred meters away from the missile's trajectory. At the same time, the mecha's arms crossed behind it, and the J-8 took out a beam laser cannon in an instant, keeping away its beam saber on its back. The mecha lifted the laser cannon with a strong left arm and steadied it with its right hand. It turned to face the 6 guided missiles coming after it, and the operator decisively pulled the trigger. An immense surge of energy spewed out from the mouth of the cannon, rushing up into the sky. When this energy surge made contact with the missiles were blown up one after another. These consecutive explosions shook Ling Lan's entire body violently, making her feel as if she were really on a battlefield. The J-8 mecha had finally wiped out the 6 threatening guided missiles, but the J-6 had also regained the attacking initiative. It flew up high into the air, aiming its laser beam gun at the J-8 on the ground, and fired once more. Meanwhile, the J-8 had no means to retaliate at the moment, and could only scurry all over the ground to dodge the J-6's attacks. However, Ling Lan didn't think the J-6 had the upper hand. Instead, she felt that the J-8 was already slowly reclaiming the initiative in this match. This was because Ling Lan could see very clearly that the J-8 steps had never become disorganized. It was obviously using the most widespread and most adaptable footwork, split steps. Although the J-8 looked like it was being forced to flee helter-skelter like a mouse, every step it took was calculated to be on the most advantageous position, neutralizing every attack from the J-6 in the air. The J-6 seemed to also have figured out that it wouldn't be able to hit its opponent just by relying on its laser beam gun. It lifted its wings once more, and a new round of high-efficiency guided missiles were launched. The 6 new missiles descended upon the J-8 mecha below in a horizontal line. The J-8 mecha didn't choose to retreat. It lifted its laser cannon again, and this time, it fired 3 laser beams simultaneously. What was surprising was that the 3 shots were timed in such a way that they also created a horizontal line, flying forwards to meet the 6 missiles head-on. When the first missile was set off, the following 2 missiles exploded as well. The concussive force from the explosion of the 3 missiles and the laser beams then set off the remaining 3 missiles. Once again, the J-6's attacks were a bust. Besides that, due to the violent tremors from the explosion, yellow sand filled the air, obscuring the vision of the J-6, preventing him from seeing what was happening below. Without thinking about it, the J-6 shot downwards desperately with the beam gun in his hand. In the meantime, he was anxiously looking over the indicators from his heat detector, worried that the opponent would take advantage of his momentary loss of vision to fire its laser cannon. Right then, he suddenly noticed a beam of light shooting towards his lower belly without a sound. This attack came too swiftly. He had no time at all to defend. The body of his mecha was already out of time to dodge the attack. Quicker than words could say, the J-6 decisively threw the laser beam gun in its hand onto the coming light beam. There was a loud boom as the two collided, and the J-6's laser gun was utterly destroyed by the beam. Still, the J-6 was thrown back by the resulting force, away from the path of the light ray, narrowly avoiding the fate of being pierced clean through the stomach. That area was where the cockpit was. If it were hit, even if the operator didn't die, he would still lose control of the mecha. Either way, the J-6 would have lost. It was then when everyone could finally see what was happening. It turned out that after swathes of yellow sand had been blown into the air, and while visibility was poor, the J-8 mecha had sprung upwards and, working with the power of its thrusters, it had flown up into the air in a split second. It had gotten close to the J6, and then, the J8 had purposefully discarded its laser cannon in favor of stabbing its beam saber at the J6. A laser cannon shot produced heat, which would have been captured by the mecha's defensive systems, taking out the element of surprise from its attack. Thus, the J8 had chosen to use its beam saber, which was formed from cold light, because it was undetectable. However, the J6 had reacted extremely quickly. It had sensed danger within that split second and decisively surrendered its weapon in exchange for a chance at survival. Still, having lost its beam gun, the J6 could only fight with the J8 in melee combat. The moment they clashed, Ling Lan knew that the J6 mecha was definitely going to lose. In terms of combat instinct, the J6 was clearly weaker than the J8. They were on completely different levels. Of course, the other audience members did not have Ling Lan's vision and couldn't tell. After all, the two mecha were both fighting passionately. No clear winner or loser between the two of them. The fight looked like it was neck and neck, extremely exciting. The reason why Ling Lan could tell at a glance was completely due to her innate talent, profound insight. From the very beginning, she had identified the J6's weakness, and had also noticed that the J8 was not yet fighting with its full strength. Thus, Ling Lan knew that the difference between the J6's and J8's melee combat skills were actually very large. As expected, a cross-level challenge was not that easy. She lowered her head and sighed, choosing to withdraw. A mecha fight was actually not that much different from a real physical fight. With just a glance, Ling Lan could tell that quite a few of the moves had been inspired and based off of real physical combat. It was just that these moves were much swifter and more incisive in real combat. While they looked obviously clumsier when executed with mecha, Ling Lan had just withdrawn from the scene of the fight when she sensed something strange. The entire battle stadium was eerily silent and still. Everyone was sitting in their seats, unmoving. It looked like their attention had been completely captivated by the game fight in the other space. Still, she was a little creeped out by the stillness of the silent scene. She couldn't help but twist her neck around, just moving a little to prove that she was still a living person. "You didn't watch till the end?" The man beside her suddenly spoke up. Caught unprepared, Ling Lan was almost scared witless. Still, Ling Lan was still Ling Lan after all. After going through the insane torments of the learning space for so long, Ling Lan's little heart was unbelievably strong. "Yes, aren't you doing the same?" asked Ling Lan reflexively after collecting her wits. "The J6 is losing for sure. What else is there to see?" The man didn't seem to be in a good mood. "You chose the J6's viewing angle?" asked Ling Lan, tone almost certain. "I had wanted to see how a weaker person would be able to beat a stronger opponent. Unfortunately, that J6 wasted his own advantage." The man seemed to have a lot to complain about the J6's performance. What advantage did the J6 have? His combat instinct was obviously off, so Ling Lan really couldn't think of a way the J6 could win. "That J6 is a famous marksman, but unfortunately, he didn't show any of that skill in this match," said the man regretfully. It looked like he was very familiar with the J6's skills. "Marksman? With beam shields, there shouldn't be much a marksman can do though, right?" Ling Lan was recalling how the J8 mecha's beam shield had pretty much withstood the power of the laser gun. The J6 should have chosen to snipe. Melee combat is the J8's specialty. The man knew both combatants well. Ling Lan thought back to the attack when she had first started school. It had been so troublesome to be targeted by snipers, and nodded in agreement. Sniping was the best ambush, impossible to guard against absolutely. After all, a beam shield could only protect a specific spot and not the entire body. Moreover, sniping was undetectable. If the J6 had chosen to snipe from the very beginning, the outcome of this match might have been harder to tell. Seeing Ling Lan agree with his opinion, the man's mood took a turn for the better. But an upset is still a very difficult thing after all. Even if the J6 had scraped a win in this match, he would still lose the next match. The outcome would not change. Ling Lan understood what the man meant. If the J6 had sniped his way to victory in this match, his opponent in the next match would definitely be prepared with anti-sniping gear. In other words, the J6's sniping advantage would only be effective once. In the end, he would still have to rely on his own physical skills to pass. Perhaps the J6 understood this. and so decided to try a ranged attack where both sides could see one another. I think that if he won 2 times in a row, he would definitely use his trump, sniping, in the third match, commented Ling Lan, putting herself in the J6's shoes. If it were her, she also wouldn't have used her pocket ace right at the start and let the opponents figure out a counter strategy. The man was silent, a little taken aback, before he made a low noise of agreement. Yet, Ling Lan could clearly sense that the other's mood had gotten worse somehow. This wasn't looking good. If the other's emotions became so terrible that he lost control, wouldn't she be in danger? Ling Lan had not forgotten that the other was a spiritual mutant turned specter that was capable of killing her consciousness. I have to go now? Bye, big brother. That should be right, right? Even though she couldn't see his face clearly, just based off that lower jaw and those upturned lips, the man was clearly an adult. Big brother. Goodbye. The man seemed to be rather taken aback by Ling Lan's address, pausing for a beat before responding. Ling Lan did not notice this. She was anxious to get as far away as she could from this dangerous man. After she heard him say goodbye, she hurriedly walked off, quickly leaving the man behind as she distanced herself from the mecha battle stadium. The man muttered moodily to himself, "Could it be that I really look that old now? Calling me big brother?" In a dark mood, he chose to exit from the battle stadium and then left the virtual world. In a private manor on planet Azure, an old man was staring anxiously at a closed login pod to the virtual world. Soon, he saw the lights inside the login pod turn off and the pod's door suddenly opened. An androgynous, pretty child of about 11 or 12 years old was lying inside the pod. His face was pale and his entire body was currently drenched with sweat, as if he had been through some strenuous exercise. After several seconds, the child slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the old man before him, he smiled weakly and said, "Major Domo, why are you waiting here? Are you still planning to fool me? Young master, your body is not well. Didn't your grandfather tell you not to go online?" The Major Domo's eyes held a trace of remonstration, but was mostly heartache. The pretty child continued to smile and said, "No matter what, I still have to go online a few times. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with the pace of studies at school." The majordomo held back and said nothing more. He could not tell his young master not to study after all. He could only walk up to lift his young master out of the login pod and put him into the prepped recovery pod at the side to rest. Looking at the sleeping figure of the lovely child before him, the majordomo heaved a heavy sigh. His heart was filled with affection and heartache for the child. It wasn't that easy to be the first in line to inherit. The young master excelled in every way, but his physical body was just too weak. His spiritual self-mutation was just too much of a burden on the body. Meanwhile, Ling Lan, celebrating for finally leaving the dangerous person behind, continued to browse the streets of the capital. It had taken so much trouble to come out this once. She should make full use of the chance and see her fill. Unknowingly, she found herself on yet another mecha street. This mecha street wasn't made up of mecha stores selling toys and figurines like those in the Central Scout Academy, but actually had stores selling real mecha, the strongest weapons of the Federation. Ling Lan took a cursory look as she walked down the street, and then chose to enter the Anji 1 mecha store at random. The moment Ling Lan entered the store, she saw several shop assistants chatting behind the store counter. The men and women were about to come forward to offer their assistance, but seeing Ling Lan walk in on her own, they stopped. Little Four pouted and complained, "Not coming forward to serve us. Do they think we have no money?" In contrast, Ling Lan wasn't too surprised. "My current appearance is that of a 16-year-old, with no accompanying guardian. Would you think that I'd be able to afford mecha? It's perfectly normal for them to ignore us. Besides, without them following us around, won't it be easier to browse as we like? Even more fun?" Little Four seemed to come to a realization. That's true. But I must still make sure they know in the future that boss is a wealthy person. Buying the best mecha here is not a problem. Little Four's expression was proud and cocky. Ling Lan's glanced at him. "Looks like you've earned quite a bit in the virtual world." "It's all right. Not that much. Probably about several 100,000 billion. This world may be lacking in some things, but it was certainly not lacking in people, especially bored people." He had just randomly posted several novels online, and they were now all doing very well. Just the monetary awards from fans alone had contributed several 100 billion to Little Four's account. Ling Lan smiled and said, "Good job. Keep up the good work." Receiving Ling Lan's praise, Little Four was extremely happy. He was even happier over this than when he had conquered this virtual world. In his heart, he was more determined than ever to get all the Federation's money into his wallet. Let us give a round of applause for Little Four's grand goal, and let us wonder when Little Four will find out that the Federation's money will never ever run out. Right then, from among the shop assistants, a cheerful young man stepped out voluntarily. He approached Ling Lan and greeted her politely. "Hello, I'm Assistant 017 of Angie Mecha Store. May I know if you require any assistance?" "Thank you, but I'm just looking around." Ling Lan was a bit startled, but she demurely refused 017's offer of service. When Assistant 017 heard Ling Lan's response, he did not reveal any sign of disappointment. He just continued to smile brightly and said, "Customer, this should be your first time getting close to Mecha, right?" This customer with eyes full of curiosity. This should be the first time she is stepping into a mecha store. This scene made him recall his nervous excitement the first time he himself stepped into a mecha store. Back then, he had not known where to start and had really hoped someone would help him out. Perhaps this girl would also require some guidance like him did. It was this feeling that made 017 ignore the other shop assistants jeering and come over voluntarily. Ling Lan nodded firmly in answer to his question, for this was the truth. Assistant 017 smiled at this and indicated for Ling Lan to walk with him. He then brought Ling Lan to a section filled with basic mecha. This area was a place suitable for novices to purchase mecha. Inside was various models of basic mecha, totaling about 10 different types. Ling Lan took a quick look and couldn't help but frown. These 10 or so mecha all had differing shapes, but could overall be split into 3 categories. One category was bestial mecha, another was avian mecha, and the remaining category was the most commonly seen humanoid mecha. The reason Ling Lan was frowning was that these mecha models were much cruder than the 2 mecha she had seen at the Mecha Battle Stadium. Whether it was in terms of coloring, form, or even in terms of weaponry and equipment, these mecha here were completely incomparable. If the 2 mecha she had seen at the Mecha Battle Stadium were considered adults, then these mecha here were undoubtedly toddler level. This made Ling Lan feel rather disappointed. Ling Lan's displeasure was clearly seen by Assistant 017, but he wasn't at all surprised by this. He explained kindly, "Customer, all the mecha in our federation are actually variations evolved from these 3 categories of basic mecha. If you want to become an outstanding mecha operator, you'll need to master the controls of these 3 types of basic mecha. If you do this, no matter what type of advanced mecha you try to operate in the future, you'll be able to pick it up quickly." Hearing this, Ling Lan was moved. She packed away her initial scorn. She would never forget the importance of basics. Both the learning space and her father Ling Xiao had strongly emphasized the importance of basics. It played a large role in determining the final outcome of an individual's personal growth. A warning flag rose up in Ling Lan's heart. She couldn't believe that she had actually made the low-level mistake of judging by appearances. It looked like the previous period of smooth sailing had made her forget to be humble and cautious and actually become as arrogant as Yalong too. Ling Lan's shift in attitude made Assistant 017 nod internally, his impression of her becoming even better. He continued to say, "Actually, I don't recommend you to buy a mecha right now. In fact, the virtual world has mecha training halls that specialize in teaching the controls of the basic mecha. Customer, you can first go there to learn more." Ling Lan thanked Assistant 017. If it weren't for his help, she wouldn't have known that the virtual world had these things. After she asked Assistant 017 how to get to a mecha training hall, she left the Angie Mecha Store. Assistant 017 sent Ling Lan off with a smile and returned to the counter. He was welcomed back by the scornful jeers of the other shop assistants. "Wasted your energy, didn't you? I told you that that girl had no money. At that age with no guardian along, she was definitely just here to look around. She would never have bought something as expensive as a mecha. 017, you just wouldn't believe it and still wanted to go forward. See, you've got nothing to show for it. Even if you wanted to gain more sales to earn a higher commission, you still need to find the right targets." Assistant 017 did not get angry, only replying with a smile, "I wasn't doing it for sales. I just felt that she naturally belonged with mecha." Assistant 017's words caused the other shop assistants to burst out into uncontrollable laughter, all of them mocking him and asking him when he had become a fortune teller. Mind you, girls, due to biological reasons, very, very rarely advanced to become high-level mecha operators. So, among the millions and millions of mecha operators in the Federation, just having 1,000 female mecha operators was already considered a lot. 017 was unperturbed by the mass mocking, only smiling and shaking his head in response. This carefree attitude of his soon sapped the interest of the others in mocking him, and they all left to do their own things. All of them did not know what 017 was thinking. The closer he got to that girl, the more he had sensed it. The future of that girl on the path of mecha was boundless. 017 smiled again. It's also a good thing to build up some good karma. Very quickly, Ling Lan had found the mecha training hall. The moment she neared the entrance, a line of text appeared before her eyes. Do you want to formally enter mecha combat? Oh, so this here is also a mecha fighting game. Little Four exclaimed when he saw these words. Ling Lan understood then that the mecha training was most likely connected to the mecha fighting game. Ling Lan would naturally have to join the game, or else how would she be able to learn and train in the mecha controls? The moment Ling Lan made her choice, she was transported straight into a large hall. Inside, there stood a handsome soldier, and there were 3 hulking basic mechas standing beside him. Ling Lan walked to stand before the soldier, but before she could say anything, the soldier asked, "Recruit, do you want to first understand more about the combat styles of the 3 mecha, their controls, or do you just want to choose a mecha directly?" Ling Lan was a cautious person. She did not understand much about mecha yet, so she of course chose to first learn more about the 3 mechas' combat styles and controls. Very quickly, 2 images appeared before Ling Lan. One of the panels was playing a video of the movements of the mecha from the outside, while the other panel showed the movements of the mecha operator inside the cockpit, which caused that movement. Ling Lan saw a pair of hands flying rapidly within the cockpit, and following the motions, the mecha in the other panel made a reactionary movement. For just one basic movement, the fingers in the cockpit had to make over 10 motions. For instance, just taking one step involved the mecha's pelvis, knee, ankle, balance, as well as the energy distribution between its 2 legs. Ling Lan had counted, and just such a simple movement required 18 control motions from the cockpit in an instant, and this was still considered an easy movement. It's very challenging, actually being all manually controlled. There's a lot of pressure on hand speed. Ling Lan was very surprised. She had always thought that operating a mecha was just like driving, with a control stick or something similar. Aren't these things what Daddy has been teaching? If it weren't for the fact that boss you were having trouble with it, we wouldn't have come out to sightsee. I wonder if you mix your training with operating a mecha, would the effect be better? If we could just break past boss's bottleneck in one go, that'd be great, suggested Little Four. By now, Little Four was already calling Ling Xiao daddy. This was because Ling Lan had once heard Little Four say boss's daddy something blah blah blah, and felt that it sounded somewhat awkward. Besides, she had always considered Little Four, who had traveled along with her to this future, as her little brother, so she decided to just ask Little Four to call Ling Xiao daddy alongside her. Perhaps the learning space had tweaked Ling Lan to become more boyish in personality, for her interest towards mecha was at an unprecedented high. She not only looked over the controls of all 3 basic mecha, but also eyed all the basic mecha models greedily. She found that she really liked every single type of mecha she saw, so much so that she really wished that she could own all of them. Sensing Ling Lan's greed, the soldier told Ling Lan steadily that all recruits were only allowed to choose one mecha to start. If she wanted to own more, she would have to rely on her own efforts to earn more points to redeem new mecha. The soldier's words caused Ling Lan to calm down instantly. She began to consider which type of mecha she should choose as her initiate mecha. Ling Lan was a little uneasy, afraid that she would choose wrongly. Still, Ling Lan was a good child. She just loved to ask questions, a habit trained up in the learning space. So, she asked the soldier, as a beginner, which mecha was best suited for her. In fact, the first person Ling Lan asked was Little Four, but unfortunately, Little Four also didn't know which of the 3 mecha before them was best or most appropriate for her. His familiarity with this world's mecha was not much better than Ling Lan's. Ling Lan had no choice but to go to her second option and ask the soldier. Unexpectedly, Ling Lan really struck the nail on the head. The game's system had indeed arranged it so that the soldier would be able to answer this type of question. When the soldier heard Ling Lan's question, he gave a straight answer. The mecha with the easiest controls, which are the easiest for beginners to learn, is the bestial mecha. I recommend you begin training from bestial mecha. Since the soldier who was familiar with mecha had already said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Ling Lan immediately selected the bestial mecha without any hesitation. She had barely spoken when, with a wave of the soldier's hand, a large spin wheel appeared abruptly before Ling Lan. On the spin wheel, Ling Lan could see countless images of bestial mecha. There was a ferocious cheetah and lion, and an ugly spider and giant ant. And of course, right in the middle of the wheel was a large compass needle pointing at those images of bestial mecha. What is this? Ling Lan stared at it all blankly. Then, shocked realization stole over her face. Could it be that obtaining a mecha also depends on luck? A beginner's mecha is gifted by the system. So, a beginner has no right to choose the mecha. Which mecha model they get will be determined randomly by this spin wheel, explained the soldier. Luck is also a form of strength. You should anticipate your luck and hope it brings you a strong and powerful mecha. In Ling Lan's eyes, the soldier's current smile was filled with schadenfreude. Ling Lan didn't know what the other beginners felt during their first time here, but Ling Lan's teeth were currently aching from holding back her irritation. She really wished she could just send a punch flying and blow that despicable smile off the other's face. Of course, Ling Lan could only think about it and not actually do it. After all, she still had to rely on the other to get her mecha. Ling Lan spun the spin wheel forcefully. The spin wheel spun frenetically and then gradually slowed down as time went by. Finally, it got slower and slower, and just as it was about to stop on a panther-type mecha, the needle jumped unexpectedly. Ling Lan hadn't even managed to take a good look at which mecha model the needle was pointing at when, with a pop, confetti swirled through the air. Then, an extremely cute giant rabbit abruptly appeared before her. Ling Lan was gobsmacked. A rabbit? Why a rabbit? Even an ugly spider or ant would be more fearsome than a rabbit. With some difficulty, Ling Lan calmed herself down. Then, she saw the weapon in the rabbit's hands, and Ling Lan found herself utterly lost for words. Damn it, this nonsense system. You're really shameless. Actually equipping a rabbit mecha with a carrot. Do you really think this rabbit here is a real rabbit? Within the mind space, however, Little Four had stars in his eyes. With his hands framing his face, he wriggled his butt and shouted, "Boss, this mecha is so pretty and cute. I like it." When the soldier saw the rabbit mecha appear, the smile on his face grew even wider. Congratulations, recruit, on obtaining our Federation's newest rabbit mecha model. That said, he reached out a hand to pass a white item that resembled a remote control to Ling Lan. Ling Lan took the item. It was obvious that this was the activation key of the rabbit mecha. She said sullenly, "If you don't congratulate me, I think I might be happier." The soldier seemed oblivious to Ling Lan's sour mood. His expression suddenly turned grim, and he issued a command. "In that case, recruit, get into your mecha immediately. We'll begin training in the basic controls now." "Yes." Ling Lan stood at attention to receive the order, and then pressed a button on the remote key. The door to the cockpit on the belly of the rabbit mecha swung open. Ling Lan leapt up in one big stride, and then with several consecutive hops, she smoothly made her way into the cockpit. Lying down, she pressed the button once again and the cockpit door closed, turning the rabbit into a whole rabbit once again. Ling Lan had just finished doing this when the soldier waved his hand, and the rabbit mecha with Ling Lan inside it disappeared from this login point. They reappeared in a room specially for training the basic movements, such as jumping and running. At this moment, Ling Lan chose to activate the mecha. Of course, she chose regular activation. After approximately 3 minutes, the rabbit mecha completed its activation. Just as Ling Lan was about to turn on all the screens, she noticed that a line of text had appeared on the main screen before her eyes. Basic control instructions for the rabbit mecha. Following these instructions, Ling Lan finally understood the functions of the buttons before her. She had initially thought there was no control stick, but in fact, there was. It's just that the control stick was located among a sea of buttons. Back when Ling Lan had been watching the demo operations, because she had been dazzled by the hand's speed, she hadn't noticed it. As those fingers had flown over the control panel, the control stick was actually the item that was used most frequently. Who knew mecha controls are actually this complicated? In the past, when I watched the mecha fights, I thought it would be as simple as physical combat. Looks like I've underestimated mecha operators after all. Just trying to understand and remember the array of buttons before her, Ling Lan felt the onset of a minor headache. Relax, boss. As long as the mecha's AI is evolved, it won't be as complicated to operate anymore. Little Four had been looking over the mecha's AI closely, considering how he could improve it to help his boss save some energy. But Ling Lan stopped Little Four, saying, "Little Four, don't improve the mecha's AI." Little Four was puzzled. Why not? I came here to learn, so I should do it like the other children and start from the basics. The instructors in the learning space and my dad all repeatedly stressed the importance of the basics. I cannot just avoid them because I'm afraid of trouble, explained Ling Lan. Besides, this is the virtual world. Not only is there systemic monitoring, there are also those dangerous figures with mutated spiritual selves. No one knows whether this area is being monitored. I don't wish for you to be in any danger. Ling Lan's concerned words made Little Four unable to protest, so he could only nod obediently and promise not to do anything to help Ling Lan with this. However, as a result, Little Four wasn't in a very good mood, because he found that the areas where he could help his boss were really just too few. Seeing this, Ling Lan quickly changed the topic. Little Four, what do you think was the mecha type our dad used when he first started learning? If it was a bestial type, was the mecha he received also very silly? The more Ling Lan talked about it, the more curious she was. As expected, Little Four's attention was pulled away by Ling Lan, and he found he had something new to do. Excitedly, he told Ling Lan to wait for a moment, and he then scampered off to collect all the information he could find on Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's data was labeled as S-Class, who was Little Four? He was a virtual god. There wasn't anything that couldn't be done as long as he wanted to do it. Previously, it was just that he hadn't thought to collect Ling Xiao's data, which was why he didn't have any on him right now. But now that boss had indicated interest as his boss's follower, he would definitely satisfy his boss's curiosity. Very quickly, Little Four returned. Face filled with excitement, he said, boss, do you know who our daddy is? Oh wow, he's just too incredible." Ling Lan's curiosity was instantly ignited by Little Four. After some thought, she said, "Dad's military rank is Major General. Could it be that he's a special class mecha operator?" Ling Lan vaguely remembered that Little Four had mentioned special class mecha before. The associated operator rank should be special class mecha operator, right? Little Four shook a finger as he said proudly, "Nope. Mecha operators are not categorized that way." Following that, Little Four gave a breakdown on the levels of mecha operators in this world. Mecha operators are also called Mecha Warrior Masters. From the name alone, you can tell that there are two titles included. One is Mecha Warrior, while the other is Mecha Master. Operators of Advanced Mecha and below, inclusive of Advanced Mecha themselves, are collectively called Mecha Warriors, while those who operate Special Class Mecha and above are called Mecha Masters. Mecha Warriors are then further divided into Trainee Mecha Warriors, Junior Mecha Warriors, Intermediate Mecha Warriors, and Advanced Mecha Warriors. The corresponding mecha they pilot are Trainee Mecha, Junior Mecha, Intermediate Mecha, and Advanced Mecha. Meanwhile, Mecha Masters are divided into Special Class Mecha Masters, Ace Mecha Masters, Imperial Mecha Masters, and God Class Mecha Masters. Special Class Mecha Masters and Ace Mecha Masters both pilot Special Class Mecha, though an Ace Mecha Master would have a higher level of control over their mecha. Imperial Mecha Masters pilot Imperial Mecha, while God Class Mecha Masters naturally operate the Federation's ultimate weapons, God Class Mecha 1. But this is just the military's internal categorization. For the public, the distinctions are not that discrete. All the Mecha Warriors and Mecha Masters are just called Mecha Operators. Generally speaking, Imperial Operators and above will not be deployed in cases of war. This is because these type of Mecha Operators are beings that can decide the outcome of a war. As such, each country has agreements binding them, which will not be broken unless under special circumstances. God Class Operators are an even more fearsome and threatening existence. The Federation can possess such a vast expanse of land and distant boundaries, all because the Federation has the highest number of God-class operators among the neighboring countries. Boss, now take a guess. Which level of operator does our dad belong to? Little Four's brows and eyes were all scrunched up in a line from his exuberant smile. It was clear that he was in an excellent mood. Seeing you so happy, our dad must be pretty well ranked. Could it be that he had already become an ace operator? Ling Lan thought back to her dad in the legacy mission. He was so unbelievably young. If he had really managed to achieve ace operator status, he would definitely already be among the best and brightest. No, 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 that's wrong, that's wrong. Little Four glared at Ling Lan with contempt, somewhat miffed at Ling Lan for underestimating their dad. Ling Lan was shocked. Could it be that our dad had already reached Imperial level? Heavens, their old man was just too abnormal. Little Four's expression was sullen. Couldn't Boss take a more adventurous guess? The moody Little Four did not answer Ling Lan directly, but merely read the contents of a military report he had found to her. The Federation originally had 12 God-class operators, but 8 years ago, they unexpectedly lost one of them, the youngest God-class operator of the Federation. That God-class operator had lost his life in a death tunnel on the evening of the day he was deployed to the enemy nation. 8 years ago? Death tunnel? What a coincidence. Dying on the same year and the same place as her old man. Ling Lan's brows furrowed. Little Four wouldn't have brought up unrelated things in their conversation. Could it be that this had something to do with her dad? Before Ling Lan could figure it out, Little Four tacked on a sentence that made Ling Lan blank out. The mecha of that God-class operator is named. After a long while, Ling Lan asked shakily, "You're saying that God-class operator is Ling Xiao?" Little Four nodded. Yes, the only person to have advanced to God-class operator status in the Federation in the last 10 years. Also the youngest ever in history to achieve that status. This person is Ling Xiao. Lies, yelled Ling Lan suddenly. Little Four was taken aback. He had not expected that Ling Lan's reaction would be so dramatic, even outright rejecting this news. If he really were a God-class operator, then how could he have been deployed? Didn't you say that Imperial levels and above were not allowed to be deployed randomly? Plus, aren't God-class mecha the Federation's ultimate weapons? Such a formidable weapon. How could the person who controlled one die so easily? Seated within the rabbit mecha, Ling Lan involuntarily clenched her fists tightly. If Ling Xiao had been weaker, Ling Lan could still have accepted him dying just like that. But the Ling Xiao being described by Little Four was just too strong. Such a powerful man dying so simply. She just found it a little hilarious and unbelievable. According to the top-secret files I found within the military, our dad only used 6 years to ascend from ace operator to God-class operator status, successfully advancing to Imperial operator status in star calendar year 4725, then successfully advancing to God-class operator status in star calendar year 4728. However, from the moment Dad became an Imperial operator, this information had been sealed by the military. Around that time, the military probably already had plans to hide Dad's real status and deploy him to fight the enemy nation. So, that year when Dad was deployed, he did so under the identity of an ace operator. This was also why Dad only had the military rank of Major General. If he had gone as a God-class operator, he would at least have gotten the military rank of General. Little Four's tone was regretful. If Ling Xiao had passed away with the rank of General, the resources Ling Lan inherited would have been much more substantial. The innocent and simple-minded Little Four didn't consider the fact that if things really panned out as he thought, the people who would set their eyes on those resources wouldn't just be the small Ling elite family. It was highly likely that greater forces would be drawn as well. At that point, Ling Lan may very well have lost the right to inherit completely. Little Four's regrets only lasted for a moment. He moved on to say, the Federation was initially planning to pull a fast one by deploying Ling Xiao into battle, hoping to uproot our historical enemy, the Twilight Empire, in one stroke. However, for some unknown reason, the upper ranks of the military sent down the order for Ling Xiao to lead a fleet through the Death Tunnel to sneak behind the enemy nation, in preparation for a pincer attack. Unexpectedly, the fleet encountered violent energy turbulence from deep within the Death Tunnel and lost their lives. It's really so coincidental. At this moment, a trace of an ice-cold smile hung on Ling Lan's lips, causing chills to run through Little Four's heart. It turned out that, subconsciously, Ling Lan had begun to emit the killing intent she had amassed in the learning space. Yup, it's so coincidental that it's suspicious. In fact, there was indeed something wrong with the military command, and the energy turbulence within the death tunnel wasn't formed naturally as well. Little Four centered himself and continued to tell Ling Lan what he had found. Little Four's searching capabilities were undoubtedly powerful, proving that he was truly the virtual god he claimed to be. Of course, Little Four was also putting in so much effort because Ling Xiao was now his daddy as well. He had to find out all he could about his daddy so that if anyone asked him about it in future, he would be able to give a proper answer. Still, he had not expected that this serious search of his would actually turn up some problems. Looks like this was a plot targeting my dad. Ling Lan fully believed in Little Four's abilities. If Little Four said there was a problem, then there must certainly be a problem. Moreover, Ling Lan too had thought from the start that all these coincidences stacking up together was unlikely to truly be coincidence. Yes, I can confirm that. Our daddy really did die from a sinister plot, said Little Four decisively. Originally, the complete annihilation of Ling Xiao's fleet had struck a heavy blow on the morale of the Federation. However, the military acted quickly. They immediately announced Ling Xiao's status as a God-class operator, along with the reason for his death. They claimed that he was killed by a plot of the Twilight Empire. This caused the fighting between the Federation and the Twilight Empire to escalate immediately, until it truly reached the point where there wouldn't be peace till one side was defeated. Now, the fighting has been going on for 8 years, and there are still no signs of stopping. There have already been countless deaths and injuries of the military on both sides. Ling Lan was rather surprised. Why would Dad's death cause such an outcome? Little Four sighed. Boss, you don't understand the position God-class operators have within the hearts of the Federation soldiers. God-class operators are like gods to military staff, and Ling Xiao was the youngest one. His victories spurred the excitement of all the soldiers. It could be said that Ling Xiao was the idol of the entire military. Also, because Ling Xiao was the youngest of the God-class operators, he had much more potential and room to grow than the other God-class operators. It was almost certain that he would have become the guardian deity of the Federation for the next 40 to 50 years. Think about it. Their guardian deity was sacrificed to an underhanded plot of the enemy nation. How could the soldiers of the Federation just let it rest? So they could only continue to fight endlessly until one of the countries no longer has the ability to fight. Listening till this point, Ling Lan descended into deep thought. She recalled how, when others had fought over her right to inherit, the military had chosen to just stand by and watch. Then she thought about when she was ambushed on her way to school. And then, there was her father's legacy mission. He had set up so many obstacles and tricks, just so he could narrow down the selection and find her. She felt like she understood things a bit better now. The people within the upper ranks of the military who had caused Ling Xiao's death had not loosened their monitoring of the Ling family. It seemed that they did not want to see anyone from the Ling family appear in the military world. Little Four, looks like we need to find the people in the upper ranks of the military who killed my dad, said Ling Lan with an icy smile. What? Little Four didn't understand. For one, Ling Xiao's blood flows within this body of mine, and I am also learning from Ling Xiao's legacy. Whether it's a life debt or a mentorship debt, I need to avenge Ling Xiao. I cannot just allow him to die senselessly. Secondly, in these 8 years, I believe the other has been monitoring us all this while. The moment we stand out a little in the military world, the other will definitely not hesitate to kill us off. I don't wish to live with this hidden knife hanging over our heads. Ling Lan's words drew Little Four's bitter anger towards a common enemy. He immediately said, "Don't worry, boss, leave the virtual world to me." Little Four recalled the monitoring of the legacy mission and reminded himself again and again that he needed to be more careful than careful. He must not reveal any openings that could bring the threat of death to his boss. Right after that, Little Four tacked on worriedly, "But that person still hasn't been exposed till now. Being able to kill Dad without anyone finding out about them. They must be a skilled schemer. Can we beat him?" Little Four didn't think his boss was the type that plotted well. "If I can't do it alone, I'll just have to find a few helpers." Ling Lan smiled coldly. Initially, She had not wanted to be a boss, but reality was forcing her to become one even if she didn't want to. How could she go up against some military bigwigs without having some helpers on her side? That's right, Ling Lan's sights were now set on Han Jijian. Ling Lan had full confidence in her fighting skills, if she just worked at it, though she couldn't guarantee she'd reach God-class level. Getting to Ace or Imperial level was still possible. However, when it came to plotting and scheming, Ling Lan was at a loss, while the opponent was a master at it. Therefore, she could only seek external help. Now, of the few followers by her side, only Han Jijian's intelligence was clearly ahead above the others, and recently, that intelligence was gradually moving towards the side of cunning and slyness. It looked like she would have to push things a little more and make Han Jijian become even more sly and cunning. That's what Ling Lan was thinking. After making this decision, Ling Lan pushed the matter aside. After all, it was still too early to look for the opponent. Ling Lan wouldn't rush to seek out the other's tracks now while her own wings were still developing. Temporarily setting the matter aside, Ling Lan started to study the controls of the rabbit mecha seriously, slowly experimenting with making the mecha walk. After all, this was the very first step of controlling mecha. Have you ever seen a mecha that couldn't walk, but which could hack at someone with a knife? Alright, the walk of bestial mecha was more like jumps and leaps, especially for a rabbit. The hind legs were designed to be much stouter than the forelegs, so Ling Lan would first have to learn how to get the hind legs to spring. Luckily, Ling Lan need only control it with her fingers, so there was no discomfort in trying to adapt. After stumbling and face-planting a couple of times, Ling Lan finally grasped hold of the ability to move the rabbit mecha. Of course, she still could not get the mecha to hop in a straight line just yet. Watching as her mecha jumped left and right, but never in a straight line, Ling Lan's sweat dropped. Just like that, Ling Lan immersed herself in mecha training. By the time Little Four nudged her back to awareness of her surroundings, it was already time to log off. Because Ling Lan had Little Four to cover for her, she logged off directly at the mecha training hall. Strolling out of the login pod, she took a quick shower and then went downstairs. In the dining room, Lan Luofeng was humming as she set out dishes on the table. Of course, these dishes were all prepared by the servants. Lan Luofeng was a young mistress of a noble family who had led a pampered life. The most she could do was fry an egg, and even then the quality was not guaranteed. It could very well be undercooked or overcooked. Seeing Ling Lan come down, Lan Luofeng smiled. "My baby, if you still hadn't come down, I was about to go up and call you." There was nothing Ling Lan could say in response to this. Previously, there had been several times when she had been forced offline by Lan Luofeng's persistent pestering. Her mom was the type of person that wouldn't give up before she achieved her goal. Trying to match her in terms of patience, Ling Lan didn't think much of her odds. Ling Lan and Lan Luofeng ate together as usual. Ling Lan had only taken a few bites when she could not help but ask, "Mom, did you know that Dad was a God-class operator?" Lan Luofeng nodded. "I knew." "What? Why didn't you tell me?" asked Ling Lan moodily. "Why should I have told you? Would his being a God-class operator affect your life in any way?" Lan Luofeng cast a confused glance at Ling Lan. "Not to mention he has already left us. And even if he were by our side, whether or not he is a God-class operator, what does that have to do with us?" Ling Lan thought about it, and felt that what Lan Luofeng said was correct. Knowing if Ling Xiao was a God-class operator or not really didn't have much impact on her life at all. Lan Luofeng picked up a mouthful of Ling Lan's favorite side dish with her chopsticks and placed it in Ling Lan's bowl, and continued to say, "Also, Ling Xiao is just Ling Xiao. He's a normal person, and also my husband, your daddy. Whether he's a God-class operator or not, he's still my husband and your daddy. These two identities will never change." Lan Luofeng's words caused Ling Lan's body to jerk in realization, and the restlessness she had felt after finding out that Ling Xiao was a God-class operator abruptly disappeared. "Also, baby Lan, don't let your daddy's status influence your choices in the future. You must remember, you are you. You just coincidentally have a father named Ling Xiao, that's all." Lan Luofeng was somewhat worried, afraid that her daughter would choose to do things she didn't like just because of Ling Xiao, like try to become a mecha operator or something. "I hope that you'll choose what you like to do in the future and not choose out of some obligation or whatever other reason." Lan Luofeng's words caused Ling Lan to look at her mum with new eyes. She felt as if she was getting to know a new side of Lan Luofeng. Ling Lan reckoned that among all the females that her dad had encountered, her mom was the only one who didn't treat her dad as someone overwhelmingly strong or an idol or perhaps even as a long-term food provider. She had very simply and purely seen him as a regular person to live an average life with. And so, her dad had chosen her mom. Yup, decisively making a move even before her mom had become an adult. "Thanks, Mom," said Ling Lan sincerely. She finished off all of the side dishes that Lan Luofeng had given her and then lifted her head from her bowl to ask, "Mom, say, do you think Dad could still be alive?" Lan Luofeng's lips bloomed with a radiant smile, and she nodded decisively and said, "Yes, I think your daddy wouldn't die so easily. He's a God-class operator." Her tone concealed none of her admiration and pride for Ling Xiao. Ling Lan smiled too then. Since her own mum wished for this, then she would also hold on to this hope as well. Besides, it was just like her mum said, a God-class operator wouldn't just die that easily. Ling Lan finished eating and then went with her mum to the field outside to walk off the meal. After that, she returned to a training room to practice several sets of physical skills. In particular, Ling Lan ran through the Scout Academy's foundational physical skills set at least 10 times, because Ling Xiao had mentioned that this set of physical skills was not as simple as it seemed. It may even be a great help when operating mecha and advancing in the future. At the end, she took a shower and lay down to sleep. Entering the learning space as usual, she saw little Four sitting on the ground. There were countless papers piled high beside him, and he was flipping through several more sheets of paper in his hands. Ling Lan asked curiously, "Little Four, what are you doing?" Perhaps Little Four had been too engrossed in what he was doing. He was so frightened by Ling Lan's voice that he flung his arms out. The papers in his hands were thrown into the air, and one of them landed on his head. Little Four quickly pulled down that piece of paper. Seeing Ling Lan grinning at him, as if amused by his panicked performance, Little Four said grumpily, "Boss, why did you have to sneak up on me? You almost scared me to death." "Scared you to death? Why? Were you doing something bad?" teased Ling Lan. Unexpectedly, Little Four's face paled. He quickly reached out and gathered the papers in front of him, pulling them close. Ling Lan looked at him suspiciously and said, "Don't tell me you really were doing something bad." Little Four choked out a nervous laugh. "No way. I was just gathering some information, things about Dad, and also stuff about mecha." When Little Four mentioned mecha, he was mumbling somewhat unintelligibly, but Ling Lan's attention had been fully captured by things about Dad. She cautioned Little Four, "Gathering the information may be important, but make sure you stay concealed. Don't let anyone discover you." Little Four smiled and said, "Relax, boss." Still, Ling Lan pointed at the pile of paper in front of Little Four. "Is this necessary?" Frankly, Little Four could just absorb the information directly into his system procedures. He really didn't have to materialize the information onto these sheets and sheets of white paper. "Boss, don't you feel that words on paper is classy?" asked Little Four, expression dreamy. "Reading from paper, doesn't it make me seem very intelligent? This troublemaking brat. So he's just trying to show off." Ling Lan said huffily, "In that case, you can continue being intelligent. I'm going into the learning space to learn now." Ling Lan's unimpressed attitude made Little Four feel that there was now a generation gap between him and boss. Thus, he sulkily waved Ling Lan away, indicating for her to not disturb his work. Ling Lan could only shake her head silently at Little Four's heartlessness. She sighed to herself, mourning the fact that little brats nowadays were just too spoilt and pampered. She was just about to push open the doors to the physical skills learning area when from the corner of her eye, she noticed a large door to the side. A word had finally appeared on it. Mecha. Could it be that because she had encountered mecha, the learning space had also activated a mecha course? Ling Lan's heart heated up, and she decisively turned away from the physical skills doorway. Tentatively, she prodded the door labeled mecha and felt it move slightly. It wasn't like before when the door was fused to the wall, completely immovable. Ling Lan gave the door a hard shove, and the door swung open with a bang. She walked inside and saw an endless space. In the near distance, a rugged soldier with a full beard was guffawing boisterously as he watched her approach. "Haha, Ling Lan, you're finally here." The soldier's energetic greeting made Ling Lan glance at him cautiously. Could he be a new instructor? The personalities of the instructors Ling Lan had met so far were all different. Number 1 was cold and cool to the extreme and meant every word he said. Number 5 liked to laugh, but was sly and manipulative to the extreme and was unbelievably perverse, capable of chilling others to the bone. Number 9 was very strict and looked very cold and aloof, but was actually a woman with a soft heart. Ling Lan had received much care from her since the very beginning. As such, Ling Lan wasn't afraid of stern-faced teachers, but was fearful of those with smiling faces and passionate appearances. She had been traumatized by Number 5's torments. So, seeing the other's enthusiasm and wide smile, she was instantly on her guard. If by any chance this was another instructor like Number 5, she would definitely be toyed with most terribly. Don't think so much. I'm not Number 5. I have no interest in torturing people. Right? I'm your mecha instructor, Number 3. In fact, when you turned 6 years old, I had already wanted to activate the mecha course. But, due to your real-life situation back then, Big Brother Number 1 refused my request. I had thought that I'd have to wait for another 5 to 6 years before it came up again. Unexpectedly, you activated it yourself after just 1 year. Ha! That's great. Number 3 laughed up at the sky, as if immensely pleased with Ling Lan's choice. Looks like he had really become impatient with waiting. The laughter finally stopped, but before Ling Lan could ask any questions, Number 3 snapped his fingers. A rabbit mecha dropped from the sky, landing directly in front of Ling Lan. Ling Lan could only stare blankly at its familiar appearance. Why is it this mecha? Number 3 replied helplessly. Can't help it. Our mecha's controls are somewhat different from those in your world, so we had to let the space assistant gather all the mecha models and controls of this world. So far, the space assistant has only sent in the data for this one mecha. Of course, this is also because you selected this mecha. Ling Lan finally understood why Little 4 had had that dodgy look in the hall of the learning space. It turned out that he had secretly sent the stats of the rabbit mecha into the learning space, making it the initiate mecha for her mecha training. Damn it. He knew that she didn't really like the rabbit mecha. Couldn't he have changed things a little and brought in some other models? Of course, Ling Lan was most upset at her own luck. If she had managed to draw a more formidable mecha to begin with, then she wouldn't have to take Number 3's mocking gaze. Regardless of how gloomy Ling Lan felt, she still had to listen to instructor Number 3's commands. She got into the cockpit of the rabbit mecha. As expected, the control buttons were the same, no changes whatsoever. Ling Lan activated the mecha, and the mecha quickly booted up successfully. She then opened the mecha's screen to display the situation outside, but found that the initially vacant and open space had now become an extremely narrow tunnel. By Ling Lan's estimation, the tunnel was just 1.5 times the width of the mecha itself. To successfully make her way through the tunnel, it would require very fine control of the mecha's movement. Additionally, there were also some irregular obstacles within the tunnel, on the floor and on the walls on both sides, which were probably designed to test a mecha operator's ability to handle the controls to adjust to circumstances. Firstly, you'll need to go through obstacle course training. Can you see the numbers on the bottom of the screen? Number 3's voice rang out beside Ling Lan's ear. Ling Lan looked at the screen as instructor Number 3 said, and sure enough, on the lower part of the screen, the numbers 03.0.00 were flashing at her, reminding Ling Lan of their existence. This is a countdown timer for 3 minutes. You'll need to complete this obstacle course within 3 minutes to pass. And your deadline to complete this mission is just 1 week. Number 3's tone was tinged with obvious schadenfreude. FCK, teaching her nothing and giving her a mission right off the bat? Instructor Number 3, you're a mecha instructor, not a mission distributor. Isn't what you're doing too shameless? Before Ling Lan could give voice to her complaints, the flashing numbers on the lower half of the screen began to count down rapidly. Ling Lan's eyelid twitched. Abruptly, she found that with the speed of her mecha's jumps, 3 minutes weren't long at all. At this moment, Number 3's gleeful voice rang out once more. Oh right, every time you fail an attempt, the system will dole out punishment. You hang in there now. Hearing this, Ling Lan frantically operated her mecha. Her fingers flew, actually blowing past the speed limits she had managed to achieve before this. The system's punishment was not pleasant at all. She really didn't want to experience it ever again. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Ling Lan slammed into a wall for the nth time, and after repeatedly embodying the rabbit in the tail, waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump won. The timer finally hit 0. Overall, she had only managed to jump forward a few meters. Oh, tragic rabbit. Ling Lan had yet to finish bemoaning the poor rabbit when a wave of numbing pain swept over her body. Damn it, I just knew this would happen. Ling Lan swore loudly. She could almost see the faint smoke rising from her mouth. Ugh. She was about to be completely cooked by electricity. Unfortunately, before she could get over the pain and numbness left by this electrocution, the scene before her shifted abruptly. She was brought along with her mecha back to the start of the obstacle course. And then, the learning space did not give Ling Lan any time to rest, immediately restarting the 3-minute countdown once more. Seeing this, Ling Lan finally couldn't help but curse silently. FCK. After that, it was another flurry of frantic movements to control the rabbit mecha, to send it lunging out desperately. Perhaps tragedy likes to repeat itself, for Ling Lan had only taken a few hops when she once again slammed into a wall. And then she bounced back, and hit the wall again, and bounced back, and, in the end, she still hit the wall again. The image before Ling Lan was a constant loop of falling and rolling around. The result of all this wall slamming was a dizzy head and spinning eyes. Once again, Ling Lan was experiencing the feelings of the unfortunate rabbit in the folktale of waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump. Failure, followed by yet more failure. Electrocution after electrocution, restart after restart. Ling Lan had no idea how many times she had restarted this mission anymore. She estimated that she hadn't even managed to get 50 meters into the tunnel so far. And what's worse, she didn't even know how long this blasted tunnel was in total. The reason to blame for Ling Lan's constant wall slamming was that the tunnel was really just too narrow. There were times when Ling Lan clearly felt she had not made any mistakes with the controls, and even the screen display was telling her that her jump coordinates were in a straight line. But unfortunately, the mecha still somehow ended up slamming into the wall. This caused Ling Lan to become rather discouraged, frustration rearing up within her heart. God damn it. This tunnel just did not allow for any bit of error in her controls. Was this the standard a newbie should have? Ling Lan, having been electrocuted to within an inch of her life, was filled with simmering indignation. Hells, it was like she thought, nothing good ever came from men who liked to smile. After God knows how many failures, Ling Lan's spirit was worn down to the brink. After one last electrocution, she was summarily thrown out of the mission space, and Ling Lan blearily found herself in the great hall of the learning space once again. The hall was no longer as messy as when Ling Lan had first arrived. Little Four had tidied up the floor. When he saw Ling Lan appear suddenly before him, he was startled by her appearance and yelled, "Boss, you were electrocuted?" Ling Lan's head was heavy. She only stared uncomprehendingly at Little Four in response. Seeing this, Little Four couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. With a sympathetic flick of his finger, a large full-length mirror appeared before Ling Lan. In the reflection of the mirror, a completely black figure looked out blankly at them. There were even wisps of black smoke still wafting off the figure, the only break in the black being the whites of the figure's eyes. Oh, right, the figure's teeth were still white too. Ling Lan bared her teeth at the mirror, revealing her set of straight white teeth. Contrasted with the black, her teeth gleamed even whiter than usual. Not just that, Ling Lan's hair was all standing up, puffed up in curls. They reminded Ling Lan of the instant noodles of her past life. Really, her appearance was as bizarre as one could imagine. Number 3, I want to kill him. This horrible state of hers made Ling Lan scream out in frustration. Right now, she did not look one bit like the cute Moshoda that she usually looked like. She was a total black phantom that had crawled out from the hearth. Little Four smothered a laugh with his hand. "Boss, so you've met number 3. Hee, don't be fooled by his brash and forthright-looking face. He actually loves to play pranks on people." Ling Lan was stunned. "You know them, Little Four?" She had always thought that Little Four belonged to a different system than the instructors, and so would not meet each other. Looks like that wasn't the case. Of course, there are many things I don't understand which require their help, like with those battle. Well, I just know them. Little Four had almost let the truth slip. It turned out that those moves he had helped Ling Lan modify and appropriate was actually the hard work of the instructors. Little Four had just shamelessly claimed the credit for himself. Sensing something amiss with Little Four's words, Ling Lan stared at him suspiciously. Little Four's heart started pounding erratically, afraid that his deceit would be discovered by his boss. He quickly changed the topic, saying, "Boss, how did you end up this way?" At Little Four's question, Ling Lan was in no mood to think more about the holes in Little Four's speech. She sighed softly and said tiredly, "Instructor number 3 gave me a mecha control mission." She scratched her head, musing up her instant noodle hair into a bird's nest, and then shouted resentfully, "Arg. He didn't teach me anything. Just told me to get through that crazily narrow, beyond narrow tunnel within 3 minutes. How would that be possible?" Ling Lan's words instantly made Little Four raise his little fists in anger as well. With sympathetic indignation, he said, "Yeah, how could number 3 be so unreasonable? No matter what, he should give boss some time to adapt." Actually, he did in fact give me a week's time to finish it," admitted Ling Lan awkwardly. "Then, boss, how did you end up so messed up? Wasn't it just training? Why did it look like she had to go through a mountain of swords and swim through a sea of flames?" Gloomily, Ling Lan said, "Though it was training, every time I failed, I would be electrocuted." Little Four's eyes popped out in disbelief, and he muttered, "How can that be, electrocuted just for failing in training? When did the system become so strict?" That said, he cast a pitying glance at Ling Lan. "Boss, you're in big trouble. If you fail the mission this time, I think you'll lose a layer of skin even if you don't die." Hearing this, Ling Lan's spirits drooped even more. "Yeah, I didn't expect to be electrocuted so badly just for failing in training. If I can't pass this mission a week later." Ling Lan shuddered violently, the sense of doom in her heart becoming even heavier. The learning space's punishments came in many bizarre forms, but every type would stay with you for the rest of your life. No one would be willing to go through it again if they could help it. Ling Lan had failed N times under instructor number 5's tutelage, and so had experienced a multitude of mind-breaking punishments. All in all, she really never wanted to experience them ever again. But it's really odd. Little Four sat on a step, face cupped in his hands as he said in a confused tone, "Since you were given a time limit for completion, why would you still be punished after failing during training, boss? This doesn't seem to match up with the system's settings." Little Four was the most familiar with the system of the learning space. Although the system was very strict, its every step would be executed strictly according to the guidelines of the learning space. Could there be some other reason for this deviation in behavior? Hearing what Little Four had to say, Ling Lan couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that instructor number 3 was intentionally messing with me? Little Four threw a disdainful glance at his boss. The instructors are only in charge of assigning missions. They don't have the jurisdiction to give out punishment. But Ling Lan persisted. Then what's up with instructor number 5's punishments? The degree of perversity involved is absolutely a sign of his work. Little Four explained. That's because boss had already failed the mission. Among all the punishments offered by the system, the instructor has the right to choose which one is implemented. Ling Lan understood then. However, this just deepened the mystery. Why would the system punish her for no reason when she only failed in training? Little Four searched through the rules of the learning space and finally found a regulation that somewhat fit this strange scenario. "Boss, when you were training, did you do anything against the rules?" During training, if the host did anything the system viewed as breaking its rules, the system would implement appropriate punishment according to the severity of the violation. Ling Lan gave it some serious thought and felt that other than controlling the mecha to jump and slam into walls, she really had not done anything else. Could it be that the system considered her wall slamming as the terrible sin of vandalism and assigned punishment for it? Ling Lan told Little Four her guess, and Little Four thumped the table in agreement. His boss's assumption made sense. However, Little Four was extremely curious. "Boss, why did you have to jump and slam into the wall? Wouldn't it be fine if you just walked slowly?" Ling Lan said with some embarrassment. "Isn't it all because of that 3-minute countdown timer? I wanted to speed up and quickly complete the mission, but the faster I went, the harder the mecha was to control. And once I hit a wall, the mecha would bounce around like a rubber ball, making it impossible for me to control. Ahem. In the end, I could only become a dizzy rabbit. When a mecha receives a concussive force, 30% of it would be realistically reflected upon Ling Lan's body. Even if Ling Lan's body was as strong as an ox, the consecutive impacts and tumbles had still been too much for Ling Lan. Disoriented and unwell, she had thoroughly experienced what it felt like to be a rabbit slamming into a tree. Boss, you know very well that you won't be able to complete this mission within 3 minutes with your current ability level. So why are you rushing it? Why don't you first familiarize yourself with the controls to get the rabbit to walk? Slow down as much as possible and work hard so you don't hit the wall. Take your time and walk through the tunnel slowly and familiarize yourself with the path. Wouldn't that be better? Little Four just could not understand Ling Lan's decision. After all, didn't she have an entire week to figure it out? Why was she so impatient? Ling Lan said moodily. It's not that I don't want to. But instructor number 3 said, if I fail there would be punishment. Also, once the time is up, I'll be brought back to the starting point. How am I supposed to get used to the tunnel? Suddenly, Ling Lan jerked, thinking of something. Her gaze brightened instantly. Thank you, Little Four. Before Little Four could react to this outburst, Ling Lan had pulled Little Four into a hug and dropped a smacking kiss onto his soft and pink little cheek. This sudden affectionate action immediately crashed Little Four's thought processes. His 2 eyes were wide as saucers, and his entire body froze up. Ling Lan did not notice that Little Four's spirit had been sent flying off by her unexpected kiss. She took a few large strides to stand once more before the doorway of Mecha and purposefully pushed it open. She needed to test her hypothesis to see whether she was right. Entering the doorway, she saw instructor number 3 still standing beside that rabbit mecha. Seeing Ling Lan return, instructor number 3 said with an expression of surprise, I thought you were only coming back tomorrow? How do you still have strength to train? Ling Lan said coldly, I'm not that weak. If it really was as she thought, instructor number 3 was really just too sly. Instructor number 3 seemed not to see Ling Lan's dark expression. With a hearty laugh, he said, That's great. Get into the mecha then. Ling Lan smoothly leapt up into the mecha's cockpit, and then swiftly closed the door and activated the mecha. After 3 minutes, on the lower right corner of the display screen, the 3-minute countdown timer appeared once more. As before, the numbers flashed at her, a constant reminder of their presence. This time, Ling Lan only took one glance at the numbers before looking away. This was not because the string of numbers made her nervous, but because she wanted to focus on the final image being displayed on the screen. Sure enough, the image on the screen changed, and Ling Lan was once again at the entrance of the test tunnel. The learning space did not give Ling Lan much time to prepare. The numbers on the bottom of the screen began to roll. The countdown had begun. This time, Ling Lan did not rush. She did not try to increase her hand speed desperately to push the mecha out as fast as she could. Instead, she chose to decrease her hand speed. Her current speed was definitely not fast, with some pauses mixed in at times. She worked hard to coordinate her 2 hands, and facing the small and narrow tunnel, she controlled the rabbit mecha to hop lightly into it. This hop was very short, not even 2 meters, not even the length of her rabbit mecha's body. However, this caution guaranteed that she made no mistakes this time. Slowly but steadily, she hopped her way to the center of the tunnel. There were still no mistakes. Ling Lan did not rush to make the next jump. Only after properly calculating the distance needed did she flex her fingers and operated the mecha to jump. Having calmed down, no longer affected by the 3-minute countdown, Ling Lan now noticed that this seemingly straight tunnel actually had a slight curve to it. However, it would not be noticeable with the naked eye when moving at fast speeds. Right then, Ling Lan finally understood why she had kept slamming into walls previously. Having been unaware of the curve of the tunnel walls, even if she had used the coordinate data provided by the mecha and jumped to the marked coordinates, it would not have helped. Because in reality, she had already made a judgment error. All that awaited her was a crash into a wall. 3 minutes' time wasn't very long, but it also wasn't very short. Ling Lan had just made her way through roughly 30 or so meters of the tunnel, avoiding several obstacles along the way, when her time ran out. However, Ling Lan was not aware of this. Because this time, strangely enough, the learning space did not impose punishment the moment the countdown hit 0. The electrocution did not happen, and Ling Lan also was not chased back to the starting point. Instead, after the timer hit 0, it did not stop, but continued to count down, going into the negatives. All this happened silently, so Ling Lan, who was thoroughly focused on operating her mecha, noticed nothing. Only after she had jumped a few more times, going about 10 meters deeper into the tunnel, did she remember to turn and look at the countdown timer. Ling Lan was wondering why the 3 minutes seemed to stretch on for so long this time. Ling Lan glanced at the timer and saw that the timer was still moving, but this time, the numbers were not getting smaller, but getting larger and larger. In fright, Ling Lan abruptly stopped her hands, and the rabbit mecha immediately froze and laid down on the ground. Looking closer, Ling Lan finally saw that the countdown timer was now displaying negative numbers. In other words, she had long gone beyond the allocated 3 minutes. Ling Lan started to think. Before this, she had been too anxious, desperately increasing her speed to charge and slam her way through the course, so much so that she completely ignored her surroundings. Thus, she had slammed into the walls repeatedly, and the final outcome was getting electrocuted after the timer ran out and being sent back to the beginning. Why did the learning space not react this time, seemingly content to let her do as she pleased? Ling Lan thought back to when she had pushed open the mecha door and her conversation then with instructor number 3. She recalled how she had so easily fallen for instructor number 3's misdirection and believed that there would be punishment if she did not finish the mission after the 3 minutes on the timer ran out. She thought about how she had become overwhelmed with panic and frantically tried to make her mecha run forwards recklessly. She had really been so bloody stupid. She had actually forgotten that, in the learning space, before a mission's deadline was up, there would not be any punishment for failing in training. She had had 7 full years of learning experience, and she had completely forgotten everything in that split second. No wonder the learning space had gotten mad. It had to be said that, ever since she had managed to obtain Ling Zhao's legacy from right under the military's noses, Ling Lan had become a little cocky. This made her lose her initial sense of caution. Ling Lan mocked herself. How shameful. I actually neglected such an obvious clue. And this trap would have been discovered easily if I had just stopped to think. Is this because I've lost my mental balance? Because I thought I was stronger than most other people, so I became too proud? Was the learning space trying to tell me through punishment that I still don't have the right to strut around with my tail up one? Ling Lan had the realization that this electrocution wasn't punishing her for failing, but was punishing her for her recklessness and carelessness, as well as her loss of mental balance. This was a warning from the learning space. Ling Lan's lips curved up into a slight smile, her eyes glittering. Although the learning space was somewhat offbeat at times, it would always step in to prevent her from making mistakes at key moments. She really felt that she was extremely fortunate to have received the learning space. Having thought things through, Ling Lan's mind was at peace. She no longer worried about the so-called countdown timer, but merely focused all her attention on operating the mecha to slowly maneuver her way through this tunnel. The start of the tunnel was so narrow that it only allowed one mecha to squeeze through at a time, and though the tunnel gradually widened out, the number of obstacles also increased. There were even sections where there were obstacle piles, which required several consecutive hops to clear. Ling Lan overcame each and every one of the challenges of the tunnel, but then a new problem appeared. A huge boulder appeared before Ling Lan, and there just was not enough space on either side of the boulder for the large rabbit mecha to pass through. Moreover, there were several rocks of uneven height below the large boulder as well. This completely prevented any challenger from passing through the bottom of the boulder. It only took one look for Ling Lan to determine the path she should take. Right at the top of the boulder, there was a coincidental gap with just enough room for the rabbit mecha to leap through. Note that she said leap through. In other words, this time, she needed to make sure the rabbit mecha jumped high enough to reach the gap and moved forwards enough to clear the boulder, otherwise it would be all too easy to slam into the rock. Ling Lan let the rabbit mecha's AI analyze the path she needed to take for this jump, along with the controls necessary for it. She then visualized it over and over in her mind, and only after she felt somewhat confident about it did she get ready to move. She controlled the mecha to retreat around 10 meters. The boulder was too tall, so she needed to use a run-up approach to build up momentum. The first time, Ling Lan sprinted up to the rock, but when she reached the jumping point, she felt that there was a deviation in her positioning and hit the emergency brakes. The mecha only managed to stop at a distance of 0.01 meters away from the rock, scaring the cold sweat out of Ling Lan. The second time, she got the jumping position right, but she did not use enough power to reach the required height. Luckily, Ling Lan reacted quickly. At the moment she was about to hit the rock, she controlled the rabbit to kick out with its limbs at the rock, sending the mecha into a flip. She then controlled the mecha to land safely, avoiding the tragedy of slamming into the boulder. These two failures gave Ling Lan a better idea of what to expect. On her third try, with a steady grasp of all the key points, Ling Lan successfully got her mecha to leap swiftly through the gap at the top of the boulder. At this moment, Ling Lan was still unaware that making her way through the various obstacles in the course had steadily built up her proficiency with the rabbit mecha's controls. From being flustered at the beginning, till being able to handle unforeseen circumstances with ease now, Ling Lan's improvement was truly phenomenal. Meanwhile, Ling Lan was still adjusting. In order to handle all sorts of scenarios, she had subconsciously begun slowly merging the combat moves she had learned in real life with her mecha control process. And this was truly the ultimate objective of this tunnel mission. Within the learning space, the passing standard for mecha operators was that a mecha operator had to be able to control a mecha as if it were their own hands and feet, just as if the mecha were an extension of their own bodies. And this wasn't something many people could do in the real world. So, if Ling Lan wanted to pass, she still had much training to do to hone her mecha control. This also gave Ling Lan the false impression for a while that her mecha control was terrible. After overcoming several more obstacles, Ling Lan finally arrived at the finish line, completing a full run of the tunnel. The time she used was slightly less than 32 minutes and 13 seconds. Of course, this duration was worlds apart from the mission requirement of 3 minutes. Still, Ling Lan wasn't particularly worried. This was because she knew that she had limited her hand speed for this run, keeping it at a normal level. Besides, this first full run was just to map out the tunnel and get to know the situation inside it, so she had wasted a lot of time at every obstacle. The second time would be different. Reality proved that it was indeed as Ling Lan had expected. The second time, Ling Lan directly shortened the time used to 23 minutes, and her third pass was infinitely close to 20 minutes. However, this time became her current limit. In the following fourth, fifth, and sixth attempts, she maintained this result, never being able to break past the 20-minute barrier. To ensure that she did not make a mistake and slam into the wall again, Ling Lan still did not unleash her hand speed. She continued to use the hand speed she used at the start to control the mecha. But after testing out several different ways of jumping without being able to break past the 20-minute barrier, Ling Lan decided to increase her hand speed by 1 level. However, after raising her hand speed, Ling Lan started making mistakes. Although she was still extremely careful, she still could not help but lose control at a particularly sharp turn, slipping out of her intended path to careen towards the wall. But Ling Lan reacted quickly, no longer allowing herself to slam helplessly into the wall like before. Instead, she used all 4 limbs of the mecha to kick off from the wall, and riding the rebound, she moved her mecha back on the correct path. Of course, this was also due to the fact that her speed was not yet at the maximum, and so was still within the limits of Ling Lan's control. Just like this, she shuffled and stumbled her way through the tunnel. She then found that her time had not gotten any better, and had in fact gotten slower than before, clocking in at around 21 minutes. However, Ling Lan was not discouraged. This new speed would require some adjustment, and in the process of adjustment, it was perfectly normal to make some mistakes. As such, the time delay was within her expectations. When she managed to fully get used to the new speed, Ling Lan was sure that she would be able to shorten the time to below 20 minutes. And so Ling Lan maintained this speed and went through the tunnel again and again, making adjustment after adjustment. The night passed without conversation. Ling Lan did not even know when she was kicked out by the learning space. From early the next day, aside from the classes that she had to attend, Ling Lan spent all her time in the learning space training to pass the mission. Of course, to reassure her mom, Ling Lan pretended to be in the virtual world by lying in a login pod. Ling Lan naturally also did not forget to instruct Little Four to fake her appearance in the virtual world to collect information from all the major subject halls. She had not forgotten the threat within the military, It would not do to let that party notice anything amiss. Ling Lan stood once more at the entrance to the tunnel. She had never stopped challenging it. She closed her eyes and counted the seconds, and then abruptly opened them again. Her eyes blazed with a vibrant light, and her fingers flew in a coordinated dance. With a strong push of its hind legs, the rabbit mecha bounded into the tunnel. At this moment, Ling Lan's entire body and soul were immersed in the mecha. She already knew the situation within the tunnel like the back of her hand, so there was no need for her to even think about how to overcome the obstacles. All of it was already a steady flow within her mind. The rabbit mecha leapt and soared nimbly within that small and narrow space. At times it crawled, at times it leapt, at times it moved rapidly, at times it slowed to turn. Quite a few times it narrowly scraped by a wall, where just a hair's breadth closer would mean a forceful crash and a violent tumble. This time, Ling Lan did not hit the wall at all, successfully making her way through the tunnel swiftly. She looked down at the time. As expected, she had finally broken past the 20-minute barrier. In fact, she had improved her time by a whole 5 minutes, ending the course within 15 minutes. Compared to her first time, Ling Lan had undoubtedly reduced her time by half. However, to achieve the 3 minutes required to complete the mission, Ling Lan still had a long way to go. Still, Ling Lan was very happy. This progress proved that her control of the rabbit mecha had improved by a substantial margin. Ling Lan wasn't anxious to raise her hand speed further at this point. Instead, she continued to work on stabilizing her current hand speed. She practiced over and over again. Running the same obstacle course repetitively was very dry and boring. Making the mecha jump and leap and run to break through obstacles may have been new and exciting for the first run or two, but after the 10th time and beyond, all that was left was boredom. Fortunately, Ling Lan was a very tolerant person. The dry monotony and boredom of the exercise were not enough to turn her off and make her choose to give up halfway. In this manner, she stayed in her house for 3 to 4 consecutive days. Then, Ling Lan was dragged out of the learning space by Little Four over an unexpected occurrence. Back then, Ling Lan had been focused on her training in the tunnel to try and apply a higher hand speed. Just as she had been running, the scene in front of her eyes suddenly twisted and spun, becoming blurred and unfocused. By the time Ling Lan could see clearly again, she had already been brought to the great hall of the learning space. Little Four was waiting for her there with an anxious expression. Seeing Ling Lan come out, Little Four immediately rushed over as he shouted, "Boss, hurry! Qi Long and the others are looking for you." During this time, Little Four had been substituting Ling Lan to enter the virtual world. So, he was also responsible for reporting anything of note that happened there. "Can't you handle it?" Ling Lan automatically assumed it was something to do with the virtual world. That's why she was rather surprised, because Little Four had patted his chest and guaranteed that he would be able to handle anything in the virtual world back when he had first taken on this duty. "It's a real-world issue. They were just trying to contact you online, and it looks urgent. They want you to go to the combat hall immediately. It looks like something major is happening," explained Little Four in a hurry. Ling Lan was rather bewildered, unsure what could have happened to make Qi Long and the others so anxious. With a worried heart, she quickly left the learning space and climbed out of the login pod to the virtual world. She took a moment to change into a clean uniform, and then immediately set out for the combat hall. The moment she arrived at the entrance to the combat hall, Ling Lan found that there was an unusually large crowd here today. She took a swift look around, and found that there were not just students from her grade, but also quite a number of students from the other grades. There were younger juniors who had just started school here, as well as seniors from a grade or two higher. Among the groupings of blue and green, Ling Lan could even see some white and red. Looks like there were also quite a few students from the special classes. Ling Lan grew even more curious. What in the world had happened to make the students of the lower division gather here? Although the Scout Academy had 10 grades, these grades were in fact split into 3 different divisions. Grades 1 to 4 made up the lower division, 5 to 7 was the intermediate division, and 8 to 10 was the upper division. The students of every division had their own circles, and aside from those with intent, very few people were willing to cross these circles to get to know the students of the other divisions. Just take Ling Lan's group for example. They may know about the matters concerning the lower division students, but they only knew vague details about things to do with the intermediate division and the upper division was completely out of the consideration of these lower division children. Ling Lan immediately contacted Qi Long, and finding out that the others were at Arena 3, she hurried over. On the way there, Ling Lan's ostentatious red uniform drew the admiration and envy of the surrounding merit class and regular class students. Although Ling Lan kept a rather low profile within the academy, there were still quite a few people who recognized her. These people were talking in hushed whispers to the people beside them who didn't know Ling Lan. "Do you know who that person in the red uniform is?" said one of the informed grade 1 students excitedly to a student beside him whom he had just met. "A special class A student? From which grade? I don't think I saw him at the cross-grade challenge matches." Some of the people who had no acquaintances in the upper grades naturally did not know much about their seniors. "You should at least know about Qi Long, right?" Qi Long had obtained the top rank of the special classes multiple times in succession, and so had often appeared at the cross-grade challenge fights. Thus, even the new students knew him. "Of course I know. The leading person in the second grade. I've seen him in the cross-grade challenge matches. I get excited just speaking of him. In the last challenge, he actually managed to challenge all the way up to grade 4 before losing. He really makes us lower grades proud." It looked like this new student was a fan of Qi Long's. His face was filled with idolization. "Hee, let me tell you, that person just now is Qi Long's boss. He's also in the second grade." The informed one was very smug. He actually knew about the strongest hidden boss. "No way." Shocked cries rang out one after another. Eavesdroppers drawn by their discussion all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Qi Long was the high-profile academy star of the lower grades. How could a superior being like him submit and acknowledge another person as boss so easily? And someone from the same grade at that, with a lower ranking. You really think Qi Long dominates the second grade? If my elder cousin sister wasn't in that grade, I may not have known about this secret. The ones who paid attention to the internal grade rankings were basically those in the same grade. Very few students from other grades would bother with the rankings of another grade, which was why most people from the lower grades and the upper grades would not know the internal matters. "What secret? Tell us quick." Those who loved uncovering the truth all began urging the informant to hurry up and reveal the secret he knew. "My cousin sister said that every time that person encountered Qi Long, he would automatically forfeit, never ever choosing to attack." "Why?" everyone wondered. "Is it because he knew he couldn't win, so he chose not to fight?" "That doesn't mean that person is stronger than Qi Long, though," someone objected. "I have proof. You all know that in the grade ranking matches, what's the least number of moves Qi Long took to defeat his opponent?" "Yup, I remember someone mention it once. I think it was 3 moves against the weakest opponent in the first round." Qi Long's combat skills are amazing. He's not just agile. His strength is also greater than others his age by too much. On top of that, his foundations are very solid, and I heard he has some sure-kill moves as well. But as the opponents get stronger, Qi Long also can't defeat them that easily anymore. From around 10 moves to over 10 moves, even using up to several hundred moves. That's why I say, Qi Long is strong, but he still hasn't reached the level of domination, said the informant airily, nodding as he heard what everyone had to say about Qi Long's abilities. "You can't say that. Anyone who can enter the special classes in our academy is a talent from the cream of the crop. Qi Long being able to press down everyone his age already proves that he is extremely outstanding." The other people felt that the informant was being rather unreasonable with his comments. Once, that person managed to defeat an opponent in, "Guess how many moves?" asked the informant coldly, in response to the others doubting his words. "What's his strength like? You can't just ask us to guess blindly without any comparison point." That opponent was also from the special classes. Qi Long managed to defeat that person in roughly 50 moves. The informant provided a comparison point. About 50 moves? Could it be less than the number of moves Qi Long needed? Seeing the informant's impassive face, everyone was shocked. 40 moves? Or maybe 30 moves? The informant just smiled, but said nothing. Everyone there drew a cold breath. 20 or so moves. Maybe about over 10 moves. Everyone felt that their guesses were already very bold. Sadly, the informant did not seem to agree. He shook his head, sighing, and said, "Can't you all be more daring with your guesses?" Within 10 moves. In a sea of silence, a wavering voice piped up quietly. This guess made everyone hold their breath, waiting for the informant to respond. Within 10 moves? You're all wrong. He only used one move. Revealed the informant proudly, just as if Ling Lan was his own boss. Whoa, that's strong. There was a cacophony as everyone exclaimed in shock. If this were true, then that person was definitely the reigning champ of the second grade. I predict that, if they really fought, even Qilong wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The informant finally gave his hypothesis. Then why would he choose to forfeit? If he became the top rank, then he would be able to participate in the cross-grade challenge. Some people felt it was a shame, because they had not been able to see that person's awesomeness in defeating his opponent in one move. Who knows? Perhaps he prefers to keep a low profile. An Oracle of Truth one presented himself. Right? What's that person called? Those with superior strength would always garner respect. The surrounding students were eager to find out the identity of their new idol from the informant. Ling Lan, the true number one of year 4738-2. Ling Lan deeply mourned the fact that her hearing was so sharp. She had actually heard every single bit of gossip loud and clear. She had already tried her best to keep a low profile. Who knew that someone had still found her memorable? Still, Ling Lan wasn't really bothered. This gossip would probably just circulate among the lower division. The upper division would have no interest in following the gossip within their circle. So, no one outside would care or recognize her. Very soon, she had rushed to Arena 3, and she immediately saw Qilong and the others waiting in front of the stage. Ling Lan walked over quickly and asked, Qilong, why did you call me to come over in such a hurry? What exactly is going on? Subconsciously, Qilong glanced at Han Jijian, cluing Ling Lan in that it was probably Han Jijian's idea to call her here. Sure enough, Han Jijian received Qilong's signal and spoke up. Boss Lan, I was the one who asked Qilong to call you here. Actually, calling you here this time is to discuss the matter of Lin Zhongqing. Him? Is there any connection to us? Ling Lan was too busy. She did not have that much time and effort to go worry about the other students in her class, who she was just on regular terms with. Of course there's no connection right now, but there'll soon be one. The corner of Han Jijian's lips quirked up, and there was actually a trace of deviousness in his smirk. Han Jijian's words made Ling Lan very curious. With a slight quirk of her brow, she waited for Han Jijian to continue explaining. Earlier, Lin Zhongqing contacted me urgently in the virtual world. He hopes that we can help him out, because he has been blockaded by Liangjia. What? That punk Liangjia hasn't given up on making Lin Zhongqing submit. Ling Lan was rather speechless to hear that. This Liangjia was really too stubborn, starting back in the first grade, ever since Lin Zhongqing had refused to be his subordinate. This brat had been determined to pick a bone with Lin Zhongqing. He kept finding opportunities to make trouble for Lin Zhongqing, trying to make Lin Zhongqing submit to him. As luck would have it, Lin Zhongqing was also someone who was open to persuasion but not to coercion. The more Liangjia tried to force the issue, the more he refused to submit. Thus, the two of them had become locked in a never-ending feud. It can't be helped. Liangjia is now stuck riding the Tiger One. Ever since he hit a dead end with Lin Zhongqing, he thoroughly lost all credibility to become the boss of the special classes. Many students in class are now just agreeing in words but not in mind. Some have even mocked him behind his back, saying that he should handle Lin Zhongqing first before doing the talking. So, this year hasn't been easy for Lin Zhongqing. There was one more thing Han Jijian didn't say. Another reason why Liangjia couldn't become the undisputed boss of year 4738 was the existence of their group. Compared to Lin Zhongqing, Liangjia actually hated them even more for blocking his way. It's just that Qilong alone was already hard for him to handle, not to mention Ling Lan, who was stronger than Qilong. So, Liangjia, who was unable to take his anger out on them, could only go after the vulnerable Lin Zhongqing, who had no one backing him. At the heart of the matter, Lin Zhongqing was actually collateral damage of Liangjia's dispute with them. Han Jijian sighed deeply. Although the academy tried its best to minimize the influence of family background among the students, setting up lots of regulations preventing students from possessing special rights due to their backgrounds, was there any child who was stupid among those who could enter the Central Scout Academy's special classes? A full year of time and more had been enough for them to seek out the loopholes in these regulations. With that, they managed to artfully avoid the rigid external protection of the academy, using other methods within the boundaries of the rules to force some children without reliable backgrounds to become their attendants, subordinates, or even gophers. In Special Class A, most of the children came from some sort of weighted background. After all, genes determined everything. It was much more likely for a powerful and wealthy elite family to produce an outstanding child. So, in the Special Class A of year 4738, there were only 3 or 4 people from more common family backgrounds. Besides Lin Zhongqing, who stood his ground to keep his independence, the others had all chosen to rely on other classmates with stronger abilities and backgrounds. Among the array of wealthy and powerful backgrounds present in the class, Ling Lan's background, leaving aside Ling Zhao's identity, was considered insignificant, but no one dared to bother him. In the academy, background wasn't the most important thing. Might was the foundation which truly allowed a person to stand their ground. Though Lin Zhongqing, who had come from a poor district, had been gradually increasing his strength, the top 5 of the class could still handle him easily. In other words, Lin Zhongqing was the easiest to handle among all of the Special Class A children. Who else could Li Yingjie target if not him? However, Lin Zhongqing himself knew that he would not be able to stand up against Li Yingjie. So he had chosen to tolerate. No matter how much Li Yingjie taunted him or insulted him, he had taken it and refused to react. This made Han Zhijian admire him greatly for his ability to restrain himself for a greater purpose. Hasn't he been targeted before all this while? Didn't he manage to resolve it all himself so far? Why does he want our help this time? Ling Lan was curious. She knew very well that even though Lin Zhongqing was a poor commoner, he had a prideful heart. Unless there was no other choice, he wouldn't have reached out for their help. What could have happened? What could be grave enough to corner Lin Zhongqing? Ling Lan stroked her jaw absent-mindedly as she thought about it. Han Zhijian replied, "It's like this. Lin Zhongqing told me that the opponent invoked the rule of nemesis combat and challenged him to an arena battle. The one who loses will have to recognize the other as boss and become his subordinate. A nemesis combat match cannot be avoided. The moment one chooses to refuse the fight, the Academy AI will see that as a forfeit and automatically declare it as the loss of the side which refused." This time, Li Yingjie was smart. He used the combat rules of the Academy. How did Lin Zhongqing fall for it? Hasn't he always been careful? To avoid Li Yingjie's taunts and challenges, Lin Zhongqing had learned all he could about the Academy's rules. He was always careful to stay away from things that wouldn't benefit him, but it looks like he had been set up this time. Yes, well, in the virtual world, Li Yingjie recruited a regular class student and sent him to offend Lin Zhongqing. You know how all the students of Special Class A have their pride. They would never permit someone else to trample over it easily. So, Lin Zhongqing chose to teach him a lesson, and then, this was the result. The other boy recorded a video of himself being beaten up and submitted it to the school AI to request for a nemesis combat match. After it was approved, he challenged Lin Zhongqing. Under nemesis combat mode, Lin Zhongqing cannot refuse, so he had no choice but to accept. Ling Lan naturally knew what was going on instantly. Looks like Li Yingjie really invested a lot of thought and effort to trap Lin Zhongqing. For this plan, he had to complete the team formation mission in the virtual world. He's most likely the 3rd person of our 2nd grade to succeed in building a team. Only teams would allow the members of the team to substitute amongst themselves freely. And so, in the end, the one Lin Zhongqing had to fight was no longer that regular class student, but Li Yingjie. That fellow is really willing to pay to get Lin Zhongqing, actually willing to waste a team member slot. Each team only had 6 member slots, and after the members had been chosen, the team members could no longer be changed. The existence of teams was a way for the Academy to foster cooperation and team battle sense among the students. It was also a way to cultivate lasting bonds among team members, so that the team members would be able to learn more responsibility by watching out for each other, lending each other a hand, and progressing together. The growth and strength of each individual member of the team would also be a determining factor in when they'd be able to enter the real virtual world. Once students reached the age of 13, they would have the right to challenge for the right to exit. If successful, the Central Scout Academy would remove the restrictions on those children and give them free access to the virtual world. Mind you, Only in the extended virtual world would they be able to experience mecha controls. And this was the dream of all the students of the Scout Academy. All the children dreamed of the day they could operate mecha. Thus, every team was very particular about its members. They wouldn't take in just anyone, unless a team member accidentally becomes incapacitated. That's why the members of a team were definitely the best of friends, steadfast comrades that one would be willing to fight beside till they graduated from the Scout Academy. What does Lin Zhongqing want exactly? Ling Lan had an inkling of what Lin Zhongqing's objective was, and her brow furrowed slightly. He wants to join us. Sure enough, Han Jijian gave voice to the answer Ling Lan had thought of. I don't find him promising. Ling Lan didn't really like Lin Zhongqing. She felt that Lin Zhongqing was just too tolerant. In contrast with Ling Lan's voluntary self-restraint and tolerance, Lin Zhongqing's brand of tolerance was forced by external pressure. As a result, he was very moody and somber, and his gaze was always dark with murky shadows. Letting this kind of person join them may very well bring an unstable element into their team. Ling Lan was totally preparing to lead Qi Long and the others to beat the exit challenge the moment they all turned 13. As such, she didn't want there to be any surprises. He stated clearly that he wants to become boss's subordinate, and that he's willing to serve you loyally, added Han Jijian. It looked like he really favored Lin Zhongqing's addition to their team. Ling Lan still wasn't moved. She had the Ling family loyalists, who were way more reliable than Lin Zhongqing. Actually, Lin Zhongqing is not a bad addition. In my opinion, he chose us only after thinking it over very seriously. He probably wouldn't betray us. You should know that right now, in Special Class A, there are only 2 teams which can match up with Li Yingjie's group. One would be the Wu Jiongyi Su team, and the other is our team, explained Luo Lang, chiming in. But the Wu Jiongyi Su team is aligned with the federal military system, and Lin Zhongqing really dislikes this sort of authoritarian elitism. So, he doesn't really want to join them, which is why he chose us. And we're not aligned with the federal military system? Asked Ling Lan in confusion. She cast a doubtful glance at the boys standing before her, poking fun at their backgrounds. She had learned about their family backgrounds after over a year of hanging out together. Qi Long, Han Jijian, and Luo Lang were all descended from upper-ranking federal military families. The 3 boys couldn't help but laugh. Still chuckling, Qi Long retorted, "But boss, you aren't. Whether or not we are aligned with the federal military system depends on your identity as our leader." Ling Lan scratched her face in embarrassment. She wasn't sure whether she should tell them now that she was actually aligned with the federal military system after all. In the past, she had thought that with her father's death, that her family was just an extremely normal martyr's family, which would definitely have nothing to do with the federal military system. Therefore, she had told Han Jijian and the others that she came from a middle-average family, and that her father had just been sacrificed in battle before she was born. And so, back when Ling Lan had just discovered her father Ling Zhao's true identity, she had been very conflicted. She just didn't know how she could re-explain her identity to her companions now. You all want to accept Lin Zhongqing? Ling Lan wasn't a self-opinionated person. Although she didn't particularly like Lin Zhongqing, she still decided that she would listen to what everyone had to say. Yeah, Lin Zhongqing's potential is great, and he puts in a lot of effort into studying. His improvement is obvious. In the most recent ranking tournament, he managed to make it into the top 15. His future results shouldn't be too much off the mark. Boss, taking him in as a follower should bring us no disadvantages, analyzed Han Jijian. But we'll just have to go up against Li Yingjie's group. Ling Lan considered whether it was worth it to take on this troublesome issue for Lin Zhongqing's sake. Isn't that pretty interesting? With no rivals, no competition, our improvement will be much slower, said Han Jijian with a smile as he looked to one side. It was Li Yingjie and company. Right then, Han Jijian's gaze was somewhat piercing, a little different from how it was usually. A notion passed through Ling Lan's mind. While the innate talents of Qi Long, Luo Lang, and herself were geared towards combat, Han Jijian's wasn't. His innate talent belonged to the intelligence stream. In other words, he could not rely solely on book learning or fighting to increase his abilities, but had to clash wits often with others. Ling Lan thought of her future plans. Han Jijian was definitely one of the most integral links in the chain. Only if Han Jijian became more capable would she be able to accomplish what she wanted to do perfectly. So Ling Lan nodded and said, "All right, I agree." Ling Lan's agreement caused the smile on Han Jijian's face to deepen, and his gaze brightened even more. Perhaps Han Jijian had found a game he wanted to play, and so his spirits were running high. When Han Jijian wasn't paying attention, Qi Long nudged Luo Lang lightly with a shoulder and asked quietly, "Did your initiate instructor arrange some sort of mission?" Luo Lang was startled, somewhat unable to wrap his mind around how sharp Qi Long's instincts were. This was because Qi Long always gave off a brash and forthright vibe, and seemed like he would be extremely careless. However, Luo Lang very quickly gathered his thoughts and nodded almost imperceptibly with a subtle dip of his chin, telling Qi Long that he had guessed correctly. Qi Long grinned. Only he knew that he had guessed so easily, not because he was intuitive, but because his initiate instructor had also given him a mission. So, seeing Han Jijian suddenly become so proactive, his mind connected the dots to his own situation, which was why he had jumped to this assumption so quickly. How about this? Let's leave Qi Long in charge of this matter. Ling Lan currently intended to cultivate Qi Long as the spokesperson for their team, wanting to put him in charge of representing their public image. This was because Qi Long's appearance was bright, lively, and extremely positive, easily gaining the trust of others. In the future, no matter what mission they accepted, this disposition of his would be an unexpected boon when cooperating with others. As Ling Lan had been trolled multiple times by the smiling faces of instructors number 3 and number 5, she believed that people who smiled like they were kindly gentlemen were often representatives with black innards bellies filled with murky waters of deceit and evil intentions. Therefore, she wasn't particularly fond of that kind of smile. In addition, she had the utmost respect for instructor number 1, and held instructor number 9 in high esteem, and these two people were classic slack-face representatives. This led her current expressions and speaking tone to gradually shift infinitely closer towards the behavioral patterns of those two instructors. In Little Four's words, right now was the developmental phase of the slack-face Shota. Ling Lan's arrangement boggled Qi Long. What was he supposed to be in charge of? I'm saying that Lin Zhongqing will be your attending follower. You'll be responsible for him. Since she would be pushing Qi Long to take center stage, then it made sense for her to assign a lackey to him, right? Besides, Ling Lan had way too many secrets, which made it unsuitable for someone to keep following her around. Later, when you fight in the arena, you need to do your best, all right? Otherwise, you'll lose your follower. Ling Lan patted Qi Long's shoulder in encouragement, and then washed her hands of the responsibility. Yet, Qi Long didn't care about Ling Lan's unexplained transfer of duties to him. He was in excitement mode. As a battle freak, the moment he heard the words arena and fight, his blood boiled, and he just wished he could rush over immediately to the stage to satisfy a little of his battle lust. Although that punk Liang Jie was somewhat iffy in the way he handled things, his personal combat ability was not bad. Good enough to be Qi Long's opponent. Meanwhile, Han Jijian had already got hold of Lin Zhongqing via communicator and told him to meet them secretly in a small room they opened for private arena combat. As this type of combat was set as private, no one would be able to get into the room without entering the correct password. Since Han Jijian was prepared to let Lin Zhongqing join the team, he would have to teach Li Yingjie a lesson no matter what. In the process, he wanted to reap more benefits from Li Yingjie, so he couldn't let Li Yingjie find out that Lin Zhongqing had already joined their team. Very soon, Lin Zhongqing entered the private combat room. When he entered, Lin Zhongqing couldn't see anyone, but just as he was wondering if he got the wrong room, he saw Ling Lan and the others waiting for him in a corner of the room that had been in his blind spot. Out of worry that Lin Zhongqing could have been followed, Han Jijian had arranged it so that everyone was located within a blind spot when someone first enters the room. This would eliminate any chance of them being discovered by an unintended audience. Seeing the door close, Ling Lan and the others walked out of the corner. Lin Zhongqing carefully glanced at Ling Lan, who was standing in the middle of the group, and waited for the final verdict. Being able to join Ling Lan's team would undoubtedly be the best outcome for him. Ever since Ling Lan had helped him previously without even batting an eyelid, Lin Zhongqing had been extremely grateful towards Ling Lan. Back then, he had already been conflicted, wondering if he should lower his head and asked to join Ling Lan's group directly so that he could be under their protection. But at that time, he had just qualified for the Central Scout Academy and had also managed to become a special Class A student in one go. His pride and personal drive was high. He didn't want to become someone else's tag-along. Moreover, he was confident that he could evade Li Yingjia's pressuring, and so the thought of joining Ling Lan's group came and went. However, reality was cruel. His relationship with Li Yingjia became increasingly worse, until it reached the point where they were almost archenemies. Meanwhile, although he continued to improve, the more he learned, the more he could feel the distance between himself and the top 5 of Special Class A. Ling Lan, Qi Long, Li Yingjia, Wu Jiong, and Yi Su were the ironclad top 5. Their strength exceeded the other Class A students by a significant margin. It could be said that no one was even close to threatening their positions. Of the 5, Yi Su was the weakest. And while Li Yingjia and Wu Jiong were about equal in strength, Qi Long was overall stronger than them by a head. Needless to say, Ling Lan was the uncontested number 1 in the minds of all the students of their year. Although he had never truly obtained the top rank, the fact that his follower Qi Long had successfully earned the top rank 3 years in a row just proved how fearsome he was. In the intra-grade ranking fights, Lin Zhongqing had fought against Yi Su and Wu Jiong before. Against them, he had only managed to hold out for 50 to 60 moves. Deep down, Lin Zhongqing knew that if the other had really used their sure-kill moves, he would never have been able to hold out for that long. He could perhaps hold out for half that number of moves. The sheer pressure brought on by the gap between their levels let Lin Zhongqing lose without any resentment. Compared to the other 4 people, Lin Zhongqing was actually much more curious about Ling Lan. In fact, you could even say that he was brimming with questions. Before this, he had asked around in a roundabout way to find out more about Ling Lan's family background. He found out that Ling Lan was from a middle-class family and was also a posthumous child. While he had still been in his mother's womb, his father had lost his life in one of the Federation's battlefields. Aside from having a slightly better background, Ling Lan and he had rather similar conditions. They didn't have any additional combat skills and didn't have access to any battle experience from their elders. Then why did Ling Lan have such formidable battle power? Could it be a genetic issue? But they were just lower than Ling Lan by 1 level, so logically, the difference shouldn't be that large. Lin Zhongqing had also studied Ling Lan's fights before and found that his battles were clean, precise, and efficient, never dragging things out. With only just 1 move used, there really was nothing to drag. Furthermore, his every attack was neither so strong that it was unstoppable, nor so fast that it was invisible. A simple, straightforward move, without any extraneous frills or flourishes, directly aimed to strike at his opponent's biggest weakness. Of course, he himself was very familiar with those attack moves Ling Lan had used. They were all sourced from the basic physical skills set of the Central Scout Academy, with only some being sure-kill techniques appropriated from other students. Originally, Lin Zhongqing hadn't known this. But then one time, he noticed Qin Yi's sure-kill technique being executed perfectly by Ling Lan's hands, letting him defeat Yi Su in 1 move. Then, he had known that Ling Lan had the unbelievable ability to rapidly mimic and absorb others' sure-kill techniques. This had also given him some insight on how Ling Lan could have become so strong. Ling Lan didn't have a formidable family background, nor did he have any additional combat skills, or so he thought. Yet another poor babe being kept in the dark. And yet, he had become the number 1 of their year. Lin Zhongqing truly respected and admired Ling Lan from the heart. He felt that Ling Lan had brought honor to all the students from common family backgrounds. The only regret he had was that Ling Lan was very aloof, not seeming to care very much for the students around him. Aside from those few people from the start, after a whole year, it was still those few people who were close to him. Then, this time, he had unexpectedly fallen into a trap and was now forced to fight against Li Yingjia directly. Lin Zhongqing knew that he was no match for Li Yingjia, but he was unwilling to just roll over and become Li Yingjia's subordinate. And so, he had thought of Ling Lan. If he really had to submit and become someone's subordinate, then he would much rather become Ling Lan's subordinate. Even though Wu Jiong was also a good candidate, Lin Zhongqing wasn't as keen to submit to Wu Jiong. Thus, he had taken the initiative to contact Han Jijian online and put forward his request. He had thought that he would feel horrible doing it. After all, he had fought hard for independence for over a year, but still couldn't escape the tragic outcome of becoming a follower. The only consolation he had was that at least contacting Han Jijian to submit to Ling Lan was his own choice. However, unexpectedly, the moment the words left his mouth, he had actually felt at peace. His heart seemed lighter, as if shedding a heavy weight too. Perhaps he had already been thinking about this for a long time subconsciously, but his pride and ego had not allowed him to consider it consciously. Now, Lin Zhongqing had come to face the person that could determine his future destiny. His initially steady heart actually started fluttering in panic. God damn it. He was actually nervous. And there were also feelings of fear. He was really afraid of being rejected. Lin Zhongqing, I have agreed to your request. But I'm used to acting alone, so, after this, you can just follow Qi Long and the others. Ling Lan's words brought both joy and pain to Lin Zhongqing's heart. The joy was because he could finally join Ling Lan's team and receive their protection. The pain was because he had heard Ling Lan's rejection. Ling Lan wasn't taking him on as a follower personally, but handing him over to Qi Long and the others, who knew there would come a day where he would be dismissed by another as a follower. Lin Zhongqing didn't know how to feel. He merely nodded his head in a daze to indicate that he understood. Only the team leader could request the addition of a team member. An individual wasn't able to randomly search for a team and request to join on their own. So, when Ling Lan saw Lin Zhongqing nod his acceptance, as the team leader, she used her communicator to connect to the Academy's mainframe and submitted the request form for Lin Zhongqing to enter her team. Once the request was approved, the AI would contact the team member listed on the form. Next, the team member need only enter the password of his communicator to complete the process and join the team. The AI very quickly checked Lin Zhongqing's information to confirm that he was currently a free agent. Then, it forwarded Ling Lan's invitation to Lin Zhongqing's communicator. Lin Zhongqing took a deep breath. He then resolutely pressed on the confirm button and entered his password. When he saw the congratulatory message confirming his addition to Ling Lan's team, Lin Zhongqing let out a large breath. It felt to him as if the dust had truly settled and he was back on solid ground. He hit it well though. No one else in the room noticed. Qi Long, I leave the arena battle to you. Ling Lan had simultaneously received a notification informing her of the successful addition, along with a copy of all of Lin Zhongqing's data. As a team, they were considered as one entity, so all the team members' information was publicly available within the group. Meanwhile, any grudges on Lin Zhongqing's shoulders would also be extended to encompass the whole team. In other words, any of the other team members could substitute for Lin Zhongqing in the upcoming fight. This logic was exactly the same as the one behind Li Yingjia's plot to trap Lin Zhongqing into a fight. This was the first time in the last couple of years that a nemesis combat match was to be held in the Central Scout Academy. Lin Zhongqing and Li Yingjia's wager on their futures created an uproar among the lower grades. This was also why there were so many people here in the combat hall today. Li Yingjia had long taken up his position on the stage, waiting for Lin Zhongqing to arrive. At this moment, he was very pleased with himself, thinking that Lin Zhongqing was already a bird in his hand. All that remained was for the final result to be declared. Li Yingjia was extremely confident that he would be able to take down Lin Zhongqing easily with his strength. The more Li Yingjia thought about it, the more excited he was. He could almost see Lin Zhongqing bowing down before him now. However, the following events did not unfold as he had pictured. In the final minute before the arena battle would officially start, the person that appeared across from him was not Lin Zhongqing, but Qi Long. Right then, Li Yingjia knew that his plot had been countered by the opponent, and he screamed in anger, "Why is it you?" Qi Long laughed freely, saying, "Why can't it be me?" In Li Yingjia's eyes, Qi Long's hearty laughter was a taunt, mocking him for falling victim to his own cleverness. Who'd have thought that Lin Zhongqing would be your team member? I'd never expected you all to be willing to waste a member slot for that fellow. In Li Yingjia's plans, after he had defeated Lin Zhongqing, the first thing he would do would be to forbid him from joining any teams. Since Lin Zhongqing had been so unwilling to submit to him, then he would utterly destroy him and turn Lin Zhongqing into a lowly dog for Li Yingjia to kick and scold as he pleased. You yourself were willing to let a regular class person join your team. At least Lin Zhongqing is still a special Class A student. It's not at all shameful to have taken him in. Qi Long was rather perplexed by Li Yingjia's words. Right now, no matter how he looked at Li Yingjia, he just felt that there was something wrong with the other's brain. Really, what was he thinking? The members of a team were supposed to be the best partners to grow up with, and would be the most intimate companions who would fight right by one's side in the future. Therefore, every team leader would be more careful than careful, weighing their options again and again when deciding whether to accept someone into their team. Li Yingjia's act of adding a weak member who would obviously drag down the strength of a team, all for the sake of revenge against someone who didn't want to join him. In Qi Long's opinion, this sort of behavior was illogical. It was definitely the action of a retard. Qi Long's words further ignited Li Yingjia's rage. There was only one notion in his mind now, and that was that he had fallen prey to Ling Lan's team's evil scheme. He believed that this was all a ploy set up by Ling Lan's group to eliminate their greatest rival, him, so that they could obtain the coveted status of kings of year 4738. It had to be said that Li Yingjia was really full of himself. He had always thought of Ling Lan's group as his competition. So the moment he found that the situation wasn't looking good for him, his first conclusion was that he had been set up. Dizzy with rage, Li Yingjia could no longer remain calm. The moment the referee teacher said start, he charged with bloodshot eyes towards Qi Long on the opposite end. Of course, this manner of approach was useless. Already weaker than Qi Long in general, after losing his composure, the difference between Li Yingjia's and Qi Long's strength was even clearer. Within the span of a few moves, Li Yingjia was being dominated by Qi Long on every front. A slight smile appeared on Ling Lan's lips. This match was already Qi Long's. In a corner not too far from the arena stage, Wu Jiong, who had been observing the fight, sniffed coldly at this point and said, "Yi Su, let's go." "Yes," replied Yi Su, nodding. Even at their level, they could tell what the final outcome of the fight would be. Initially, they had been looking forward to seeing the fight between Li Yingjia and Qi Long, but who would have guessed that Li Yingjia would become mentally imbalanced and lose his calm? Hence, the fight had lost all meaning, making them lose interest in it as well. Wu Jiong and Yi Su had actually come to spectate for a specific purpose. They too had wanted to invite Lin Zhongqing to join their team. Although Lin Zhongqing was currently only ranked 15th in the class rankings, seemingly not too strong, the fact is that he had successfully moved up from the position of dead last to the upper segment of Class A in just short of 2 years. If Lin Zhongqing continued to improve at this rate, he would certainly be able to make a true place for himself among those at the top one day. Wu Jiong and Yi Su both thought highly of his future prospects, so they were willing to give one of their precious team member slots to Lin Zhongqing. Of course, Wu Jiong and Yi Su also believed that as long as Lin Zhongqing was willing to join them, if they negotiated politely with Li Yingjia based on their family status in the military world, the other would probably give way. However, Wu Jiong hadn't considered that Ling Lan would beat them to the punch. Wu Jiong felt a twinge of regret in his heart, thinking that he had lost this chess match by a slim margin. He had wanted to wait till Lin Zhongqing had utterly lost all hope before offering a helping hand. That way, he would have been able to gain Lin Zhongqing's gratitude. But unexpectedly, Ling Lan's group had stepped in halfway and hijacked his target. If he had only known earlier, he would not have waited to try and maximize his advantages. He should have just contacted Lin Zhongqing directly the moment he had found out about Li Yingjia's trap. That punk Qi Long really moves too goddamn quickly. Actually beating us to the punch to get Lin Zhongqing, complained Yi Su, displeased, as he stared at Qi Long dominating the match. Qi Long. That punk is just a battle maniac. He wouldn't think that far. Without that person, Lin Zhongqing would never have chosen to join them. Gaze serious, Wu Jiong directed Yi Su's attention to Ling Lan, who was standing in a corner. Ling Lan. Yi Su's expression changed subtly. He still remembered when he had first been defeated by Ling Lan in one move. That one incident had almost destroyed his confidence. Luckily, Wu Jiong had found him, and they had bonded while commiserating together over their losses to Ling Lan. The two of them began working together and finally managed to build a team of their own, becoming one of the only 3 teams in their grade at present. This also allowed their reputation to stay on par with Ling Lan's team, taking on the role as a sort of counterbalance. As for Li Yingjia's team, in their eyes, it wasn't even a threat. It was really only Li Yingjie himself who blindly believed that his team was one of the strongest teams in the class. At the heart of it, Wu Jiong actually looked down a little on Li Yingjie. He was a direct descendant of a top elite family, but though his combat ability was not bad, that brain of his was really below Wu Jiong's notice. He just kept doing a bunch of nonsensical things that did neither himself nor anyone else any good. Wu Jiong's group quietly disappeared from the combat hall. Meanwhile, on the stage, the results were quickly decided. Li Yingjie, who could fight against Qi Long for up to several 100 moves typically, did not display any of the strength a top 5 of Class A should have this time. It hadn't taken even 100 moves before he was struck by one of Qi Long's fists and flew off the stage, sealing his loss. After Li Yingjie lost, 2 options popped out on his communicator. One was to adhere to the wager and serve the other, while the other was to redeem himself by using battle points to trade for his freedom. Based on Li Yingjie's personality, he would certainly choose to redeem himself, but before he could make his choice, he had fainted out of sheer anger. Because Li Yingjie had lost the ability to choose, after 3 minutes, the Academy's mainframe automatically transferred that right to Qi Long, allowing him to make the choice on behalf of Li Yingjie. If Qi Long chose the first option, he would have to send out an invitation for his team, while the second option would require the loser to forfeit a set number of battle points to redeem himself. Of course, Qi Long was unwilling to take on this trash Li Yingjie. He hurriedly chose for Li Yingjie to redeem himself. And then, all he saw was the immense figure supplied by the AI. The countless number of zeros made Qi Long's eyes cross. It turned out that Li Yingjie was worried that Lin Zhongqing would choose to redeem himself, and so had set it so that the price for self-redemption was 1 million battle points. This was an absolutely astronomical number. For context, despite Qi Long's battle achievements, in these 2 years at the Academy, he had only managed to earn slightly more than 1,000 battle points. In truth, Li Yingjie had already proposed this self-redemption price right from the beginning when he had challenged Lin Zhongqing to a nemesis match. This way, no matter which option Lin Zhongqing chose, he wouldn't be able to escape his palm. If Lin Zhongqing chose the second option, he would use the debt of these battle points to force Lin Zhongqing to give up his studies and work nonstop in the virtual world by taking on missions to repay his debt. The Scout Academy's battle points can be traded using the credits earned within the virtual world. However, this malicious intent of Li Yingjie's had now smashed his own toes, benefiting Qi Long. This was also another reason why Li Yingjie had fainted. He knew what the price of self-redemption was, and even he could not bear the cost. Very quickly, a message was sent to Qi Long's communicator, informing him that a batch of battle points under Li Yingjie's name had been transferred into his account. The mainframe also told Qi Long that the remaining deficiency would be automatically transferred to his account whenever Li Yingjie earned more battle points in the future. In other words, even without taking Li Yingjie in as a lackey, Li Yingjie would have to work for Qi Long until the day he graduated from the Central Scout Academy. Just like that, Li Yingjie was forced to take a great loss. On the other hand, Lin Zhongqing managed to get rid of a burden that had troubled him for close to 2 years. However, Qi Long very quickly received the remaining battle points from Li Yingjie, clearing the debt. Qi Long knew very well that this was most likely the doing of Li Yingjie's family. They must have applied pressure in the background to allow the direct transfer of credits into Li Yingjie's virtual account, so that he could trade them for battle points to clear his debt. Although the Academy had announced to the public that it was impossible to obtain credits from the outside world, when real power and authority came into play, the Academy would still give some face to the extremely resourceful large elite families. Qi Long was clear about the twists and turns involved in this, so he wasn't particularly surprised to receive the payment for Li Yingjie's debt so quickly. He merely told Ling Lan and Han Zhijian about the amount of battle points he received. In the end, Ling Lan decided that she would leave 100,000 points for emergencies, while the rest would be left to Han Zhijian to handle. Hopefully, this large windfall would be able to give them a boost within the Scout Academy's virtual world. Of course, the greatest objective of Ling Lan's group was to free all the members of the team from the worry of purchasing developmental agents. Battle points were very useful. You could use them in the Academy to buy the highest grade cultivation agents, which were extremely hard to find in the outside world, as well as high-grade gene agents. However, The price was extremely steep, 100,000 battle points for just one tube. Even if the children of the academy worked their butts off doing missions and pushed their hardest during the arena battles, they would still need at least 5 years before they would accumulate 100,000 battle points. Qilong's current amount of battle points could only purchase 10 tubes of high-grade gene agent, and this number was only enough to supply Qilong for 1 year of absorption. Linglong felt that buying these agents now was rather not worth it. They might as well try to think of a way to gain some interest on these battle points and earn more. The more they earned, the more agents they would be able to get. Han Jijian felt the same way, and so accepted the duty graciously. He was filled with vigor, thinking that this sort of purposeful life right now was what he really wanted. Everyone left to do their own things, leaving only Little Four to continue muttering by Ling Lan's ear. He was whining that he would have been a better candidate than Han Jijian to handle those battle points. In the end, Ling Lan couldn't take Little Four's incessant whining, so she had no choice but to let him take the remaining 100,000 battle points she had saved for emergencies to invest. Of course, Ling Lan warned him beforehand that if he lost the battle points, she would pull down his pants and give him a good spanking, lifting the ban on domestic violence this once. Little Four naturally sniffed at this, thinking that Ling Lan's threat would never have a chance to happen. In his words, "Have you ever seen a god lose money?" "What? You said yes? Then you must definitely be a retard." Ling Lan definitely did not want to be called a retard, so, after she gave the 100,000 battle points to Little Four, she gave the matter no more thought. Of course, Ling Lan was mentally prepared. If the battle points were really lost, then she would make Little Four take a little risk and transfer some credits in from the outside world to repay the debt. As a boss, she needed to be accountable to her followers, after all. After Ling Lan had settled all the real-world matters, she continued to focus on training up her mecha control. Time was slowly ticking by, getting closer to the final deadline, but Ling Lan just couldn't break past the critical 3-minute line. In other words, Ling Lan had pushed till she could use her highest hand speed without making any control errors, but unfortunately, her time had stopped around 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Even in her best condition, her best results were only infinitely nearing 3 minutes 20 seconds. The distance to 3 minutes was just too far away. Once control hits a critical threshold, it was virtually impossible to improve the time needed by even just 1 second. Ling Lan could almost predict the failure of this mission already. The memories of numbing pain of her body being electrocuted reared up from the depths of her mind, and she couldn't help but tremble a little. Ling Lan became more and more anxious, which negatively impacted her training results in her following sessions. This feeling was just like when she had reached a bottleneck previously with her father's hand speed training. Ling Lan thought to herself, could this really already be her limit? Was she actually unsuited for piloting mecha? This mental state of Ling Lan was unsuitable for mecha control training. The picky learning space ruthlessly kicked Ling Lan out of the training area. Little Four, who had been busy earning battle points, sensed his boss's glum mood, and quickly put down what he was doing to come and ask her why. When he heard that she had encountered a bottleneck once again, he again suggested taking Ling Lan to the outside virtual world for a trip for a change of pace. Ling Lan felt that just staying in the mission space wouldn't solve her problem anyway, and her training results recently had just been getting worse and worse. She might as well go outside for a bit. Then, she recalled that it was only after she had first learned some mecha control in the outside virtual world that the Learning Space's mecha course had been unlocked. Perhaps the answer to her breakthrough would also be an outside virtual world. Just like that, Ling Lan and Little Four once again returned to the place where they had logged off the first time, inside the mecha training hall. However, at this time today, there were quite a few newbies training at the mecha training hall. Inside the room Ling Lan had selected, there were also 7 to 8 bestial mecha practicing their basic movements. There were powerful, agile, fierce bestial mecha, such as a panther, a tiger, and a lion, as well as tough offensive-type mecha with sharp horns or protrusions, such as a porcupine, a stegosaurus, and a rhinoceros. Of course, there were also nimble scout-type mecha, such as a wolf and a fox. They were all in the middle of practicing the basic movements of their mecha. Some were doing like Ling Lan previously, stumbling around. This was obviously their first time here, making them the newbies of newbie operators. There were also some who had trained for some time, who displayed a certain level of control, marking them as older newbies. The moment Ling Lan entered the room, most of the bestial mecha inside stopped moving or slowed down. This was because Ling Lan's mecha was the extremely rare rabbit mecha, highly uncommon on the market. On top of that, the resting state action Ling Lan had set was just too adorable. The rabbit was nibbling at the red carrot one held between its forelegs, head twitching slightly. Its cute appearance coupled with its cute actions naturally drew the crowd's attention. Ling Lan had set the resting action of the mecha this way on a whim. Originally, she had thought that this action would never be seen by anyone else, and so had purposely set it to be cuter for her own entertainment. But she hadn't known that her first visit to the mecha training hall had been a special circumstance. Back then, most people had been drawn away to watch the mecha fight in the battle stadium, so there hadn't been many people staying behind to practice in the hall. Thus, she had ended up being the only person in the room. Although Ling Lan was rather surprised that there were so many mecha training together here, she didn't really think too much about it. Though the resting action of the rabbit mecha was rather adorably silly, no one would be able to tell who was operating it anyway. Ling Lan did not think that she would be so unlucky to get a rabbit mecha again when she used her real identity to log on in the future. In the training hall, there was one cheetah mecha which completely ignored Ling Lan's arrival. His actions remained the same as he continued to go about his training systematically and meticulously. Ling Lan's attention was quickly drawn to the other, because he was controlling that mecha perfectly. Whether it was running, jumping, leaping, or pouncing, every movement was clean and precise. When executed in sequence, the actions were agile and flowed smoothly, bringing an aesthetic beauty where power merged flawlessly with speed. This even gave Ling Lan the illusion that the mecha before her was no longer a mecha, but actually a real live giant cheetah. Ling Lan's attention also drew Little Four's attention. He surreptitiously looked in on the operator of the cheetah mecha, and upon seeing that familiar figure, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, shaking Ling Lan from her mesmerized stupor. "What happened?" Little Four. Little Four said excitedly. "Haha, boss, we've bumped into an acquaintance. Guess who the operator inside the cheetah mecha is?" "How would I know? This is only my second time in this virtual world, so I don't really know that many people." "Could it be someone from real life?" mused Ling Lan, rubbing her chin. "No, we met this person on our last trip, boss. You even talked to the other. Here's a hint. The other is very dangerous," said Little Four with a cheeky grin, shaking his right index finger. Ling Lan figured it out abruptly. That hacker with specter abilities. He had been the only one who fit the definition of dangerous. "Haha, boss, you got it. It's him. Who knew his mecha control is also so good. But why is he still practicing basic mecha control here? Could it be that his age isn't as old as we thought?" said Little Four, wondering. Back then, although the man had concealed his appearance, he had given off an impression of being a mature adult. Could it be that they had been fooled? "What? Is there an age limit for someone to learn basic mecha control?" asked Ling Lan curiously. "Well, no, there isn't. It's just that most learners are around age 13 to 16. Even the oldest wouldn't be as old as 18. That's why I find it a little odd. The feeling that man gave us is that he should already be over 20, right?" replied Little Four. "But then he's a hacker-evolved specter, so it could be that he had manipulated his aura. If only boss had let me investigate his real appearance, then we wouldn't have been fooled." Little Four still seemed to hold some resentment over the matter. "Leave it. Let's avoid trouble if we can. He has nothing to do with us. Why should we know so much about him?" Ling Lan then reassured Little Four. "Still, this person's mecha control skills are really impressive. Looks like I should go reference the control methods of some mecha experts. Perhaps then I'll be able to find some inspiration to break through." Ling Lan felt that she had been building a car in a sealed room for too long. Training on her own day after day, she had taken many of the control moves for granted, becoming set in her ways. Especially after seeing the way the cheetah mecha operator controlled his mecha, Ling Lan deeply realized that she still had some unnecessary frills for some of her moves. She had overcomplicated things a little. "Oh, it looks like he's going to take the basic movement assessment mission now. Let's go see." Little Four didn't wait for Ling Lan's response, dragging Ling Lan and her mecha along to follow the other into the assessment mission space. "Is it all right for us to just enter like this?" asked Ling Lan somewhat worriedly as she glanced at the cheetah mecha, who was preparing to take the assessment. After all, the other was an evolved specter who could kill brainwaves. If the other had already said it so that viewing was restricted, wouldn't their barging in here be taken as an outright challenge? If things took a turn for the worst, heads would roll. No worries, this type of assessment mission is open for public viewing. Anyone can choose to watch. Many people like to watch others take the assessment before taking the assessment themselves so that they can absorb some experience, said Little Four breezily. Little Four's answer let Ling Lan relax completely. She then took a look around and noticed that she was the only one here observing. This made her suspect whether Little Four had just been shooting off his mouth again. However, seeing the other ignore her presence, Ling Lan decided that it wouldn't hurt. Even if Little Four had been lying to her, she had no way to go out anymore anyway because the assessment mission had already started. Inside the assessment mission, the entire space was filled with all kinds of messy and disorganized obstacles. The cheetah mecha was weaving among the obstacles, no trace of hesitation or awkwardness in its movements. All of its actions flowed naturally, no observable kinks at all. Just as Ling Lan was thinking that the other would easily pass the mission this time, the initially stationary obstacles began to move irregularly. This sudden change shocked Ling Lan and also flustered the cheetah mecha operator. A rock column suddenly burst out of the ground. The cheetah mecha had just leapt into the air, and it looked like he was about to collide with the column. Right then, the cheetah mecha twisted so that its four limbs could spring off the rock column, and with this force, the mecha's body was sent leaping in another direction, nicely evading a collision with the column. Ling Lan's high-strung nerves eased slightly, but the following situation made her heart rise into her throat again. It turned out that the cheetah mecha had not escaped from danger yet. Though it had changed directions, a giant rock was hurtling towards him from the other direction. The operator of the cheetah mecha was very calm. He controlled the mecha to shift movements in midair. The mecha's four limbs shuddered twice in the air and then stepped firmly on the giant rock. Borrowing this force, it bounced back, once again dodging a potentially dangerous collision. The cheetah mecha changed direction repeatedly in midair, springing from one obstacle to another. It actually managed to stay in the air without having to set foot on the ground even once. Using multiple rebounds, he weaved his way nimbly through the air, jumping over wave after unending wave of obstacles. Without any real danger, he lasted till the final point, passing this assessment mission perfectly. Congratulations, XXX, for graduating the basic mecha controls course with a result of 1 minute 57 seconds. This record has been entered into the top 1,000 of the elite leaderboard. A line of red text appeared suddenly on the screen of Ling Lan's mecha. This proved that the other's speed was indeed exceptional. Wow, amazing. This result of his actually placed him within the top 1,000 of the elite leaderboard. And this is his first attempt too. Little Four's words stunned Ling Lan once more. Mind you, the other's control ability is something not even she, with the learning space she possessed and the tenfold extra practice time she had because of it, could do. And the other had just accomplished it so easily. Could it be that he has suppressed his previous passing results? Ling Lan felt her own confidence take a big hit, and recalling that the other was an evolved specter capable of manipulating data in the virtual world, she wondered if the other had applied some subterfuge here. I checked. He really didn't. Little Four's words informed Ling Lan that the other's result was a true one. This fired up Ling Lan's motivation. This time, she really felt the difference between herself and a true aberrant-level prodigy of this world. Having no true rivals that could match up to her in the Central Scout Academy had made her slacken, but this event made her draw taut the reins of hard work once more, setting her firmly on the road of the strong. He's really amazing. Who knows how well I can do? Competitive spirit flared in Ling Lan's heart. She had always been the boss at the academy, so suddenly having someone be better than her had made her eager to test herself. Why don't you try for yourself, boss? Little Four was obviously a troublemaker. Sensing her restlessness, he immediately started goading Ling Lan. It was true that Ling Lan wanted to know what level her basic control skills were at, so she went along with Little Four's suggestion and chose to take the basic controls assessment mission. Ling Lan felt herself being transported into a spacious area. This area was different from the assessment area of the cheetah mecha previously. Every assessment map is chosen randomly. Word has it that there are over 100,000 maps, so it is virtually impossible to prepare for the assessment by researching the maps beforehand. This also guarantees that the result of every assessment is valid and reliable, said Little Four, explaining why the map was different. Since the maps are different, then why do they still rank people based on time? Among these 100,000 maps, there must be some levels which are harder or easier than others, said Linglong doubtfully. The difficulty level of all the maps is equal. The controls being assessed on each map are about the same so that the operator's true abilities are reflected in the results. For instance, the operator of that cheetah mecha earlier finished his map in 1 minute 57 seconds. Then, he would also finish this map in almost the same amount of time. The deviation won't exceed 1 second, give or take. Linglong nodded to show she understood. She saw a timer appear on the screen of the mecha counting down to the start of the test. This method of informing was much more humane than that of the learning space. After all, the system here gave you some prep time, unlike the learning space, which would start whenever it felt like it. Every start would just sneak up without warning, leaving Linglong feeling helpless. Seeing 2 large letters go appear, Linglong controlled her rabbit mecha to bound off at flying speed. The fully engaged Linglong didn't know that, at this time, a familiar mecha had slipped into her assessment mission space. It was that cheetah mecha, the evolved specter who Linglong had always considered extremely dangerous. It turned out that the cheetah mecha had been fully aware of Linglong's presence during his assessment. However, Linglong's mecha had really just seemed so harmless, and its behavior of nibbling on a carrot had been so amusing, that the cheetah mecha's operator couldn't help but chuckle, curiosity towards the operator of such a cute mecha stealing into his mind. He saw that the rabbit mecha was simply observing quietly, and so left it alone. When his assessment ended, seeing the notification messages from the system, he was also very moved and satisfied. By the time his emotions settled and he was about to select the option to graduate and leave the mecha training hall, he unintentionally noticed that Linglong's rabbit mecha had chosen to take the assessment mission as well. Curious, he didn't choose to graduate, but instead chose the option to return for more training, and so was sent back to the mecha training hall. Then, he had entered this space to watch Linglong's assessment. Of course, this choice meant that he would have to retake the basic assessment again once more later on, but he didn't care. After all, for him, passing the assessment was really a simple matter. Little Four had noticed the other from the very moment he entered to observe, but Little Four chose not to inform Linglong. This was because Little Four didn't think the other could influence them in any way. Even if the other was an evolved specter, Little Four believed all along that the virtual world was his territory. No one would be able to harm Linglong under his watch. In order to let the rabbit mecha maneuver freely without any burden, Linglong shifted the carrot, which had initially been on the rabbit's back, to its mouth and clamped down to hold it between its teeth. After that, a giant rabbit could be seen hopping around nimbly within that vast space, dodging one obstacle after another. There was sufficient room for Linglong's mecha to prance around freely. This allowed Linglong to pay less attention to those obstacles. At this moment, Linglong was unleashing the fastest speed she could handle for the rabbit mecha to run. In other words, her hand speed had already reached its highest point at present. What great speed! Their hand speed is most likely already at a high level. Who knew Planet Azure had such an amazing youth? Is it an academy student? If it is an academy student, then who could it be? Is it a supreme prodigy who managed to beat the trial to remove their virtual access lock at only age 13? The cheetah mecha operator wondered to himself in awe as he watched the rabbit mecha's speed. In his mind, he was going through the people he knew to try and figure out who the rabbit mecha operator could be among those on Planet Azure. Frankly, the cheetah mecha couldn't be blamed for not considering the other planets. This was because the newbies in the mecha training hall were either the freshest of newbies, those who had just gained access to the extended virtual world, or students from the scout academies who had succeeded in their challenge. Either way, they were the type with no money who wouldn't be able to afford the exorbitant fees for a transfer. Therefore, if they wanted to learn about mecha, they would definitely go to the local mecha training hall for training and not choose to transfer to another planet. Just like that, due to a misunderstanding, The cheetah mecha operator was never able to find the operator of the rabbit mecha. Only when he went to military school later on did he manage to find some hints. Some of Ling Lan's high-speed turns left the cheetah mecha operator in awe, but also with some regret. It looks like there are some minor flaws in accuracy, but at this speed, this performance is already impeccable. The cheetah mecha operator's operator knew very well that, the faster the speed, the more difficult it was to control the mecha. Certain turning motions, which could be executed within perfect range at low speed, would become extremely difficult at high speeds. Typically, as long as a set movement can be completed at high speed, then it would already be considered an excellent performance. Ling Lan's performance in the first half was basically perfect, but the latter half of the assessment wasn't that easy. Just when Ling Lan was enjoying her run, the difficult section arrived. It turned out that she had reached the part with the irregularly moving obstacles. Even though Ling Lan already knew these obstacles existed, they came on so suddenly that she was still thrown for a bit of a loop. This was because these moving obstacles arrived so abruptly, and they moved without any sense of predictability. Ling Lan was in the midst of sprinting when she saw a large rock hurtling towards her from her left side with the corner of her eye. At that speed, Ling Lan knew well that it would soon smash into her mecha's waist. In a split second, Ling Lan decided. She rejected the option of an emergency stop because she knew that once her mecha stopped, she wouldn't be able to increase its speed to this level again. This was because there was no longer any space here for her to slowly increase her mecha's speed. Her only option now was to break through with pure speed. Ling Lan's decision was the same as the cheetah mecha's: progress by leaping from obstacle to obstacle. The thrusters on both sides of Ling Lan's mecha's waist activated at the same time. Borrowing the force of the thrusters, the mecha's speed was again raised by a whole level. But the large rock was just coming at her too quickly. Even though Ling Lan had increased the speed of her mecha by a hair with the help of her thrusters, she still only managed to push half of the mecha's body out of the path of the incoming rock. The rabbit mecha's hind legs were still within range of the rock's trajectory. Is he going to fail here? The cheetah mecha operator frowned, because at this moment, there was already no possible way for the rabbit mecha operator to dodge anymore. However, right then, the rabbit mecha's next move sent a sparkle through his eyes, and he couldn't help but yell out in admiration. The rabbit mecha had done something completely unexpected. With a sudden shake of its hind legs, the rabbit mecha had bent its hind legs back till a right-angle one was formed between its waist and its hind legs. Because of this bizarre move, the large rock had just barely grazed by the rabbit mecha's hind legs. On top of that, the mecha's raised hind legs pushed off abruptly against the large rock passing by, making an extremely terrifying loud noise. And this push sent the rabbit mecha zooming forwards at 3 times its original high speed. If the instructors of the learning space had seen this move, they would have all exclaimed that this was the secret combat skill Rabbit Sky Leap. This move had been inspired by the abilities of a rabbit, but was actually unsuitable to be used in conjunction with the rabbit mecha. However, in this last scene, Ling Lan had been forced into a corner and had involuntarily used this move. Of course, being able to execute the move so nimbly with the rabbit mecha was all thanks to the hard work Ling Lan had put into her basic mecha control training in the learning space. She had already absorbed those basic mecha controls into her very instincts. Thus, in that critical moment, she had been able to take out this move, helping her to escape this desperate situation. However, Ling Lan's crisis wasn't over yet. The added power of the Rabbit Sky Leap made the mecha's speed go beyond the limits of what Ling Lan could safely control. Meanwhile, the obstacles also became faster to match the increased speed of the mecha, becoming even more erratic and strange in their movements, leaving Ling Lan scrambling to stay in control. Seated within the rabbit mecha, Ling Lan was already drenched in sweat. She peered intently at all the images being displayed inside the mecha, dodging every obstacle that came from heaven knows where. Unknowingly, her hand speed had actually broken past her bottleneck, becoming faster and faster, at times even producing several afterimages, something which had never happened before. Warning, because the mecha used an irregular movement, some damage has occurred, some damage has occurred. Right then, the rabbit mecha's AI sounded out a warning. Ling Lan was currently fully immersed in her mecha control. She ordered calmly, Check damage level of mecha. Mecha damage at 30%. Warning, still sustaining damage. Please decrease speed by 50% immediately. Damage at 31%. Please decrease speed by 50%. The AI repeated its warnings mechanically. How much longer can it hold on? Ling Lan didn't choose to decrease her speed. For one, the speed of the moving obstacles around her no longer allowed her to decrease her mecha's speed. And secondly, her current speed was from the rebound energy of the rabbit sky leap. The mecha itself had no way to control this speed anyway. Reality made it so that Ling Lan had no choice but to continue moving at high speed. Estimated that after 2 minutes, the mecha shall enter breakdown condition. Warning, damage level at 31%. Please reduce speed by 50% immediately. That's enough time. To prevent the warning sounds of the AI from affecting her control, Ling Lan simply turned off the AI's vocalization. Her expression calm. She once again controlled her mecha to evade the continuous ambush of the obstacles. It had to be said that Ling Lan's adaptive ability was at an abnormal level. This had always been one of Ling Lan's strongest innate talents, and combined with the study and training provided by the learning space, this talent improved even more, its effects becoming even more obvious. After dodging somewhat clumsily for the first few abrupt attacks, Ling Lan got used to the mecha's present speed. Very quickly, yet another horizontal wooden beam suddenly swept out from left to right. Ling Lan controlled the mecha to push off another obstacle once more to fly into the air, dodging it cleanly. This time, the movement seemed to flow easily, with no sign of the previous fumbling. Not only that, Ling Lan controlled the mecha with pinpoint accuracy to twist so it could step on the flying wooden beam, and pushing off it, she made the mecha fly forwards once more like a cannonball. That adaptive ability is really abnormal. Only after adjusting 3 or 4 times, he has already grasped hold of the mecha's new speed and the ability to leverage force. The cheetah mecha operator was similarly amazed by Ling Lan's insane level of ability. Sure enough, Ling Lan's subsequent performance was just as the cheetah mecha operator expected. The airborne rabbit mecha's leaps were never again as flustered as it had been at the start, moving with ease and grace to spare. In the end, Ling Lan safely completed the assessment mission. Congratulations, 40, for graduating the basic mecha controls course with a result of 1 minute 58 seconds. This record has been entered into the top 1,000 of the elite leaderboard. A line of flashing green text suddenly appeared on Ling Lan's mecha's screen. Right below it, an option appeared soon after: Name, Reveal/Hide. Ling Lan immediately chose the option to hide, and then a line of red text appeared on the highest section of the mecha's screen. It was just like the text which had appeared when the cheetah mecha had completed his test. Congratulations, XXX, for graduating the basic mecha controls course with a result of 1 minute 58 seconds. This record has been entered into the top 1,000 of the elite leaderboard. Slower than me by 1 second, and also on his first assessment as well. As expected, gifted mecha operators exist everywhere. Even here on this small planet of Azure, there is someone whose talent is equal to mine. A sense of threat welled up in the cheetah mecha operator's heart. He would never forget the words his grandfather had once said to him. If you want to change your destiny, you will need to rely on yourself. The cheetah mecha operator was just about to take the assessment again to graduate and officially leave the status of newbie behind, when he noticed that the rabbit mecha's operator actually chose to return to training like he had previously. The cheetah mecha operator was extremely curious. He had chosen to return out of curiosity about the rabbit mecha's assessment results. But why would the rabbit mecha choose to return as well? The cheetah mecha operator knew very well that it couldn't be because of him, for he hadn't even chosen the option to retake the assessment yet. Perhaps Ling Lan's superhuman control and adaptive ability had piqued the cheetah mecha operator's curiosity, for he did not choose to continue and take the assessment. Instead, he backed out from the assessment space, prepared to go look for that rabbit mecha, and ask him why exactly he had chosen to return. After all, the rabbit mecha's result was extremely outstanding. A normal person would have been thrilled and chosen to graduate in a hurry so that they could go off and make a living in the real world of mecha. Ling Lan, who had returned to the Great Hall of the Mecha Training Hall, was reflecting deeply on how it had felt to control the mecha earlier during the assessment. Then, she sighed, saying, "Who knew that controlling mecha is not all about pushing the limits of speed? Sometimes, alternating the speed between fast and slow to control the rhythm is better. Congratulations, boss, on breaking past your bottleneck." At this moment, Little Four finally piped up to congratulate Ling Lan. Earlier, Little Four had been smothering his mouth with both of his hands, afraid that in his excitement, he would accidentally make some noise to disrupt Ling Lan's breakthrough and realization. If that had happened, he would have truly become a fiendish felon guilty of 1,000 years of sin. "This time is all thanks to you, Little Four." "Thank you." Ling Lan knew that this successful breakthrough had all been because Little Four had brought her to the outside virtual world and let her encounter mecha. And then, she had seen the images of the cheetah mecha during his assessment at the mecha training hall. This series of events had all led to her epiphany and subsequent breakthrough. Ling Lan was just about to say something more when she saw countless red warning signs appear on her mecha screen. Abruptly, she recalled that she had shut off the AI's vocal functions during the assessment mission. She hurriedly turned it back on, and then the AI could be heard blaring out warnings in a frenzy. "Warning, mecha damage level at 67%. Please choose to repair immediately. Please choose to repair immediately." Ling Lan stuck out her tongue. Who could have guessed that the Rabbit Sky Leap skill would cause that much damage to the mecha? No wonder the learning space had emphasized again and again that the physical body must be extremely flexible to use this skill, otherwise the user could incur some latent injuries. Repair. Right now, Ling Lan didn't want to choose a new mecha just yet. After all, she still hadn't passed the learning space's standards for the basic controls of this rabbit mecha. Registering Ling Lan's order, the AI immediately displayed the contact numbers of the major mecha repair shops in the capital. All Ling Lan needed to do was call. As Ling Lan still hadn't graduated yet, she wasn't allowed to take the mecha out of the mecha training hall. So, she could only call for someone from one of the repair stores to come here and service her mecha. Ling Lan swiftly chose a repair shop closest to the mecha training hall, called its number, and secured an agreement for them to send someone to the mecha training hall to check her mecha in 5 minutes. As Ling Lan was waiting, a cheetah mecha appeared again in the great hall of the mecha training hall. It looked left and right, and when it saw Ling Lan's rabbit mecha in the hall, it suddenly ran over. When it was about 10 meters away from Ling Lan's mecha received the other's contact request. Ling Lan was extremely surprised. Why would this evolved specter come looking for her? Out of responsibility for her own safety, Ling Lan seriously tried to recall if she had done anything that might have offended the other. Coming up with nothing, she approved the contact request and accepted the communications channel he established. Then, she asked hesitantly, "What's up?" Against the mysterious ability of a specter, Ling Lan was still very wary. She would try her best to avoid offending the other as much as possible. "Excuse me, I just wanted to ask, why didn't you choose to graduate earlier, coming back here instead?" The voice of the cheetah mecha operator was still the same voice. It was just as Little Four had said. The operator of the cheetah mecha was that evolved specter. "My mecha's broken." Ling Lan's reply obviously surprised the other. It was true that mecha would often get damaged with newbies piloting them, because some people with terrible control skills would ram the mecha into obstacles until they were almost unrecognizable during basic training. Just like when Ling Lan slammed into walls repeatedly at the beginning of her training. However, Ling Lan was obviously an expert at control, so she wouldn't make this kind of low-level mistake. So how did the other's mecha get broken? The doubts of the cheetah mecha operator merely flashed through his mind, unsaid, but Ling Lan's reply still did not explain his decision to return. Even if you choose to graduate, you can still get the repair shop to come and repair your mecha, just at a different location. Oh, this is just one of the reasons. The main reason why I chose to return is because there are still many things wrong with my basic control. I still need a lot of practice to make sure there is no chance for error. The cheetah mecha operator also had a hand in Ling Lan's breakthrough. The other just didn't know it. So, the grateful Ling Lan decided to reveal a bit of her secrets of evolution to him. As for whether the other believed her, that was not something she was responsible for. She was just going to act in a way that would give her peace of mind. Of course, Ling Lan also thought of building a good connection with the other. If the other really took her words to heart and trained up his basic mecha control, it was very likely that he would be able to achieve the rank of special class mecha operator at the least. In Ling Lan's opinion, the other's innate talent with mecha was even better than her own. Didn't your result already make it into the top 1,000 of the elite leaderboard? The cheetah mecha operator did not understand. Doesn't this result prove that your basic training is already very outstanding? Outstanding doesn't equal perfect. Besides, aren't there about 1,000 other people in front of me? I don't want to lose to them, said Ling Lan calmly. These were words spoken from her heart. Although she wasn't sure what realm her father had achieved with his ultimate immersion into perfecting his basic control, she couldn't lose to any other random people out there, right? The cheetah mecha operator seemed to have been shaken by Ling Lan's words. Only after a long while did he reply. So that's why. But we can still practice our basic control outside. We don't necessarily have to stay here in the training hall. There are too many distractions outside. People are very easily attracted by fresh new things. At that time, I'll definitely get distracted and won't be able to focus fully on training my basic control. So I might as well get rid of all these potential problems from the start. Here, there's nothing, so all I can do is train my basic control. I'm not a very strong-willed person, so I can only use this method to fix that. But big brother, you are different from me. Perhaps you can stand the loneliness and resist the temptations. Ling Lan started teasing the other, making the other unsure whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, 4 to 5 people accompanying a repair mecha walked into the training hall. Ling Lan knew that this was most likely the repairman she had made an appointment with, so she bade farewell to the cheetah mecha operator and walked over to greet the group. The cheetah mecha operator sat within his cockpit, thinking. In the end, he found that what Ling Lan said was true. He also could not confirm that if given the choice to learn a new move, he would be able to resist the temptation and choose to practice that instead of continuing to focus on his basic control. Ambitious, actually planning to defeat all those other prodigies before him. How interesting. The cheetah mecha operator rubbed the control stick in his hands, a slight smile on his lips. Talking to himself, he said, since I plan to spark a revolution, then I will need to achieve the pinnacle of strength in this world. Then, starting now, I can't lose to anyone. How can I be satisfied with just being within the top 1,000? In one of the basic training rooms in the Mecha Training Hall of Planet Azure, 3 mecha were practicing to dodge obstacles in the air and on the ground. A humanoid mecha and an avian mecha very quickly finished their own basic training, leaving only a rhinoceros bestial mecha dodging awkwardly. He was only about halfway through his course. The other 2 mecha who had already finished began to talk quietly between themselves. In an annoyed tone, the avian mecha said, Lu Xiaolong is really too stupid. Even letting him choose to control the easiest bestial mecha, he still needs over 15 minutes to complete the basic training course. The assessment contents will be several times harder than this, and a passing grade needs to be within 5 minutes. Heaven knows when he'll be able to get there and graduate. Originally, I had thought he was simple-minded and easy to order around, but now it looks like I made a mistake. Simpletons just can't handle mecha control, said the humanoid mecha sulkily, as if deeply regretting his oversight. Do we have to stay here together with this idiot? The other students who graduated from the Scout Academy with us have all already entered the real mecha world. I even heard that quite a few of them have already upgraded their mecha. The avian mecha was rather anxious, feeling that he was being held back by that idiot on their team. At the beginning, when we wanted to form our 3-man team, our plan was for Lu Xiaolong to be the shield right at the front. You would be in charge of aerial attacks, and I would cover long-range attacks. If we give up on him, we'll need to find a new team member in the mecha world. The humanoid mecha was considering what would be the most beneficial course of action for them. By the time we wait for that idiot to graduate, we would long have integrated with our new team member. Right now, I'm very worried about whether he can even coordinate with us. You should know that the middle to late stages require teamwork to complete missions. At that time, a team cannot have any notable weaknesses. The avian mecha had already lost patience. He didn't think much of Lu Xiaolong's chances at all, thinking that he might hold them back then. Fine, we won't wait for him anymore. Let's go take the assessment first. But how should we tell him? The humanoid mecha had always maintained his outward image of a nice guy. Watch me do it. When the idiot comes out from practice, I'll tell him. The avian mecha knew the troubles of the humanoid mecha, so he chose to volunteer. After waiting a good long while, the bestial mecha finally finished his 1 round of basic training. Face beaded with sweat, He ran over to the two mecha waiting for him and said in embarrassment, "Sorry, Aka, Dolly, I made you wait." The avian mecha sighed softly and said, "Xiaolong, looks like we need to go our separate ways." The bestial mecha was taken aback, unable to figure out what the avian mecha was saying at that moment. "I discussed things with Aka and think that we should go and take the basic assessment first. We'll then go out to the mecha world to gather some resources and then complete a team-building mission to fully establish a team." The avian mecha laid out their plans. The bestial mecha still didn't understand. "Isn't the minimum requirement for the team-building mission 3 people? We've checked out the discussion forums at the mecha world. There are professional gamers who specialize in taking on these kinds of missions. They help teams that don't have enough members to complete the mission, and when a proper member comes along, they'll quit the team to let the other in." The avian mecha was cursing internally. Why did other have to choose to be so smart now? Actually knowing about the member requirement for the team-building mission. So that's how it is. That's great. I've been worried that I might be holding you both back. This past period of time, I've actually been thinking of telling you both to just go look for a new member and stop waiting for me. The bestial mecha let out a sigh of relief. He was really very reluctant to part ways with these two good friends who were willing to accommodate his denseness. "Hee, so you had already known that you were holding us back, eh?" The avian mecha chuckled awkwardly. Internally, he was filled with regret. He regretted that he hadn't known the other had had these kinds of thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to find this sort of excuse. He was also annoyed at the other. If he had those kinds of thoughts, then why hadn't he said anything earlier? If he really considered them as friends, then he definitely wouldn't have wanted to hold them back. This Lu Xiaolong was clearly trying to cling to them and rely on them. "Xiaolong, don't take this to heart too much. We're good friends, you know? You need to work hard here. Don't let us leave you too far behind," said the humanoid mecha in a hurry, sensing the avian mecha's building rage. If the fact that they had abandoned a teammate were to become public knowledge, their team would definitely be unable to get a new member. Whether it was in the real world or on the virtual network, abandoning and betraying one's teammate was extremely looked down upon. He was unwilling to have such a sin staining his name. Clearly ashamed, the bestial mecha said, "Yeah, I'll work hard. I must pass this assessment as soon as possible to catch up to you two." The avian mecha operator's lips curled, thinking nothing of the other's promises. However, under the humanoid mecha's warning glare, he could only throw out some comforting words. "You really don't have to rush. Wait for us to get even more resources in the mecha world. Then when you join us, you will be able to get a newer and better mecha immediately." The bestial mecha said gratefully, "Thank you, Aka and Dolly." The humanoid mecha and the avian mecha immediately made preparations to take the assessment. The bestial mecha wanted to watch their assessments, hoping to gain some experience, but the humanoid mecha advised him otherwise, saying, "You should observe the assessment of someone who's also using a bestial mecha. That would be much more useful for you." The bestial mecha felt that what the humanoid mecha said was right. So he looked up the assessment venues of bestial mecha and found that there were a few bestial mecha taking the assessment right now. He selected the one with the most recent start time and clicked the option to enter and observe. Seeing the bestial mecha disappear from the training room, the humanoid mecha and the avian mecha each chose to begin their respective assessments and were transported to their individual assessment mission spaces. Lu Xiaolong had just entered the assessment space when he saw a rabbit mecha dancing and leaping gracefully among the irregularly moving obstacles. Lu Xiaolong's first reaction was to wonder if he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and found that the scene before him was real. Gradually, without knowing it, he was absorbed into the other's movements. The mecha before his eyes was no longer a mecha, but a real live rabbit, prancing freely in a forest. Suddenly, the scene stopped moving. Lu Xiaolong roused from his trance and found that the rabbit mecha had already passed and ended its assessment. Abruptly thinking of something, he looked up at the top part of his screen. A line of red text was flashing brightly. "Congratulations, XXX, for graduating the basic mecha controls course with a result of 1 minute 18 seconds. This record has been entered into the top 100 of the elite leaderboard." Top 100 of the elite leaderboard. Lu Xiaolong felt as if his eyes were about to pop out of his head. Such great fortune had fallen upon him. He had never expected that a random choice had given him the chance to observe the assessment of someone at the level of a god. If he could only draw some inspiration from this experience, it would benefit him for life. However, Lu Xiaolong very quickly deflated, because he found that in his mind, other than the other's magnificent and graceful moves, there was nothing else. This had truly been an epic fail of an observation. He couldn't believe he had missed such a great opportunity. Head bowed in depression, Lu Xiaolong opened up the selection pane for bestial mecha assessments once more. Besides the rabbit mecha which had just finished, the other mecha's assessments were still in progress. Lu Xiaolong stared at the few names on his list and just couldn't work up the enthusiasm to go watch any of them. Right at that moment, a new mecha suddenly popped out among the selections. Reflexively, Lu Xiaolong clicked on it. This time, it was a cheetah mecha. Lu Xiaolong had just raised his head when he saw the cheetah mecha flying out to become a shooting ray of light, even leaving a phantom trail behind it. An expert. Although Lu Xiaolong knew his own control was nothing to talk about, his skills of appreciation were pretty amazing. He immediately sensed that he had gotten lucky once again. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the other arrived at the section with the moving obstacles. The feeling that he got from the rabbit mecha in the previous assessment engulfed him once more. Once again, he had the illusion that the cheetah mecha before his eyes was a live cheetah on the hunt. It nimbly dodged all obstacles in its way, heading unerringly towards its target. Lu Xiaolong didn't even look at the time. Once again, he was utterly absorbed in the cheetah mecha's agile movements, all the way till the end. Congratulations, XXX, for graduating the basic mecha controls course with a result of 1 minute 19 seconds. This record has been entered into the top 100 of the elite leaderboard. Unsurprisingly, when Lu Xiaolong turned back to his screen, a result infinitely close to the rabbit mechas appeared before his eyes. It was also a top 100 score. Later, I must definitely participate in the mecha lucky draw. Lu Xiaolong felt that his RP must definitely be off the charts for him to bump into two gods of mecha back-to-back. This luck could very well nab him a rumored mecha equipment in the draw. If only he could get to know those two gods. But unfortunately, those gods must have already chosen to graduate and leave. Feeling regretful, Lu Xiaolong didn't have any mood to observe any further. So he chose to leave the assessment area to return once more to his training room. But when he got there, the two gods that he had assumed had graduated and left were actually standing right there before him. "Ah, why are you two still here?" Lu Xiaolong's voice blasted out into the room. It turned out that Lu Xiaolong had forgotten to close the public speaker he had turned on when he had spoken with his friends. The rabbit mecha and the cheetah mecha had initially been practicing on their own, but hearing his voice, they both looked back simultaneously. Lu Xiaolong could almost see the confusion in the eyes of both mecha. This made him almost want to slap himself so that he could use pain to remind himself to be more aware of what he was doing. "Didn't you both make it into the top 100 already? Why didn't you choose to graduate?" Lu Xiaolong still couldn't restrain his curiosity, spilling his questions out in a rush. However, right after he said this, Lu Xiaolong immediately regretted it. Who knew if the two gods would find his questions annoying and choose to leave this room and go somewhere else? Then, wouldn't he have thoroughly lost the chance to get to know these two gods better? Sure enough, the rabbit mecha only turned to glance at the cheetah mecha, and then with a bob of its head, it turned away to continue practicing its basic movements. Sigh. As expected, gods weren't so easy to approach. Lu Xiaolong lowered his head and sighed dejectedly. Just as Lu Xiaolong was beating himself up mentally, a cool voice suddenly rang out by his ear. "The basics are very important. We haven't mastered them fully yet, which is why we cannot graduate and leave." Lu Xiaolong jerked his head up and saw that it was the cheetah mecha who had replied. Gratefulness surged in his heart, so not all gods were cold and aloof. This cheetah mecha operator was obviously a friendly person. In reality, Lu Xiaolong was completely wrong. The cheetah mecha hadn't planned to answer Lu Xiaolong's question to begin with, but because the rabbit mecha had signaled him to do so with that glance and bob of its head, the cheetah mecha had no choice but to reply. After several consecutive months of hanging out together, even though they hardly spoke to one another, a strange sense of rapport had been born between them. With just a look or a small motion, they could just tell what the other meant. Thus, the rabbit mecha's previous glance and head bob had let the cheetah mecha operator understand completely what the other was asking. But you are both already so strong. How could it be that you've still not mastered basic control? Lu Xiaolong just couldn't understand. If these results wasn't proof that they had mastered the basics, then did it mean that those of them who had graduated by just achieving the passing line were basically unfit to operate mecha? Are we strong? Aren't there about 100 other stronger people in front of us? The cheetah mecha operator's voice had a trace of self-mocking, as if unsatisfied with their current results. This statement by the cheetah mecha operator made the rabbit mecha turn to glance at him once more. Its gaze was clearly questioning. When had they become a group? This made the cheetah mecha operator snicker a little internally. It really was rather unbelievable. The two of them had only had one actual conversation. Their subsequent meetings had been coincidental when they happened to meet up in the training room. They really weren't that close, but there was just this indescribable rapport between the two of them. Of course, part of this serendipity was due to his own initiative. Ever since their only conversation, he had always used his spiritual strength to locate the other's position, and then pretended to have entered the same room to train by coincidence. However, he truly was fated to meet up with the other. Many times, the rabbit mecha arrived after him, but still somehow found its way into the training room he was in. At this moment, Little Four was laughing gleefully up at the heavens. What? You think the magistrates are the only ones allowed to burn down houses, while the common people are forbidden even to light lamps? One who can beat me, Little Four, in this virtual realm? Perhaps the heavens were being kind to him, the gods and spirits giving a peerless prodigy like him their blessing in the form of this assistance from an unexpected quarter. He hadn't dismissed Ling Lan's words, which was why he changed his original plan to graduate and leave, choosing to remain here in the mecha training hall to hone his basic mecha control instead. On top of that, he also put in more effort into training up the Scout Academy basics physical skills. He figured that since it was also a foundational skill set, basic physical skills should be similarly important. Reality proved that his assumptions were not wrong. In the end, he could thoroughly sense the benefits honing his foundations had brought to him. In the real world, his initially weak and sickly body was slowly recovering, while in the virtual world, his mecha control had broken through several limits, causing his results to improve in leaps and bounds. As intelligent as he was, he had long figured out that the rabbit mecha had intentionally revealed those things to him in their only conversation. Perhaps the both of them being mecha prodigies in their own right had sparked some mutual care, so the other had been willing to reveal some of his own secrets of mecha control to him. This secret was very likely an exclusive secret belonging to the other's sect. Otherwise, out of the many mecha operators out there, why were there so few who viewed basic control with such importance? Thus, he would carve this great kindness into his heart. Of course, he had no way to repay this kindness just yet. In fact, he didn't even dare to reveal his true identity to the other right now. Before he was fully in control of his own destiny, he needed to keep a low profile, otherwise it would be spitting on all that his grandfather had done for him. He knew very well that, due to that reading of his 4 pillars of destiny too, his grandfather had hidden all information on his true potential, purposefully announcing his mediocrity instead. In the end, his grandfather had even used the excuse of his potential being too average to exile him to the distant planet Azure. All of this was to protect him, to keep him out of the crosshairs of the rich and powerful elite. But he was still indignant about it. He wasn't willing to just choose to escape passively. He wanted to become strong, and then stand at the pinnacle of this world, able to laugh at all the buffeting storms and winds. Yes, he wanted to master his own destiny. He wanted to change that prophesized destined finale. The cheetah mecha was involuntarily drawn into his own thoughts. Meanwhile, due to the other's words, Lu Xiaolong had lost all of his initial urgency to leave the training hall. He believed that if the god had said so and was doing so, then it must really mean that the basics were very important. Without even having to think about it, he hurriedly sent a message to his 2 good friends taking the assessment. He told them not to graduate just yet, but to come back and train up their basic control more. After a few minutes, his good friends responded. His good intentions naturally weren't able to convince these 2 good friends who had already decided to abandon him. Their messages even suggested in a roundabout way that he was only doing this because he couldn't bear to see them leave, and was resorting to this sort of desperate measures. Lu Xiaolong may be a bit slow when it came to learning, but he wasn't an idiot. Of course he understood the hidden meaning in their messages. Lu Xiaolong was extremely hurt. He really wished he could explain to his good friends, even hoping that they would be able to watch the assessments of the two gods. But he found that the two of them had shut off their communicators simultaneously, automatically rejecting all of his contact requests. He went through his contact list, trying to pass on a message through some of their mutual friends, but the response he received again and again was not to disturb them. Now that they were in the real mecha world, they weren't as free as when they were in the mecha training hall. They were really very, very busy. By this time, Lu Xiaolong had already sensed something was off, but he did not want to think too much about it, unwilling to doubt his good friends. Before him were two options. One was to stop worrying about the others and focus on his own basic training until he was satisfied. The other was to quickly pass the assessment, paying no mind to how badly he did, so that he could be reunited with his friends as soon as possible. He glanced at the two gods resting at the side after their practice, and after some thought, decided that he should try asking the cheetah mecha about this. Perhaps the god would be able to give him a good idea. The cheetah mecha operator saw the rhinoceros mecha approaching him once again and couldn't help but frown. Honestly, he didn't really like interacting with strangers. This was primarily due to his cloistered life thus far in his manner. Subconsciously, he looked towards the rabbit mecha. The rabbit mecha's eyes suddenly blinked at him, as if telling him to be nice. The cheetah mecha operator smiled wryly. All right, since the rabbit mecha operator wanted him to be nice, then he would be nice. He just wasn't able to refuse someone who had helped him. Little 4, isn't challenging the other's tolerance this way a bit overboard? Ling Lan was now rather worried that if the operator of the rhinoceros mecha really infuriated the cheetah mecha, he might be murdered right off by the other. Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. The rhinoceros won't die, replied Little 4. If I hadn't worked things out yet, I wouldn't have let him get so close to you. After all, he's an evolved specter. Otherwise, if by any chance he was out and about away from his boss, and his boss bumped into the other, wouldn't that be too dangerous? That said, from the looks of it, his temperament is not bad. Not at all as dangerous as we thought. Little 4 was very satisfied with the other's behavior thus far. This way, he can leave boss to him without any worry. Little 4 suddenly felt that something wasn't right. What did he just think about leaving boss to him? Oh, fi, he must take that back. Anyone who dares to covet his boss must die. Death to all of them. Little 4 began sharpening his knife, his little eyes glaring with suspicion and animosity at the cheetah mecha operator. Of course, this behavior of Little 4's was immediately stopped by Ling Lan. Ling Lan was extremely speechless. What nonsense was this brat thinking of this time? Ling Lan suddenly found that having a shared mind may not always be a good thing. Lu Xiaolong told everything to the cheetah mecha operator in order, and Ling Lan and the cheetah mecha operator immediately knew what was up. Both of them were good at reading people, so they knew without a doubt that the poor Lu Xiaolong had been heartlessly cast aside by the two people he considered his good friends. Ling Lan cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Xiaolong, but believed that this was actually a good thing. At least now he wouldn't be used up by his friends before being cast aside. In that sense, this was much better. The cheetah mecha operator also thought the same. The two of them once again shared a look through their mecha, feeling as if they could clearly sense the other's thoughts. Once again, they marveled at the miraculous rapport between the both of them. There were just no words to describe it. Of course, the two of them weren't about to blurt out the answer directly. They were just passing acquaintances with Lu Xiaolong. They weren't close enough to be that blunt. The cheetah mecha operator thought for a moment before saying, I recommend you focus on training up your basic control. Although the time taken will be longer, this way will obviously be more useful to your friends. I'm sure you don't want to become a burden to them, right? Perhaps time will let the other figure things out for himself. Lu Xiaolong nodded energetically. What the god was saying was undoubtedly what worried him the most. If you don't have enough talent, then you'll just have to make up for it with hard work. So, don't think about simply passing. Make sure you master your basic control, otherwise you'll really become a burden to your good friends. Of course, the good friends he was talking about referred to true friends, and not those who had abandoned Lu Xiaolong. The cheetah mecha operator's words enlightened Lu Xiaolong. That's true. Even if he forced a pass and went over now, he still wouldn't be much help to his friends. He might as well stay here and put in more practice to improve his basic control and only move on when he truly had the ability to help them. Decided, Lu Xiaolong bid farewell to the two gods. Of course, before he left, he tried to ask for a way to contact the two of them, but was unfortunately turned down by the cheetah mecha operator. Lu Xiaolong did not dare to cling. He knew that it was already a great blessing to have received some guidance from a god just once. If he were greedy and tried to ask for more, that would be too shameless. However, he still told them his name, his parting words and tone filled with the hope that they might meet up again someday. Hopefully at that time, the gods would still remember him. Seeing the other leave reluctantly, Ling Lan couldn't hold back a sigh. Who knew you were so good with words? Is that so? Looks like I have talent in this area. Hearing the other's praise, the cheetah mecha operator's mood improved immensely, and he began joking back. Yes, you should really develop your skills in this area. You shouldn't waste your talent. Ling Lan could hear the other's humor, and so she replied in kind with a laugh. Ling Lan had no way to know that because of this one statement, the other would truly change how he interacted with others. When the two of them met up again in the future, she wouldn't imagine the person she met then would be the same person as this cheetah mecha operator she knew now. Since you've said so, I'll have to work on it then. The cheetah mecha operator's reply was very serious, but Ling Lan did not notice, still thinking that the other was joking. There was a slight pause, and then the cheetah mecha operator said in awe, "Your speed this time is faster than mine. Recently, I've gotten stuck in a bottleneck. I keep getting stalled at this time with no way to progress further. My hand speed has already hit a limit. Maybe this is the most I can do." The cheetah mecha operator's voice was somewhat sad. Perhaps the time to leave had come. Then just train your hand speed, Ling Lan blurted. After several months of hanging out together with their mutual understanding, Ling Lan was also extremely reluctant to see the other leave. However, her words had barely faded when her guard went up. When did she lose all her defenses against the other? Train my hand speed? How do I do that? Exclaimed the cheetah mecha operator in response, just as shocked by Ling Lan's words. However, he very quickly realized what he had done. His question had most likely stepped into the territory of the other's inherited secrets. How could he covet the other's training secrets? I'm sorry. I overstepped. It's fine. Ling Lan frowned silently. She actually felt somewhat bad, as if not telling him was a sin. What in the world was happening? If Ling Lan's mind weren't so steady, she might have already blurted out the training method without even knowing it. Little Four, can you sense anything off? In her mind, Ling Lan quickly called Little Four to the rescue. Nope, everything's perfectly normal. What's this? What a strange mental fluctuation, exclaimed Little Four in shock. Actually matching up with the frequency of Boss's real brainwaves. Hold on, let me check my databases to see what this means. Is it harmful? Ling Lan asked anxiously. She could not afford to take any chances. The other was a very dangerous evolved specter, you know. Little Four had already pulled up the data by this point, and with some schadenfreude he said, "Oh, it's nothing much. It will just magnify a certain positive substance one infinitely. For example, if you think he's not bad, then under the influence of this fluctuation, you will think he's really nice. If you think well of him, then this feeling will directly extend to the point of considering him a close friend. If you have any bit of affection for him, boss, then you're done for. You'll immediately be at the step of loving him so much that you'd be willing to die for him." Little Four's words made Ling Lan roll her eyes at him. Was she someone that thirsty, that desperate? Was she really surging with so much lustful desire? Also, this ability can reduce the existence of a certain negative substance. For example, it can decrease an enemy's animosity, correct others' negative opinions of him, etc. In short, everyone who sees him will like him. He's doing it on purpose? Ling Lan's face was tiger fierce. If the other had used this ability on purpose, she would definitely put him on her blacklist. Although she had a good impression of him, who knew if this was all just the product of this ability? No, this is an ability he was born with. He doesn't know how to use it consciously. Little Four rubbed his chin and cackled. Because he likes you so much and hopes you will like him in return, that's why this ability activated now. Let me put it this way. This ability can only appear when he himself truly wants to treat the other well. So, congratulations, boss. You are part of the group of people whom he really likes and wants to treat well. At this, Ling Lan relaxed. Little Four could even see the minor curve of a small smile on her lips. It looks like his boss was greatly gladdened by this. Little Four felt nostalgic. Ever since Boss had begun developing in the direction of becoming a slackface, he had rarely ever seen Boss smile anymore. He really missed it so much. Boss's smile at the start had been so beautiful. Though it might not have been able to topple countries, it was certainly more than lovely enough to topple cities. As he continued to think about it, Little Four began to resent those instructors in the learning space. Why was it set up so that all the smiling teachers were those with black innards and perverse attitudes, while the strict and proper ones just had to have ice blocks for faces? Totally skewing the perspective of his boss. It should be known that Boss truly loathed that forever outwardly smiling, but internally extremely perverse instructor number 5. Little Four's words naturally made Ling Lan very happy. It had already been several months since she had told the cheetah mecha operator about the importance of the basics. After spending so much time together, she would have cultivated some emotions even if the other was a rock, not to mention that they were both living, breathing human beings. Unknowingly, the cheetah mecha operator wasn't the only one who had come to consider Ling Lan as a friend. Ling Lan herself had come to see the other as a dependable friend. Setting that aside, during this time, Ling Lan had also overcome many difficulties within the learning space's mission. Because Ling Lan had broken through her bottleneck, there was a resulting breakthrough in her hand speed once again. This made Ling Lan's passing time improve tremendously, clocking in at slightly less than 3 minutes 10 seconds. This was just less than 10 seconds away from the mission's passing condition of 3 minutes. Subsequently, Ling Lan attempted the tunnel mission again and again, each time fixing the control errors she made in her previous run. As Ling Lan's mistakes dwindled, her time needed for the course also got closer and closer to 3 minutes. However, when she hit the 3-minute 3-second mark, Ling Lan once again hit a wall. After several consecutive practices, she found that she couldn't progress any bit further. Ling Lan did not panic. Even though her time was so close to the designated time limit of the mission, she knew very well that rushing would not solve anything. Only keeping calm would help her find a way to overcome this in the end. Ling Lan started to think back on the movements of the cheetah mecha. Back then, the cheetah mecha's movements had been extremely fluid, and his speed had been very fast as well. However, his running and jumping rhythm had not been as intense as his speed would suggest. Instead of more frequent bounds, it was more like each bounding motion had used up the mecha's limits. In other words, he had pulled out every bit of the mecha's latent reserves. Even more astounding was the fact that he had used the reaction force of every landing to maintain and add on to his velocity, pushing it to the extreme. This had allowed the cheetah mecha's speed to go beyond the limits the operator had given it, letting it access speed beyond the abilities of the operator. Meanwhile, she herself had similarly managed to push her rabbit mecha's speed to the limit. But could she also use the reaction force from this type of repetitive landing to increase her speed? Ling Lan knew the rabbit sky leap was the best stepping reaction force technique. She just wasn't sure how long the rabbit mecha in the learning space could hold out under the technique. Ling Lan experimented a few times and finally grasped the timing. She could only use it during the second half of the course, and it had to be after the 2/3 point. Otherwise, if she used it too early, the mecha would disintegrate before she could pass the mission. Still, the advantage of the learning space was once again displayed. That is, mecha were indestructible inside it. After disintegrating, when she once again went back to the start, the mecha's condition would be back at 100%. It wasn't free, however. Ling Lan was naturally pained when she found that her honor points had been ruthlessly deducted by a whole 10 points. This was equal to the amount which she had used to redeem the rabbit sky leap skill. Under this repetitive testing, Ling Lan had used up almost 80 honor points before she finally pinned down the timing needed to use the rabbit sky leap in the mission. Even if the mecha did not disintegrate, smaller repairs still required honor points. It was just slightly cheaper. And then, in the final moments left, by luck, Ling Lan finally managed to break through the 3-minute limit, clocking in at 2 minutes 59 seconds. The cost was rather steep. This time, due to overwhelming speed, the rabbit mecha had almost disintegrated entirely. Luckily, she had managed to complete the mission before it could fully disintegrate. However, the learning space did not give Ling Lan any time to take pride in her achievement. At this moment, instructor number 3 pranced onto the scene. He seated Ling Lan in the auxiliary seat, and then operated the rabbit mecha himself to run through the mission course once. Ling Lan could see very well that instructor number 3's hand speed wasn't that fast. She could see every movement of his hands clearly. However, it was precisely this kind of control method that made the rabbit mecha move through the tunnel as if it were dancing. At times, it even left trails of light behind it, flashing through the tunnel like a bolt of lightning. As instructor number 3 controlled the mecha, he explained the reasoning for this type of control method to Ling Lan. Ling Lan compared it against her own control method and recognized her deficiencies. Right then, she finally understood why the instructor hadn't taught her how to control the mecha at the beginning, instead leaving her to figure things out for herself. It was because some elements of mecha control needed to be personally experienced before one could understand why it had to be done a certain way. Only by doing so could one understand what was wrong. Most importantly, everyone had their own control habits, and the best control method was the one which suited oneself. The whole way through, Ling Lan gained new insight on controls, while instructor number 3 breezed through the course, finishing it in 2 minutes and 11 seconds on the dot. Regarding this, Ling Lan was very curious. How did instructor number 3 manage to achieve such a terrifying completion speed when his hand speed had been slower than hers? Of course, when Ling Lan asked this question, instructor number 3 just asked her in return. Was his hand speed really slower than hers? Ling Lan looked in astonishment at the reading from the hand speed monitor that the mecha's AI had gathered, finding that instructor number 3's hand speed had actually been the same as hers. But why did it look like his hand speed was slower then? She had not even noticed the appearance of any afterimages. Ling Lan knew that when her hand speed reached a certain level, this phenomenon would appear. You focused all your speed on a particular time period. Not only does this tire out your hands and mind, but even the mecha itself would also be extremely worn out, said instructor number 3, patting the body of the rabbit mecha, gaze affectionate. It was as if the mecha before his eyes was not a mecha, but a living thing which needed to be protected and cared for, and not controlled barbarically. Ling Lan was surprised by the instructor's actions, but at this moment, she still could not comprehend this mental state of a mecha operator. She could only think back on the speed the instructor had used when controlling the mecha, and found that he had maintained an even speed throughout the course. This was rather strange. Mind you, within the tunnel, every scene was different, and there were even some unpredictable scenarios. How in the world had instructor number 3 managed that? Among the control commands of the mecha, there is something called preset control mode. You should use it appropriately. Instructor number 3's words enlightened Ling Lan. She knew very well what preset control mode was. The resting motion of her mecha was a type of preset control. It's just that that motion was a fixed preset control. She just had to program the motion into the mecha beforehand, and then use the specially trained buttons to execute it. Ling Lan did not have to question number 3 any further on how to input these preset control commands. This was because Ling Lan already knew that, other than the fixed preset control mode, there was also an instantaneous preset control mode. The latter mode would accept extremely brief input, and would only be effective for one usage. This was a type of control method which was extremely well suited for emergency battle. However, many people had forgotten that mecha came with this function, because this instantaneous preset control mode required a lot from the operator. Many people did not possess the ability to handle this type of control method, so most mecha operators still found it easier to just depend on their own adaptive ability and control the mecha directly. Instantaneous preset control mode needed the mecha operator using it to have a certain level of predictive ability, the so-called awakened sixth sense of this world. Meanwhile, in the learning space, this ability was named animal instinct, and was a lower average standard innate perception ability. In fact, Ling Lan's innate talent of profound insight was the best among the other innate talents in the same category. As such, the instantaneous preset control mode was extremely appropriate for Ling Lan. This was why instructor number 3 had made it a point to bring it up. During this time, Little 4 had gradually siphoned in data he had collected from the real world into the learning space, giving the instructors within it a general understanding of the technological environment Ling Lan was living in. Thus, they knew that this world was extremely behind with regards to awakened perception abilities at the moment, and even in terms of mecha control, this world was N levels worse than that of their own world. So, the instantaneous preset control mode, which was familiar to all the residents of the learning space, was rather neglected in this world. Here, with the exception of those who had awakened the sixth sense, other common mecha operators would be utterly clueless about this function on their mecha, and even many instructors of mecha control may not remember the existence of this function. This was another reason why instructor number 3 had stepped up to demonstrate mecha control in person. Ling Lan understood what instructor number 3 intended with his guidance. In contrast with the instructor's control, she could clearly see that she was still lacking in many areas, whether it be awareness, control, or prediction. Ling Lan knew this was all because her basics were still below standard, so she didn't choose to learn a new control method, merely continuing to train her basic control. The only exception was that she began including the usage of instantaneous preset control mode in her training. Of course, this was extremely difficult. Many times, Ling Lan's attempts ended in failure, but Ling Lan still continued tirelessly in her attempts to learn it. In this manner, several months passed. Ling Lan's life fell into a regulated routine. At dawn and at dusk, she set aside 2 blocks of time to train her basic physical skills. Whether it was the Scout Academies or the one taught by the learning space, she wouldn't allow them to fall behind. At the same time, she also didn't forget to train her hand speed. By this time, she had already broken through the limit of 3 marbles 1 and was now able to train with 4 marbles at a time. However, just like when she had been training with 3 marbles, she could not sustain the activity for long. Still, Ling Lan wasn't anxious. She remained patient and practiced every day, improving bit by bit. It was a victory as long as she could sustain activity for just a little bit longer than the day before. Meanwhile, during the day, she would attend classes at the academy if there were classes, and if there weren't, she would enter the virtual world to practice her mecha control there. Of course, Ling Lan would habitually check to see if that cheetah mecha was at the mecha training hall. Anyone would have a lasting impression of the first stranger they met in the virtual world who also helped them out. Of course, there was another reason Ling Lan was looking for the other. Every time she saw the other's training movements, she would somehow gain some measure of insight from it. In return, the other seemed to be of a similar mindset, and so, the two of them often ended up training together without planning it in advance. Although they still did not speak much to one another, they knew each other very well, just like old bosom friends. By the end, they could even tell with just a look or emotion what the other wanted to do. Meanwhile, Little Four was also very busy. One of his duties was to find time to fake Ling Lan's virtual appearance to help his boss complete some of those Scout Academy daily missions. Ling Lan couldn't very well stay offline for so long, right? Besides that, Little Four also had to help Boss to maintain her relationships with Qi Long and the others. There were times when he even had to pretend to be Ling Lan to join them in clearing some group missions. Luckily, Little Four had grown up with Ling Lan and had hung around her all this time, so he was extremely familiar with Ling Lan's mannerisms and tone of voice, managing to carry it off without raising any suspicion among her companions. On top of that, Little Four still had to prevent the cheetah mecha operator from getting too close. Little Four firmly believed that someone being so nice for no reason must definitely be hiding some evil intention. The cheetah mecha operator was treating his boss so well, so he must have some nefarious intentions. Little Four had to protect his boss. Of course, all this was just Little Four's opinion. Ling Lan completely disagreed. From what she could sense, the cheetah mecha operator was extremely mature, and he was also an operator who was deeply obsessed with mecha control. Moreover, the other did not even know whether she was a boy or a girl, so what sort of nefarious intentions could he have? Of course, Ling Lan's words drew Little Four's derision. He mocked her, saying that she was just fooling herself. Just think about it. All of the newbies in the mecha training hall were basically all youths of about 16 years of age. Why would a mature adult be here? And youths were the hardest people to figure out. Who knew what kind of insanity they would involve themselves in next? Neither one could convince the other, but Ling Lan did not take any of this to heart. She continued to coincidentally meet the cheetah mecha. Little Four was the main contributor to this. He felt that it was still safest to keep someone dangerous close where he could watch him, and train together in silence. At times, Ling Lan would feel as if she had gained some breakthrough, and enter the mecha training hall to take the basic assessment again. At those times, there would always be a cheetah mecha watching from the side. Similarly, every time the cheetah mecha retook the assessment, as long as Ling Lan was online then, she would also choose to watch from the side. With all of this, Ling Lan felt that the cheetah mecha should be considered one of her friends now, which was why she had been so happy when she had heard what Little Four had to say about the other's ability. In her mind, only when both parties felt the same could a relationship be called a true friendship. Thus, Ling Lan decided to tell the other her secret of training hand speed. It actually isn't much of a secret. Back in the real world, you just need to place some marbles in your palm and move them around quickly without letting them fall. That's all. Ling Lan's words caused the cheetah mecha to be extremely taken aback. He had never expected Ling Lan to just reveal her inherited secret just like that. He could not help but be worried for her, saying, "Aren't you afraid of drawing the displeasure of your teacher's sect? Don't reveal this kind of secret so easily in future." Displeasure? It shouldn't. Ling Lan lifted her head as she thought about it. She did not think her dad would be so stingy and mind that much, so she said, "Don't worry about it. I'm only telling you about this because you're my friend." Ling Lan's words touched the cheetah mecha operator. He suddenly had the urge to tell the other about his true identity, but the words had barely touched his lips when his grandfather's words echoed by his ear. "Little Lan too, you must remember, while you're studying at the Scout Academy of Planet Azure, even if you meet a friend you find extremely dependable, you still cannot let them know your real identity or what you really look like. Only when you're fully 20 years old, after you've officially become an adult." The cheetah mecha operator clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Only by doing so could he push down the shame and guilt he felt to the bottom of his heart. After a long beat of silence, he finally managed to eke out 2 words, "Thank you." Ling Lan knew nothing about the struggle within the cheetah mecha operator's heart right now. She was in a great mood, because she believed that with the help of the training method to increase hand speed, the cheetah mecha would definitely continue to stay here and train his basic control. With a friend by her side, training wasn't as boring as it could be. In the following period of time, inside the mecha training hall, a rabbit mecha and a cheetah mecha were often seen training their basic control together, taking assessments together, studying control techniques together. They became known as the famous rabbit-cheetah duo of the mecha training hall. The rabbit-cheetah duo's skillful and almost flawlessly perfect movements attracted the respect and admiration of all the mecha newbies who walked through the mecha training hall's doors. Gradually, they gained reputation among the newbies. Every one of their assessments would draw countless spectators. These spectators were witness to the birth of Ling Lan's and the others' increasingly high ranking on the leaderboard. They saw off batch after batch of old newbies and welcomed group after group of fresh newbies. Due to these newbies both young and old, talk of the rabbit-cheetah duo spread even further and became even more legendary. In the end, rumors about them spread far and wide throughout the entire virtual world, saying that 2 experts of mecha control were unwilling to graduate from the Planet Azure Mecha Training Hall because they wanted to surpass the old time and make a new record. Of course, this rumor was greeted with scorn by most people. Almost everyone thought that the rabbit-cheetah duo were obviously chasing a pipe dream. They would never be able to break the old record. This was because the current best record of the basic control assessment was set 10 years ago by none other than the God-class operator Ling Xiao. Of course, back then, Ling Xiao still hadn't become a God-class operator yet. Still, even so, his result wasn't something an average person could break. After repeated studies by specialists, they confirmed that Ling Xiao's result had already achieved the pinnacle of basic mecha control. Only if someone were to use mecha of special class and above, combined with the control skills of an ace operator or better, then there might be the low possibility of surpassing it. Because the mecha used for basic control assessments were the most primitive 3 types of mecha, the crudeness of the mecha had also limited Ling Xiao's performance. But is this possible? Everyone knew that all the mecha training hall provided were the most primitive mecha. No one could get their hands on any better mecha. So, there would never be a scenario where, using the same type of mecha, someone would be able to break Ling Xiao's record. Ling Lan did not know that they had swept the whole virtual world into animated discussion. After she and the cheetah mecha operator had thoroughly studied and experimented with their bestial mecha, they had then switched to avian mecha and had finally chosen humanoid mecha. When they had become fully proficient in the basic control of all three main types of mecha, Ling Lan used a humanoid mecha in the learning space to pass the tunnel mission. After she passed, the long-absent instructor number 3 appeared once more, and this time, he immediately told Ling Lan to make preparations. Tomorrow, she would officially begin following him to learn the beginner-level techniques and movements. When Ling Lan heard this, she almost raised her arms and cheered. She laughed loudly 3 times 3 to celebrate her progress to the next stage. It should be noted that continuous training in just the basic controls was really boring and hence tiring. If she had been alone, she might have already gone ahead long ago and graduated to the real mecha world to seek out newer and more interesting pursuits. But when she saw the cheetah mecha operator practicing the basic mecha controls with such a serious attitude, Ling Lan had no choice but to carry on and persist. Damn it! How could she, a mature older woman, lose to this little green spring onion of a youth before her? A certain pretty boy youth who had just logged off was cheering himself on at the same time. To be the strongest mecha operator in this world, he could not lose to anyone else. Since the rabbit mecha could train so tirelessly in the basic controls without complaint, then he must be able to do it too. He must hold on and persist. It had to be said that, at times, some misunderstandings were extremely beautiful. The two of them felt that the other's attitude was very serious and very tenacious, and so they both did not want to lose to the other. In this way, the two of them persisted together through mastering these extremely dry and boring basic mecha control exercises. The next day, Ling Lan rushed to log on to the virtual world in her excitement. She swiftly chose her rabbit mecha and was loaded into the mecha training hall, prepared to seek out the cheetah mecha operator to tell him the good news. Hell yeah, she could finally say bye-bye to basic control training. However, she was quickly pinned down by horror. If the mecha could faithfully mimic what Ling Lan felt at that moment, we would see the rabbit mecha shiver from head to tail, all its hairs standing on end. Apparently, Ling Lan had unwittingly turned on the mecha's viewing screen, only to be faced with 2 large black holes staring at her unblinkingly. Those black holes were really just too dark, too dim, and too vacant, causing pins and needles to break out all over Ling Lan's scalp. Hells, why did you have to lie down right in front of me? Raged Ling Lan, immediately jumping up to kick and punch at the other. And so a rabbit was seen waving a carrot around violently, whacking a cheetah lounging lazily on the ground before it. This love-filled scene caused all the surrounding newbies to turn and look, extremely curious. What was this legendary rabbit-cheetah duo doing now? Helplessly, the cheetah used its claws to block the rabbit's tantrum and said somewhat dully, "Stop being angry. I have something to tell you." He had something to tell her too? Blankly, Ling Lan pulled back her carrot and placed it in the rabbit's mouth for safekeeping. Then, she plopped down beside the cheetah and waited patiently for the other to speak. The cheetah was silent for a moment before saying gloomily, "I just wanted to tell you that I have to take the assessment and graduate today." Saying this, the cheetah was telling Ling Lan that this time, he would choose to graduate and leave the mecha training hall and head off into the real mecha world. The cheetah mecha operator actually felt as if he were doing a great wrong to the rabbit mecha operator. If it had not been for the rabbit mecha operator, he would not have ever been able to obtain such great improvement in his mecha control. After this period of training, he now fully understood the reason why basic control was so important. He was very grateful to Ling Lan, and this gratefulness just added to his guilt for leaving first on his own. So coincidental. She was just thinking of leaving, and now the other actually needed to leave as well. In that instant, Ling Lan had the sudden feeling that the synchronicity between the two of them was really rather abnormal. I actually wanted to say that too, that I wanted to take the assessment and graduate. Due to surprise, Ling Lan paused for a few seconds before finally spilling the words that she had wanted to say to the cheetah mecha operator. However, this odd pause of a few seconds made the cheetah mecha operator misunderstand the situation. He thought that Ling Lan was intentionally lying to him just to comfort him. Mind you, to break Ling Zhao's graduation assessment record, it was still somewhat difficult at their current skill level. The cheetah mecha operator had always thought that Ling Lan had been staying behind in the mecha training hall because she needed to complete the mission of breaking that record. At one point, He even suspected that this was a mission assigned by Ling Lan's mentor's sect. So, when Ling Lan suddenly changed this stance of hers, saying that she wanted to take a final assessment and graduate as well, in the cheetah mecha operator's eyes, this was obviously for his sake. That made him feel touched and ashamed at the same time. Such a great teacher and good friend. But because of his promise with his grandfather, he was not able to reveal his true identity and appearance to the other. The guilt in the cheetah mecha's heart just grew and grew, and his reluctance to leave just became stronger and stronger. Sorry, a torrent of emotions, and in the end he could only condense them into this most common of words. I'm speaking truthfully. Ling Lan was somewhat speechless. Dearie, you're really overthinking this. Due to some issues in the real world, I need to leave the mecha training hall to go to the real mecha world. I'm really very sorry. Honestly, I'm not lying, said Ling Lan moodily. Why wouldn't he believe her? I know. Thank you. The cheetah mecha operator abruptly cut off what Ling Lan was saying, thanked her sincerely, and then before Ling Lan could respond, he had already chosen to enter his graduation assessment. Seeing the cheetah mecha disappear in an instant, fleeing under duress from his own perceived guilt, Ling Lan almost flipped the table in anger. Hells, that bastard. Couldn't he have listened to her properly before leaving? A long while later, Ling Lan, who had regained her composure, suddenly burst into laughter. For the first time, she found, so the cheetah mecha operator had had such an obstinate side to him. Also, that fellow had really just been too good at letting his imagination run away with him. Still, Ling Lan could feel the stirrings of regret in her heart. After all, the cheetah mecha operator was the first person in this world who had given her the true feeling of a friend, but unfortunately, the two of them just hadn't met at the right time. Both of them were hiding their respective identities, and so, in the end, they could only become strangers with the greatest rapport. Little 4, go take a look at his result. This time, Ling Lan did not want to go and disturb the other's assessment, especially since she knew that the other already harbored some guilty feelings towards her. Ling Lan felt that it was a bit of a pity. Honestly, she really wanted to part on good terms with the cheetah mecha. Very quickly, Little 4 had returned to tell her the cheetah mecha's final assessment result. His time was just 2 seconds away from Ling Zhao's record, and this result was enough to leave his mark on history as the overall 5th place. In the end, Little 4 told Ling Lan that the other's brainwaves had truly disappeared from this mission space. In other words, he had indeed left the mecha training hall's world to enter a different virtual space. Little 4 asked if Ling Lan wanted to continue tracking the other to see where he landed in the other virtual space, but after some thought, Ling Lan declined. It was just as she had thought earlier. The two of them had met at an inopportune time. How would they have been able to continue maintaining their friendship when they were unable to face each other with their real identities? What a shame. If he's around, boss, your mecha control would definitely improve even faster. Little 4 would forever consider things from a perspective which benefited Ling Lan most. You should know that, if it's truly gold, it will definitely shine one day, said Ling Lan enigmatically. What the heck did boss mean? Little 4 was immediately struck by a wave of dizziness. He hurriedly ran a search on boss's statement and instantly understood. So boss had meant that the other would never be able to escape from the palm of boss's hand. 133T boss owns one. Flower shower 2. Ling Lan ignored Little 4's mistaken comprehension, immediately choosing to take her final assessment. She entered the mission space belonging to her and cheered herself on mentally. I mustn't lose to that punk. Countless runs of the assessment had let Ling Lan and the other experience almost every assessment map. This time, the map selected was coincidentally a map Ling Lan had run before. Ling Lan closed her eyes softly, and she could clearly visualize every obstacle of the assessment mission in her mind. The mecha sounded the last few alerts to signify the start of the assessment. When only 2 seconds remained on the countdown, Ling Lan abruptly opened her eyes, and a radiant spark of light flashed across her eyes. Finally, the start sound rang out, and Ling Lan's rabbit mecha could be seen rushing out like the wind. Among the irregularly moving obstacles, it was leaping and dancing freely, just like an ephemeral shadow, a play of light, sometimes visible, sometimes not. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit, Ling Lan's expression was exceptionally relaxed. Her eyes were half-lidded, and the movements of her fingers did not give off any sense of urgency like they used to. Instead, her movements seemed almost casual, sometimes creating afterimages without conscious thought. This made her hands seem like they were performing a graceful dance, choreographing an absolutely beautiful piece of her own. Subconsciously, Ling Lan also used instantaneous preset control mode. Her understanding of this map made it the obvious thing to do, so she included the preset controls without any fuss whatsoever. With that, Ling Lan had entered a sort of heavenly realm of control, causing Little Four to be both shocked and overjoyed at Ling Lan's great luck. This situation clearly proved that Boss Ling Lan's control skills were about to ascend by yet another level. Perhaps, this time, she would finally be able to achieve the lowest hand speed required by her dad. Congratulations, you've successfully created a new record. The secondary world shall now commence a worldwide notification. Please select whether to publicize your name or to remain anonymous. Seeing that Ling Lan was still immersed in the insights she had gained in that control session, Little Four quickly helped Ling Lan choose to stay anonymous. Even though no one would be able to trace it back to Boss's real identity if they chose to publicize the name of her avatar, there would still be some risk involved. Little Four constantly took Ling Lan's words to heart, so he now knew to make sure to protect himself while first in all endeavors. Once Little Four had made the selection, within the virtual world, everyone who was online could hear a voice from the main system. Congratulations, XXX, for successfully creating a new basic mecha control graduation result record. Each generation brings forth new talent. This stable world has finally welcomed a new era of change. When everyone heard this, a great furor broke out. Those who knew about the rabbit-cheetah duo were all guessing whether it was one of them who had broken the record. Some people even logged off right then in their excitement, rushing to use their communicators in the real world to contact their friends who were still inside the realm of the mecha training hall to find out more. However, the response they received was that their friends did not know anything either. Of the few who had been coincidentally browsing the assessment name list at the time, none had seen any sign of the rabbit mecha or the cheetah mecha. It turned out that, to ensure confidentiality, Little Four had removed Ling Lan from the list of observable assessments the moment she started her assessment. In other words, no one would have been able to see Ling Lan's assessment. Thus, the only one who knew the truth was the cheetah mecha. Frankly, when the cheetah mecha operator had heard this system announcement, his first reaction was that it must be the rabbit mecha. Following that thought, he chuckled wryly and said to himself, "So you could have graduated and left a long time ago. Hanging out at the training hall for so long, you were probably just waiting for me. But in the end, I still let you down." In low spirits, he immediately chose to leave the mecha world. In a private manner, a major domo was patiently waiting for his young master to log off. However, as time passed and the login pod remained closed, he suddenly thought of something and leapt forward to pry open the login pod forcefully from the outside. All he saw inside, though, was a pretty young man crying silently. "Why are you crying, young master? Did something happen?" The major domo was flustered. His young master was an extremely strong child. Previously, when his body was in a bad condition, even if the pain was unbearable, he would still face others with a smile, never crying or showing his pain. The pretty young man opened his eyes. His typically bright and steady gaze now seemed a bit lost and confused. Just as the major domo was about to ask, the pretty youth suddenly spoke. "Major domo, why did Grandpa insist that I can only tell others my real identity and appearance after I turn 20? Just what? If it weren't for this promise, he would not have chosen to leave the rabbit mecha operator. Then, he wouldn't have to feel this heartache. So losing a friend was such a painful thing." The major domo opened and closed his mouth several times, but in the end he could only recite that old fallback. "Young master, you'll find out later on." "Later on? Hee hee, sometimes, what's missed is missed, gone forever." "Majordomo, do you know? Just earlier, I've missed what should have been my most important best friend in this life," said the pretty boy 3 amidst bitter laughter, his tears spilling over silently once more. His expression was pained, and it was overshadowed with a deep sadness for not being able to control his own destiny. It was only at this time that he was truly acting like the 13-year-old kid he was. Ling Lan had broken her dad Ling Zhao's basic control graduation record. This greatly surprised Ling Lan. Despite her joy, she knew very well that this was the result of a fortuitous accident. If it weren't for the fact that she had been familiar with this assessment map, she would not have been confident enough to use the instantaneous preset control mode. And then, to stumble by chance into the extremely rare celestial realm. Her results were actually about the same as the cheetah mecha operators. At most, her best performance would have just beaten his by 1 second. All we can say is that as a time traveler, she had been given a direct hack by the god of time travel. Still, this hack had caused Ling Lan's controllability and hand speed to ascend by yet another level. Ling Lan couldn't help but sigh in awe at how unfairly intense the celestial realm hack was, actually pushing her abilities up by 1 level immediately. In order to fully absorb and master her new hand speed, as well as the control realm brought on by the celestial realm, Ling Lan immediately chose to isolate herself. She headed straight into the learning space to soak in her new insights. The celestial realm did not bestow this increase in ability to a person directly. It only temporarily brought out a person's best possible state at that moment in time. To really obtain these ability gains, it all depended on one's effort in understanding and reflection to seriously learn these new limits and make them one's own. Otherwise, as more time passed, the insights given by the celestial realm would drift away with the wind, leaving no trace behind. At that time, one's controllability and hand speed would revert to its original state. Ling Lan spent over a month taking in these insights within the learning space, but outside, only a few hours had passed. When Ling Lan finally stepped out from the virtual login pod, the aura of her body had changed slightly. The initially frigid and somewhat pressing air around her had diminished a little, no longer feeling as cold as before. Over the past few years, as Ling Lan's combat ability grew stronger and stronger, the endless killing missions in the learning space had caused the killing intent around her to become thicker and thicker. If Little Four hadn't tried his best to help her suppress this blood-soaked killing intent, her classmates who were slightly weaker wouldn't have been able to approach her at all. And even if Qi Long and the others got close, they would only be able to stand up straight with difficulty. They wouldn't be able to move. Of course, if that had happened, Ling Lan would certainly fall under the suspicion of the academy teachers and the monitoring military personnel. After all, the students in grades 1 to 3 shouldn't have had any real battle experience. Only starting from the 4th grade would they be sent out on hunting assignments. How could a child who had never seen true bloodshed possess such a thick, blood-red killing intent? However, as Ling Lan's killing intent grew even thicker and thicker, Little Four also found it harder and harder to hold it back. In the end, a little bit of it escaped, but fortunately, at that time, Ling Lan was going through her icy slackface period. Therefore, even if she emanated a cold aura that chilled the hearts of others, it was still somewhat explainable. This had let Ling Lan safely avoid the suspicion of the military monitors once more. Little Four was the first to sense the ebbing of Ling Lan's icy air. He instantly threw confetti into the air in celebration. He had been so worried that if the killing intent continued to increase, he would not have been able to hold it back any longer. It had been on the brink of happening, but now they had dodged a bullet once again. In a great mood, Ling Lan indulged herself with a great feast. Her title of glutton had never changed, and she was even eating more than before. However, by now, Ling Lan's mom, Lan Luofeng, had already gotten used to the sight of her daughter guzzling down food like a black hole. This was normal. The day when Ling Lan ate less. Now that would be a catastrophe, a sign that the Armageddon had arrived. Several days passed, and Ling Lan, having received some great news, was rather distracted. She actually began to drift off inside the learning space, mind busily calculating the passing rate of time outside compared to time inside the learning space. This, physically here, but mentally elsewhere, behavior thoroughly enraged instructor number 3, who had been in the middle of teaching Ling Lan some F-grade 1 mecha moves. He immediately kicked Ling Lan out of the mecha training space, sending her to stare blankly alone in the great hall of the learning space. Hells, if she didn't want to learn, then he didn't want to teach either. Instructor number 3's Sundaratu side was triggered. However, there was a legitimate reason for Ling Lan's inattentiveness today. It was because in the Central Scout Academy, a course that she had been anticipating for a long time was finally here, outdoor hunting. This outdoor hunting wasn't just running around in a forest, using slingshots to shoot at wild chickens and wild ducks, that sort of boring thing. No, it was a full 3 months of wilderness survival training on some random primitive planet. Of course, they were still only 10-year-old kids, so the academy would not throw them straight off into some terrifying hellhole to hunt. At most, they would only be sent to an area with some elementary-class wild beasts with low combat ability for training. At Ling Lan's current level of strength, handling those low-level beasts with trash strength was really not much different than killing wild chickens and ducks to her. But that was not the main point. The main point was that they were going to another planet. This meant that Ling Lan would finally be able to take a ride on a spaceship like in the stories she had read. This was the true reason for Ling Lan's excitement. Darling, did you get that? In short, our country bumpkin Ling Lan could finally ride a real starship to take a trip into space. So, she just had no way of staying calm. It's just like when we were in primary school and the teacher had announced a field trip for the first time, we would have been so worked up and excited that we would not be able to sleep the night before. The moment Ling Lan saw she had been kicked out of the mecha learning space, without even thinking about it, she immediately exited the learning space. She lifted the communicator by her pillow to look at the time. It's still too early, only about 4 a.m. in the morning. But Ling Lan just couldn't sleep anymore. She climbed out of bed, put on her communicator, and checked her luggage once more. Weapons, 2 magnetic alloy daggers. To the outside world, Ling Lan had always been a right-handed weapon wielder, but in truth, she was better at wielding weapons with her left hand than her right. This dual-wielding ability had been trained under instructor number 5. Number 5 had said that a trump that is hidden will always be one's strongest trump card. Rumor had it that this time, the academy would actually give everyone a beam gun as an emergency backup. The students had all begun learning how to use beam guns since they were in 3rd grade. Ling Lan's shooting skills were not bad, but they definitely weren't top tier. On this front, both Han Jijian and Lin Zhongqing were clearly better than her. Their sheer natural talent in shooting was astounding. Thus, this time, she also brought along an extremely covert weapon, a bracelet specially prepared for her by Chamberlain Ling Qin. Ling Lan carefully placed the bracelet on her right wrist. She looked at the metallic sheen of its deep black color, common-looking yet serving a suitably decorative purpose, and nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed that ultra-strong, unbreakable, ultra-thin rope that Chamberlain Ling Qin had used during in that ambush several years ago. It was an indispensable tool for killing people, crossing distances, and rock climbing. With this at hand, Ling Lan would be able to handle certain difficult situations with ease. Of course, Ling Lan's bag was mostly filled with nutrient solutions of varying flavors, the results of her research, recovery fluids, and first aid medications. At this time, she was somewhat annoyed. Oh, why couldn't the learning space come with some storage functions? If it did, then she would have been able to bring enough of all the things she might need, and wouldn't have to fret about what she should and shouldn't bring. Because all these things would have to be with them at all times. If they brought more than what they would be able to bear, their hunting ability would decline sharply. At that point, they wouldn't be the ones hunting anymore. Rather, they would be hunted by the wild beasts instead. Ling Lan also did not forget to bring some changes of clothes. At this moment, she was atypically glad that she was a fake man. Because she had been injected with suppression shots, her body was in an undeveloped state. Thus, she didn't have to worry at all about menstruation or any of the other host of embarrassing issues related to puberty. And from that, she also wouldn't have to worry about being endangered by these problems in the outdoors either. Things like attracting attacks from the wild beasts due to the stench of blood. Just like that, after much study and much cutting down, she finally completed her packing. By this time, the sky was already fully bright. Ling Lan took a quick shower, and then walked out of her room in high spirits. When Ling Lan arrived at the classroom of Grade 4 Special Class A, she found that she was one of the last few to arrive. It looked like she wasn't the only one who was excited. "Boss Lan, over here, over here." An energetic voice rang out from a corner of the classroom. Without even having to lift her head, Ling Lan could already tell who it was. The only people who would yell out to her so passionately, other than Qi Long, there was only Lin Zhongqing. Qi Long's voice was louder, however, so his voice was still quite distinctive. After following Qi Long around for 2 years, Lin Zhongqing had lost almost all of his initial gloomy personality. Instead, he was as enthusiastic and full of smiles as he had been at the start of school, when he had served her for 1 month. However, Ling Lan knew very well that this was just a facade Lin Zhongqing was holding up against the outside world. Inside, it wasn't that simple. Still, Ling Lan did not caution Qi Long and the others about this. It was up to them to decide their own relationships, whether good or bad. Only they themselves would know. Ling Lan lifted her head to look, and saw Lin Zhongqing standing by his seat, waving at her. Ling Lan walked over with an indifferent expression. As a girl, she really had no clue how to interact with these little boys, and so could only use this sort of macho-cool image to handle the situation. In any case, this group of kids seemed to be eating it up. "Boss Lan, I've bought you breakfast," said Lin Zhongqing, smiling, as he passed over a box on the table. Ling Lan swept a look over the scene, and saw that Han Jijian and Luo Lang were both sitting at their own places with identical boxes, eating delicately. Seated on top of his desk, Qi Long was also holding a box, and was wolfing down its contents unreservedly. Looks like Lin Zhongqing hadn't just prepared breakfast for her. Ling Lan accepted the box and opened it. It turned out to be the golden soup dumplings 3, which were extremely hard to get within the academy. It looked like Lin Zhongqing had gone to the canteen super early to line up just to get these. He had truly put in a lot of effort. Ling Lan used her chopsticks to prod at the soup dumplings in her lunchbox, and said coolly, "It's been tough on you." Though Ling Lan had said this almost casually, Lin Zhongqing's face was painted with a trace of pleasant surprise. Even the ravenously eating Qi Long behind him raised his head in surprise, surreptitiously using an elbow to nudge Lin Zhongqing lightly, congratulating him for finally getting acknowledgement from Boss Lan. He used a full 2 years, only to get this simple sentence. Lin Zhongqing's mind was a mixed bag of emotions. For a moment, he actually wasn't sure whether he was happy or resentful. Right then, a classmate suddenly rushed into the classroom, obviously emotional, shouting, "Big news! Big news!" Wu Jiong and Yisu had been chatting at one side. When they heard this cry, they jerked and quickly turned to look at the student who had shouted. "It's likely that our outdoor hunting course this time may be cancelled." The moment the student entered, he shared the bad news with everyone. This caused all the students to become anxious. They had already waited for this day for so long. Could everything be cancelled at the last moment? What happened exactly? And where did you hear this news? Seeing that Qi Long had no intentions of asking, Wu Jiong had no choice but to speak up himself and ask, "Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads."